All right. Well, I think we are finally up and running. Apologies if you got multiple alerts. Okay. All right, guys. Well, let's get the show on the road. Late start today.
Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talks.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
Pep Talk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talks.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep Talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Good afternoon, everybody. What is up with you guys? Hope you are all doing well. Hope you had a good weekend. And what is going on with this? What's this? What's going? Oh, man. All right. So I have just had a awesome start to the stream so far. How the heck is Pep Talks? I'm actually doing okay. Had a good day today. Got to hang out and just kind of veg for a little bit and just yeah, chill. Fish life on shore. How's it going, man? What is this? What is this? Well, this is a show where we chill. It's a good time. We just kind of vibe and we talk some politics, we talk some news, we talk some just fun stuff, you know. We have fun. It's all about fun. I try to keep it light. Not always successful, you know. I am very opinionated as well. You know, but I do welcome people that do not always agree with me. So, that's what's going on here. And what is also going on here is I'm trying to fix, there we go, all my settings, because I mean, it's so crazy how that happened there and this happened here and this is just it's a whole thing. But hope you guys had a good weekend. I had a good weekend. I got to kind of get like a lot done that I needed to get done. Feel very accomplished. So, you know, it's always good when you do that, right? Right? Like, I think we can all agree that when you go like Pinkerbell, I think that you'd appreciate this. Got my yard work done. So I'm not sure if I ever told this story, but fuck it, I'm going to. I had a contractor. Now get this, completely fuck me over. I was not smart enough to look for things. I mean, obviously, I'm not a carpenter. So what happened is I had my my deck. I had it redone where he was supposed to go get all the dead wood out, just replace it, and then be on his way. He kind of said, you know, and this should have been the first red flag where he's just like, yeah, we'll do it in the small sections. I'm like, well, no, you're supposed to replace the whole board. Long story short, I got completely fucked over. Like the guy used paint that wasn't even like deck paint. He was a certifiable piece of shit. And there's not like a lot that I can do about it. So like he was one of those guys where once, you know, again, I learned the hard way where I got his number from a hardware store. So that was, you know, I don't know. Always have red flags with that. Yeah, well, that sucks. Yeah, as I said, long story short, I wasted a lot of money and got completely screwed over. So that's what I did this weekend is I went and patched up my deck in the best way I could with Gorilla Tape. So yeah, I'm definitely not going to we ain't catching no lawsuits. I ain't catching no lawsuits for somebody, you know, stepping wrong. Although, you know, I'm also gonna put like a sign that's just like, hey, be aware there are some planks of wood that will totally you'll fall through them. Yeah, it's that bad. Yeah, they're completely rotten, and yeah, as I said, was supposed to have it done, but well, what you gonna do? What you gonna do? There's there's bad people out there that like to take advantage of people that are desperate. So, isn't that fun? Which also, I wasn't that desperate. Like I said, I went to a hardware store, so I was just like, oh, hey, this guy should have, a good reputation. I don't think that the hardware store would want that smoke. And I did talk to them, and they were just like, oh, no, that's just like a subcontractor. We don't actually, we don't have a contract with them or anything. We just had, it's a bulletin board, essentially. I was like, oh, come on. Whatever. Like I said, you live, you learn. But store totally fucked you over. Yeah, yes, they did. Woo, Pep's here. Yes, I am. What up, Etch? What up, Natch? How you doing? Tinkerbell, how you doing? Sylvie, how you doing? Fish life on shore. I hope you are still hanging out, because, like I said, we chill here. Okay, so let's figure this out. All right. What happening? What the fuckity fuck? Okay. I guess I'm just not doing any of this today. I'll take care of that later. That was like one of the weird ones. Because that's not tied to any of this. Get the likes up, friends. Oh, yes! Hey, I forgot to do the thing where I request that you guys hit the like button if you have not already, and subscribe to the channel if you have not already done that as well. Really, really does help me out. Also, hey, let's get this Twitch thing going. Don't forget, I'm over on Twitch. And when I say this, I mean it. You definitely want to follow over on Twitch, even if you do not have one. You might want to create one, because we had such a fun time over on Twitch where I'll just say this: you can do things over there that you really can't over here. So gotta keep it at that though. So just give it a follow. But you know what? Good karma. I don't personally believe in karma, but if you believe in karma, then you know what? Good karma. So yeah, that'll come back to you, because this guy needs it. Oh my god. Yeah, so it was kind of funny. I was even toying with just like taking a day, like a personal day today, but also realized that I want to hang out with you guys. 'Cause yeah, I think I have to take Friday off because I am going down to Tennessee, which yeah, good times, but also yeah, lots of driving. Just I don't know. I kind of realized halfway through all of this process that I'm going to be in Tennessee during the fucking 250th anniversary of America. And I don't want to be. So, hey, I'm kind of, I don't know. My dad's doing that thing where he's like, don't feel pressured. I'm like, okay, yeah. And he's not like my mom, where my mom totally, like, she was like, there was guilt that came with that one. With him, he's just like, yeah, you know what? Do whatever you're gonna do. It's not gonna hurt my feelings. It's like, dude, I want to see my pops. But yeah, kind of toying with what to do there. Oh man. But anyway, like I was saying, I had a pretty good weekend. Was able to kind of reset. I feel good. Like, I feel a lot better than I was kind of feeling last week. So, yeah, I hope that kind of translates into the show. And this is going to drive me nuts. I want my picture. All right, so here's what I'm going to do. We're going to do... Okay, actually, I have an idea. Here we go. We'll do this. Doesn't block out the TV for a minute. Cool. All right, give me a sec. Look at that. You get a better view and just this very awkward view of this. Yeah. Although, hey, I've been doing my work. I'm doing all right. I'm making the comeback, if so to speak. In all seriousness, I am kind of having that lucky like bit where yeah, muscle memory is definitely a thing. All right, let's do this. They announced that Fox takes over Roku, and all of a sudden it starts, having glitches that I've never had in my life. Isn't that fun? It's the ever just expanding of the enshittification of everything. It's just so much fun, isn't it? All right, let's do this. There we go. You actually gonna stay here? There. Look, we're back. Stream looks the way it should. Woohoo! Getting Jack Dark. Let's go. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I'm trying. I just want to be better to myself, Everybody should try that at least at some point. But also, dude, there are some times where it just feels so good to just be just to give in and just be trash. I don't care. Every once in a while, dude, there's nothing better than just getting absolutely obliterated, which also, by the way, I missed my 420 because of everything going on here. So, 422. Rebecca, what's up? How's it going? Your keys are not modifying correctly. Odd. Yeah, dude, I've been having all sorts of weird glitches. I don't know what the hell is going on, but are you going to start taking peptides? Ha ha. Yeah. No. You're so proud of yourself. You know what? You deserve it. Give yourself that pat on the back. 422 is 422. It is. Hey, you know what? So yeah, we missed it, but we didn't. Finessed. 1v1 old ass? What? Why? Old ass? I mean, sure, I'm old. Whatever. Hey, whippersnapper. Show some respect. Also, why are you being weird? Damn. I don't even know you, bro. Why are you so aggressive? What's up? I don't know why you gotta, Why is this in just chatting category, not in the political category? You want to know why? Because for some reason, it's easier to get some viewers through just chat, because politics, I think, here, let's actually look. Let's see how many people are in the politics section today. Because it usually is 60-something. Oh, 267. That's actually not bad. Althran. Yeah, you know what? Althran was in my chat too. They're cool. Oh, cool. Hey, what up, Althran? Hope you enjoyed the show. That's just the long and short answer. Is it's kind of easier to do this, but look at you, Devil's Advocate. I mean, wouldn't it be harder to get views since you're hidden in the millions? Ish. I don't know. Plus, technically, I am just chatting right now. I'm not actually covering the politics, so kind of like the way that a lot of people do in Twitch, I like to kind of, change the category by whatever I'm covering. So if I am gaming, I want to have the proper gaming tag. So, DA knows what's up here. Devil's Advocate, we are buds. But yeah, yeah. Here, you know what? Fuck it. You're inspiring me. Let's go to politics. Because might as well. Why not? I feel like I just got bullied into it. It's alright, man. I don't care. Let's just see. Let's see if I get a little of a little love over there. But Rebecca and Ravy, hope you guys had a great weekend. How are things in the future? I know you both reside in the future, which is freaking cool. Oh shit. Telavani, thank you for the no. Yeah, it was funny. I wasn't sure if you got my message or not, so I just put a small one together. And unfortunately, I only got the one streamed it like right now. So like I'll change it in a bit. Everything got so screwed up. I'm not sure if you guys got the notifications 2 or 3 times. Because yeah, technically I had a soft start to the stream that would just for some reason was not working. So whatever. Oh, actually, you know what? Made me just realize. Gotta check something. Most people don't even change the category. Oh, I do, because I don't know. I just try to remind myself to do that. Also, Halthrin, I am also over on YouTube. If you have not checked out my YouTube page, please consider doing so. Subscribe over there. We have we got a killer vertical stream over there today. Even though, yeah, on Twitch you can do both. Isn't that crazy? I'm going to harp on that. It is pretty cool, though. Only got the one notification. Really? Wait, wait. So you... Oh, maybe it didn't go live then. Let's see. Let's check something real quick. All right. I got the Discord. Oh, wait. Discord. Did I do Discord? I didn't do Discord today. Oh, shit. I just realized that. It's because I had such a hard time actually starting the stream today. I don't know. Like I said, it wasn't even my OBS. That's the craziest part. It was whatever. YouTube's YouTubing. So, hey, it's okay though. Also, guys, if you guys want to help support smaller independent media, specifically people that cover the news and politics of the day, you know, it's not exactly the easiest thing. You guys can get yourself a membership, or on Twitch, you guys can drop some of them, the billionaire buckaroos. See, I'm gonna change it up a little bit there. Yeah, the billionaire buckaroos. Ew. But it's true. You guys really want to stick it to Jeff Bezos? Yeah, subscribe to me. It is a yeah. I am one streamer he would definitely hate. The glorious butt god. Why, hello, the glorious butt god. How are you? Now, so you are the god of glorious butts. Now, I'm assuming all butts are not created equal or treated equally. Let's be real. As somebody who's rocking 2 upside down egg disappointments, yeah, trust me. The closest I've ever got to like a compliment is like, your butt's kind of cute. It's just like, What's up, Mitch? How's it going, brother? Hope you're doing well. Daddy Bear Kai, how's it going? How's it going? Yeah, guys, like I said, if you have not already subbed to the channel, also over on YouTube, we are trying to reach the 3,000 goal over there. And I am trying to reach it for reasons, because apparently they changed some stuff over there. I'll just say it like that, and it really matters. It really matters. So if I reach that goal, then things will be a little bit better. So if you guys want to help, appreciate it. All right, I'm done selling. I'm done selling butt talks. I mean, I'm not kidding. I am not kidding. I literally have just like such a disappointing ass, you know, like it's just, it sucks. Although I don't have bird legs. I'm glad I don't have that. Like if I had bird legs, I think that would just, that would be the cap where I just be like, oh, PS cool mug. Thank you. Appreciate that. It's my Kylo Ren mug. Back before everything got ruined. Rebecca, thank you for the kind $20 Australian. I really appreciate that. I also do not know why my notifications are not triggering on YouTube. I feel like I need to do the sound effect for us. I can't do it on stream here. Damn. Well, you know what's up. Pep needs 90 people. Yeah, I know. I'm like right there. I'm so close. It's actually closer to 80 now. I think I'm like 1 away from or 2 away. Yeah, so I'm at 29:18. So, hey. You know, life is better on YouTube when you don't really focus on it, but I'd be lying if I said I didn't. Especially when it comes to like hitting these goals where it's just like, oh, we're so close. Just kind of like this. We are, oh, so close. Oh, so close. Actually, that 20, thank you for that again. Why did that not register in my chat at all? Jeez. You know what? I'm just gonna reset this. Pep, when you're built like Chun-Li, it's really hard to find pants, so consider yourself at an advantage. I didn't think about that. I was just like, so my lack of thighs and booty is just kind of technically like well, at least I have a lot of, pants options. You know what? I never saw it that way. You're right. Hey, it's the silver linings in life. I fit in most pants. That's how that came across weird. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. And also, all right, I'm digging myself a hole. Let's get out of this. Abort. Wait. Do you have a donation link on Twitch? I do. Ooh, it's not there anymore. What the hell? Oh, that's weird. Yeah, here. I do have a donation link, but that's fucking weird. Yeah, it's not popping up in my description anymore. What is going? Yeah, what's going on with Twitch? Oh, jeez. I was swimming earlier. By the way, it's like 90. It's like 92 or something like that, and it feels like 115. Swear to God. Just going outside for even like a minute, just pouring sweat. But it's also that one where, because the AC is blasting, my house is freezing. I get into most pants. PepTalks 2026. I said easily. You made it sound like it was technically a self-compliment where, nah, it was technically a self-burn. But thank you. I appreciate that. Even thank you for inquiring. And also thank you for bringing it to my attention that for some reason it is not my Twitch description anymore. Yeah. That's weird. But yes, you guys can donate through the description in the donation link in the description on YouTube, or you guys can do super chats and all that kind of stuff. All of it helps. I know I got to do like the YouTube person shit, but it's so true, man. Like, goddamn, if they don't get you on that, and they don't give you a script. Like, I know. Ooh, I'm gonna break the fourth wall here. Yeah, they don't give you a script or anything for that. You just gotta figure it out, It's either you promote or you don't. Which, I'm not interested in doing like, getting any of that sponsorship money, because realistically, why? Like, oh, that's right, because I do need to get like paid doing this. So there's only like a few sponsors I would even want to work with at all. But Yeah, dude. I wish I could have been like I've already ruined it. I ruined it, guys. I can't be like Kyle Kulinski. I can't be as cool as Kyle Kulinski. Because fucking A, man. Like I already did the thing. I promoted something that honestly, I'm gonna be honest. Like I believed in it for a while. And then, yeah, there was a reason I wasn't promoting it as much. I kind of started like figuring some stuff out. Natch, actually, there is a company that works with the Majority Report that I've kind of been talking to. The funniest part is I might visit them like they have a farm. So I was like, "Oh shit, you know what? I kind of want to go." You know, doing like a Wisconsin trip this summer, so kind of debating doing that. But Prez brought hell to earth, I think. Yeah, I guess. I mean, sure. Was it you who had the bit about Kyle smoking menthols? Nope, that was me. Yeah, that's my bit. Thank you. I'm glad you remembered. Yes, he definitely. And the thing is, he totally did. He talked about smoking Newports, and I was like, "Ha! Fucking called it!" Like, God, do I know it? Like, I know. Like, I if there's one thing I am good at, it's catching the vibe of stuff like that. Like, I think I'd make a really good bartender. Just because like I can kind of also catch like the same thing. A bud tender, you know. They are. You got to know that kind of stuff. Also, check out my awesome new hat. I'm not sure if you guys recognize it, but I am not in any way promoting this brand. Outside of just, yeah, I got a cool hat. Don't go to the farm. You might not come back. I mean, shit, do you have cooling? Yes, we do cooling. Yes, we have AC, air conditioning is what we call it here in the States. But yes, I do have air conditioning. I have everything off around my house here so I can save some money. Oh, Glorious Butt God, thank you for the $10 donation. I really appreciate that. Oh, thank you. Also, I gotta add the one from YouTube because that one has to be done physically. Gotta love that. But wait, I thought they're from no, they're from Madison, Wisconsin. Yeah, when I found that out, I was like, oh, and they have like a, you know, they have a shop and then they have like the farm. It's cool. I'm looking forward to it. There we go. Perfect. I've got a new top. I mean, I did. I did get a new lid. Oh man, I think I need to get out more. Wait. I mean, that's kind of what I was thinking. I was just like, I lived in Madison for a bit. I loved it there. Madison's the shit. Yeah, no, I like Madison. Used to do a lot of stuff up there. Limited availability, harder to find. Oh. Yeah, be safe. Heat stroke is nothing to fuck with. Oh, I'm good. Again, like, I finally got to swim today, which, if you guys know, any of the struggles that I've been having with that one, yeah. So, finally got to enjoy a day in the pool, which, oh, god damn. You know, even for, I call it my white trash paradise, which I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I do. And it's true. Like, if you have an above ground pool, it's pretty much, yeah. It's not exactly what I would call, sightly. I don't know, man. But when you got one and it's hot like it is today, it's just like, oh, fuck yeah. Is it above ground? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, it's technically like it's above ground, in ground. Like, it's weird. So, it's an above ground pool, but it's like dug halfway into my yard because of the way that like my yard is shaped. So it's cool, you know. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, Pep, you really living the meme. I totally, yeah. Yes. Better than, exactly. That's how, you know what? That's how I feel about it. You think that I'm planning I'm planning a cowboy pool? Dude, the thing is, some of that, like, I've seen some of like those trough pools. Be careful with those though, because one thing that people don't ever really plan for is how hot those get. And also, the pH levels in those get really wonky. So be careful with that stuff. Yeah, I know a little bit about this stuff. This is why, funny enough, with the reflecting pool, I kind of knew what was happening. Alrighty. Hold on, I just realized I have to reset this. Thank you for the flow state. Oh, yeah. Appreciate that, Valentine. Also, how you doing? Yummy. Yeah, Jules. Dude, the Jules over on YouTube, I gotta say. Like, I know that's like a direct rip on Twitch, but hey, I think they do it well. I like it. Mayo, is it like wear shoes, don't touch the bottom? I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think that the cowboy pool is just, it's like a big, not trough, but it's like a big metal trough. Looks like a big doggy dish, just like a giant doggy dish. You know, throw some water in that bitch and there you go. But that's not how pools work. You need to have filtration, you know, chemical balance. It's not as, you know, it's great, but it's not what everybody thinks. Like, this is why, like, so many people get a pool and then they get shot. Like, they literally get, like, the shock of just like, oh shit, this is a lot harder than I thought it was. And this is why, you know, they end up hiring people. What up, Valentine? How you doing, man? Hope you've been well. Yeah, it has, like, you were here the last stream, but yeah, you haven't, like, yeah, I just kind of realized that. Yeah, seriously. Hope you've been well. Hope you're having a good summer. I hope you are all having a good summer. Fuck, man. It's summer. Like, today was the first day that I really felt like it was summer, where I was just like, holy shit. It's been rough. So, outside of it being, you know, hotter than Satan's asshole outside, yeah, it also just kind of, it was nice. Also, it was just so weird because when I was thinking about, like, when I wanted to come downstairs and start stream, I was just like, oh man, do I want to talk about politics? Because I didn't even do like my normal pre-show prep today. Usually I'll sit down for like an hour before the show, and kind of like skim the news, even if like during, like, while I'm working. And yeah, decided not to do that today. It was just like, hey, I had a proper amount of time to kind of take to myself, so I was just like, fuck it, politics. It could be fun, but I'm not going to do that. There are guys over here that make one out of skip bins every year. It's a pool that you make yourself out of stock tank. Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, stock tank. Yeah. Cut a hole in the side, but a filter and a pump in. Oh, cool. Yeah. But like I said, if it is all metal, just make sure that you're careful, because yeah, dude, all it takes is that one moment where you go like this to go like, and then you got, you know, then you got, you know, the hands up, or you're just walking around like this because you can't put your arms down because you're just like, ow, ow, ow. Pepper pool and spas. I've thought about it. I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm in this new phase of life where, yeah, I don't know. I'm open to new things. So yeah, pepper pool and spas. I mean, I am very, very qualified to do just that. So, I am a firm believer that a lot of BS happening right now is one of those distractions from the files, but I think the reflection pool is the biggest, most blatant, unimportant one yet. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, no, it was. Yeah, the fact that we all fell for it the way we did too was just absolutely fucking insane. Man, but here we are. We got the Supreme Court thing. Hello, her. Well, you hurt my feelings. Thank you. What's up, Jay? Jay Crummett. Yeah, don't be so hard on yourself. I don't even got the comebacks today. I'm just like, whatever. Why you gotta be so mean? I don't know. Like, legit, why you gotta be so mean? What's up? Like, we chill here, man. You're kind of cool. Like, you wouldn't walk into your dispo and just be like, hey, this guy sucks. You know? We have a natural public pool in Minneapolis. It's filtered with vegetation, no chlorine. It's, the Weber pool. Yeah. Wait a minute. I think I went there, like, I feel like I did something, like, it might not have been Weber pool, but I feel like I did something exactly like that in Minnesota. Because it was cool, but it was also, whatever. I get it. I get why people are just like, ooh. Feeling prod. Dear Pep, what do you think about Ukrainianization of Poland? I don't think that's a thing. I think that Poland has its sovereignty, and anybody that believes that Ukraine is trying to invade Poland is buying into some fucking blatant Russian propaganda. God damn. And that's coming from an American. We got our own American propaganda. We got that red, white, and blue. Yeah, no, but actually, funny enough, like, so what happened this over the winter is we had like a giant storm take my pool cover off and dump everything that was collected on it. So it was just leaves, all this bullshit. And I'll be honest, I kind of had a moment where I was like, oh, fuck this. And realistically, you're supposed to like take care of that as soon as possible. And it was like the middle of winter. Like I said, like it hadn't even frozen over yet. I was just like, fuck. So let it freeze, do its bullshit. And man, it got bad. Like, it was like, if you thought the reflecting pool was gross, mine was definitely worse. But yeah, no, it's crystal clear. You were cleaning for weeks? Yeah. No, I was. I had to shock my pool 8 times. Do you know how much shock that is? Let's see, 8 times with 3 pounds per. So there's your math problem for you. Yeah, dude, it was bad. It was bad. Yeah, I also had my pool filter almost catch on fire because it was running dry. Because one of my valves completely failed and just fucking exploded. That was fun. I had a time with it. So surprised your hair isn't blonde now. It kind of like, it'll get a little lighter. I'll spend a little time, you know. I don't have. Oh, you mean from the chlorine? No, that's the reason I had to wait to like today. Oh, no. I'm not swimming in anything that's fucking, you know, not floating at like, oh, dude, like 7 parts per million, still a little high. I like to swim in 5, which technically you're supposed to be around, 6 to 7. Yeah, with all the shock. No, I got you. Yeah. Well, I mean, it killed all the algae. Like, was it? It was worse than the reflecting pool, because the thing is, you literally could not see the bottom. Like, the bottom of my pool was just like, it was dirt, grime, every type of like sediment that you could like picture. It was not great. It sucked, man. It really sucked. I'm not even gonna fucking front on this. This is it. It kind of was one of those things where I remember seeing how bad it was at the beginning of summer. Like, I pulled the cover off and I was like, oh, that's a future Charlie problem. Just put it back. Yeah. Don't do that. Don't do that. Again, you should definitely tackle it sooner than later. So, but like I said, I was able to take care of it. Everything knock on wood. Knock on wood. Everything is fine. I finally got to use my pool. And yes, my hair didn't turn blonde. 9 people need to like the stream. 9 people need to like the stream. Okay, well, those 9 people definitely like the stream. Thank you, Pinkerbell, for being such a champion on this. It's the great algae bloom, Charlie Brown. To be fair, he had a lot going on over the winter. Yeah, it was actually kind of funny. Like, jokes aside, I kind of called it my mood pool because, yeah, it was dark, black, hopeless, and then the more work I put into it, the more it cleared up. So now I have a crystal clear pool and a yeah, I feel like my attitude is also there too. So like I said, I'm not even trying to joke. It was kind of weird how that lined up. But yeah, one out of every 5 people here is a moderator. Plainclothes cops everywhere. Daddy Low. Well, it's because I have long-time listeners here. Honestly, I had a situation where I kind of expanded a little quicker than I was prepared for, and yeah, I needed some moderators, so don't hate. I mean, I could be like Letterhack and just make everybody a mod, literally the haters too. They don't know what to do with that. You got the rest of summer to enjoy it? Yeah, no, I know. Is there a... It's true, there are mods coming to steal your treats. Watch out. They're coming to steal your treats. Whatever. I mean, God, what's up with everybody? A dinner with Charlie Kirk or a dinner with George Floyd? Do I have to? Prefer not to. I mean, George Floyd, I guess. I just sit there awkwardly just being like, hey man, so they kind of like made your whole thing a thing. The difference is fucking George Floyd, is taken out by, well, I don't know. I was about to say taken out by cops, but I mean, does the system? I mean, Charlie Kirk, you could argue that the system took him down, man. I'm right back to that. I've embraced my hippie roots and I'm just going back to fuck the man. Fuck the man. Always question the system. Always question authority. Don't ever trust anything blindly. That's my advice to you guys. Let's see. Why is this only letting me do 10? What? Wait, what? Okay. Hold on, guys. This is really weird. If I do this, reset, and just reset it. God damn it. Reset it. Okay. There it goes. Sorry. OBS is acting up. Now it is the OBS's fault. I will put the blame where it lies. Also, Ken Hermit, how's it going? Good to see you. Thank you for hanging out. Yeah, everybody over on Twitch, sorry about that. I have been having like glitches and just glitches galore. Kirk can't eat. Oh, yeah, ooh, spicy natch over here. Whoa. Bill Maher interviewed Kevin Spacey. Okay. Oh wait, DA, do you actually like Bill Maher? Like, I just don't care. He fell off a long time ago. I don't know. Whatever. that was that was wild. Natch. I can't. I was like, I can't even read that. No, but actually, Da, for real, do you actually still enjoy Bill Maher? Because like, I know some people do. Which, yeah, no, I'm just trying to say, super cringe, weird to try, launder spacey. Oh yeah, 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 yeah. No, exactly. Oh no, they're trying to do that. They're trying to do that. Like, they're definitely trying to like launder the reputations of some of these people. I mean, dude, look at the way that nothing's happening with the Epstein stuff. Like, this is why it sucks to talk about politics now, because it really is all just a distraction from the bigger stuff. And I caught myself doing it where I was just like, okay, now I'm getting bored with the Epstein stuff. And it's like, it's because nothing's come of it. And it's because how many times am I going to beat my head into this wall of just, and like pull my own hair out where it's like, nothing's happening. It's like, but nobody's listening. Nobody cares. Like, there are much bigger people than me doing the same shit and nobody fucking cares about it. It sucks. So here I am, minding my own business, eating some tangerine sours. Ooh, just finished one and plop a new one in. And you know what I learned? They make these next to cough drops. Oh, really? I actually like tangerine sours. Good choice. Good choice. Because of that thing that I have where like my salivary gland acts up, I have to always like have like Jolly Ranchers or something like that. Tangerine sours are a good one. Migrate to Washington. I mean, fuck. I mean, I am happy with where I live, but fucking A. I'm starting to just. Ugh. I'm getting sick of like the same arguments all the time. Like, now it's just the Bears are leaving. It's just like, I don't care. Can we talk about something else? There were so many raspberries, raspberry Kirks. Oh, geez. Jesus Christ, man. I guess people really ran with that meme shit, huh? Holy crap. I learned this because the one I put in my mouth tasted like lemon and menthol. FC files were a massive thing for a decade ago. And for some people, that first heard about it, even oh yeah. I mean, this is the thing, man. Like, you have so many people that, yeah, I mean, I was one of them where if you were a conspiracy theorist and you didn't go too hard in the paint and you just were like, yeah, dude. I mean, I've always said that there was like a billionaire cabal just controlling everything. It's like, okay. It's just where people usually go like, yeah, they also got weather machines and shit. It's just like, ow. And UFOs, and they work with like lizard people. That's what always sucks about conspiracy theories, is they always end up taking themselves down because they don't know when to stop, and they don't know when they might have actually accidentally even caught the car. I'm a non-tolerant left pep. Australians are unhinged. I mean, yeah. No, you guys, I do love Australia for that, and I, like, as a comedian, always wanted to go and like do the Australian circuit, because yeah, it seems like it'd be really hard to offend anybody, even like your lefty of leftists, like over there. Y'all seem to just be like, oh, got a little bit of cringy humor over here. Always appreciate it. I came out from the bush over here. I don't know what this accent is over here. What the fuck is... So he doubles down. Yep, that's where I'm at today. Yeah. My wife is just upstairs, just like, yeah, he totally, like, yeah, don't be surprised. He doubles down on something that's a little cringy. Bad Australia. Boy, fucking god, that was funny. Fuck yeah. You got me to do my white guy slap. My dad, like, now I'm starting to laugh like my dad. God, I really am that guy where it's just like, ah! Hilarious. Oh, man. Dude, stop with your fucking racist bullshit. Why can't people just chill the fuck out? What is up with you people? Be nice. Zero Funk Giveth. That is a fucking banger of a name. I love that. Fan of the funk. Dude, that's a great name. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. Also, thank you for checking out the stream, just in general. If you guys have not already subbed over on YouTube, I am trying to hit the goal of 3,000 subscribers. I'm getting very, very close. If you guys can throw a sub, only if you enjoy it, though. Only if you enjoy the content, because I don't want to tell you what to do. I don't want it to be disingenuous. Don't want any of that stuff. Just want you guys to feel cool and good about yourselves for contributing to somebody's good, somebody's day. It's gonna be a Actually, that's a good way to put it. Where it's like you're contributing to somebody having a good day and positivity. We need some power of positivity. That's how you contribute to me being a little bit more positive. Where I'm like, oh, I feel appreciated. All right. Honest, I'm trying. Why bury this shit? Like, there's no fucking shame. I don't know, dude. There's no fucking shame. Oh, I'm sick. Wow, I'm turning into Jordan Peterson and Kermit the Frog. Whoa. Hello, my friends. Hey, Lero. How you doing, man? PFP. How you doing? Welcome to the show. Thanks for being here. Missed you guys over the weekend. Yeah, I missed you guys too. I'll be doing some more weekend stuff coming up here, especially like once we get back into the winter. Yeah, I'll be back to doing my weekend streams. Actually, that's I just noticed that. But yeah, pretty much like October through March, I can start doing that. You just subscribed? Thank you. I really appreciate that. Seriously, guys, like you guys are you're helping me out a lot, and also just. I hope that you guys enjoy the vibe. Also, I have to just say it. I've been trying to be more positive, and not just give in all the time. Because, God, I caught myself doing it a lot last week. And I was watching one of the playbacks, and I just caught, how just amped up I was. I was just like, damn, I'm really, I'm fucking burying this shit and just harboring it right here, just not good. Don't do that. Don't do that, especially with stuff that you can't control. Also, yeah, man, I got good peeps in my life too. Got good family, friends. My wife is fucking, she's the VIP. I want to make her cringe, and I think that just that would do it. Also, we got another VIP in the house. Noogie Stan, Liquid Stan today. Hot take, Gamer Jame. Hey, how's it going, Gamer Jame? Haven't seen it in a bit. If we keep doing the same stupid corporatist bullshit that led to Trump 1.0 and Trump 2.0, it definitely not lead to, or it will definitely lead. Well, no, it will lead to Trump 3.0. No, hey, Gamer Jam, I totally agree. I think that's what you were saying. Because yeah, it's not gonna work. But this is where I'm gonna just say it, guys. We are actually kind of winning on this. The DSA has more popularity. It grew massively over that New York win. I'm telling you, man, even in Chicago, apparently the DSA saw a massive boom of members where I was just like, oh shit, do I actually need to do I need to be a paying member again? Because, the background of your room is super nice. Thank you. I appreciate that. Just a bunch of my stuff curated in a certain way. I didn't even realize it though. I did accidentally, I put the blue and the red, it's almost like my subconscious was just like, hey, well, you know how color coordination works. Cool. Kingsley, how you doing? Welcome to the show. Appreciate you being here. How was your weekend? Noah, what's up, dude? white people are the most oppressed people in America. Oh, well, Noah, if that's what's up, I can't help you here, man. I know another stream you can go check out though. His name's Johnny Walker Dread. He totally, you know, I don't know. He has more content that kind of agrees with you on that kind of stuff. I ain't here for it though. Like I ain't that guy. So, I don't know. Dude, come on. What's up with you? Like, what the hell? Why are people weird? Don't be racist. Don't be weird. Like, just, yes. I want somebody to think of the white male men. I like how you spelled it male, so it's not even like, yeah, they're, yeah, the male men. You know, the white male men. Wait, did he misspell it? Oh, that'd be hilarious. Oh. Well, you love Caitlin Collins? I don't know. Like I asked before, guys, what's with the weirdness? No need for it. You don't need to do that. Honestly, it doesn't add to your life. Why don't you, like, do you guys ever, like, have that moment where you're like, what if I tried to actually be a likable person? I know a lot of, like, dudes are just like, weakness, soy boy, ew. Why would I want to even think that way? All Trump has to do is act like Trump. All other countries will vote in a more liberal government because they don't want a ruling person like Trump. That's kind of true. I'm not racist. I'm pointing out how Caitlin Clark is being bullied and harassed on public television, but for the world to see and nobody... I mean, Caitlin Clark is also just kind of cringe, dude. Like, her personality kind of sucks. So is Angel Reese's, though. Like, I don't know. Like, yo, if you're, like, just an annoying person, you can be an annoying person. It doesn't matter if you're male, female, non-binary. Like, assholes are assholes. I had to tell my friend that once. Because they tried to insinuate that it was, like, you know, something about, like, being trans. I was just like, no. It's like, no. It has nothing to do with you being trans. It has everything to do with you being an asshole. And it was just kind of like a, whoa. You don't get to hide behind that shit. Like, no, and you shouldn't. The thing is, that I would argue that that's kind of like even more weak sauce. You gotta, like, okay, let's not work on your, like, yeah, I'm gonna use my, you know, oh, well, you know what, I was taught toxic masculinity, and I kind of just feel like, you know, the peer pressure of men around me keeps me in the, it keeps me wanting to just continue being that way because realistically it's easier. So, yeah, I'm oppressed. I'm gonna be an asshole about it. I'm gonna blame everybody that don't look like me or act like me. God. What an exhausting mentality to have. Like, I don't get it, man. I just think that, yeah. Also, it would be a lot easier if people just kind of, like, they had that, damn, Pep, I think I have heard that one before, word for word. What, from me? Oh. That was an original thought. I wasn't reading it off nothing. I'm too stoned to fucking do anything like that. Although, I don't know. Did I like subconsciously take that from somebody? What up, Dix? How's it going? No, not you. Oh. I mean, Trump's not really doing a great job. No, he's not. Like, inflation's not in a great place. He keeps doing this on again, off again with a fucking war. You know, people objectively are dying because of it. I know you don't care. They're not American lives, so you don't care. But, yeah. I think you rightly emulated reality. Oh. Well, that's what I'm here for, right? Noah with the comedy routine. Ew. Hack comedy routine. Remember when those who peaked in high school didn't have MAGA as an excuse? Oh, that's actually a really good take. because they definitely have that like peaked in high school like mentality and just yeah overall like the way that they approach everything. Dude, it's so dumb. I kind of wish I don't know. I wish more people would just fucking step back, chill the fuck out. Like this guy's kind of crashing out in chat here, and I barely am reading what you're saying, man. Like Noah, like you just why are you so mad? Why are you so mad? What's up with this? And honestly, I am reporting this pretty objectively today. Like Trump lost in the Supreme Court today and got one big win. That's what happened. That's not me just being a fucking lefty hater. That's what happened. It's fake news because I don't like the way it was phrased. What? Okay. DSA does have the Dems freaking out. Okay. Where's the lie there? Iran war, hot or not? Like, dude, literally, this is one of the, I just realized this. This is one of like the most like ambiguous fucking titles I've had in a long time. Where I didn't just be like Trump crashing out, blurdy 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 blur. Did you see the Temu 250 State Fair? Oh, dude, that was dude. Okay, so I saw like a TikTok or some shit about like it was a performer to 4 people in a tent that was like it could seat easily 100. I felt bad for the performer, even though they were obviously, you know, freedom, yeah, woohoo. What's wrong? Did you offend it should by saying the earth was round again, Pep? Yeah, pretty much. Oh, the trolls are on high alert for anywhere to spam. Socialists are coming to steal your means of production. Giddy up! I like a giddy up. Need to add that to a few things. Wow. Noah, you pissed off Rebecca. Man. Rebecca, you definitely you show some patience, but also you were like, yeah, you know what? Fuck this guy. he's screwing with the vibe, man. Yeah, kind of was a little bit, but realistically, like, see, I'm in a much better place. I'm not letting any of that stuff get to me. Much better. Now I just have to figure out, you know. Technical things. Oh yeah, so here's the thing. If I do end up streaming this weekend, I might have to do it like a mobile stream, so it would only be for like an hour or something. But yeah, still gonna come hang out. I realistically, I'm trying to figure out how I can do this. I might have to order a mic because I want to have my sister on, and if I can do this the way that I think, where I can just essentially broadcast from, you know, my phone or whatever, then yeah, we'll figure it out. New installment of Pep Walks? No, no. My dad, where he lives, yeah, there ain't no walking there. It's Blias. Oh, hey, yeah. How are you? It's been a minute. I'm good, man. How you been? I hope you are, man. So, you kind of dig the vibe here then? Because I remember the last time you were here, you were just kind of feeling it out. But no, man. Glad you're back. You're chilling. Cool, man. Well, welcome back. Hope that you, I know that you said that you kind of strongly disagreed with my point of view. So, I don't know. Hope I can change that a little bit. I don't think my point of view sucks that Come on, bro. You can't just see it like me. God. So dumb. Yeah, it's fine. I don't watch live streams a lot. Yeah, hey, man. Me neither. So, oddly enough. Meta the cat with a Macho Man call-out request. You know what? I have not done a Macho Man call-out in a while. I gotta bring it back. Oh, wait. Gotta bring it back, but we got the whole, I can do the bit now. So, let's see here. Yeah. Coming at you with the PepTalks exclusive. Ah, yeah. Doing a little macho madness. Yeah. Here on PepTalks. Only the best. Get the macho madness impression. Yeah. Only the best can do what I can do here. And this PepTalks guy don't know what he does. Talking politics, I know. Don't talk a lot about politics in the ring. Only talk about dropping elbows, bringing the 1, 2, 3, and getting that championship. Yeah, that's why when I do talk about politics, I always talk about winning. Yeah, so let's get that 1, 2, 3 DSA all the way. Oh, that actually really, dude. Shout out DJX for the awesome rendition of Pomp and Circumstance. Also, Unlisted World, thank you for the kind $10 donation. Appreciate that. No super chat attached. Hey, if you ever want to, get something on record with TTS, don't be shy. But I do appreciate the $10. Excuse me, where are you going? He's like, and I'm turning around. Savage. Oh yeah, Savage over Hogan all day. Fuck yeah. I live in Iowa. Caitlin Clark is a big hero here, but I hope she doesn't get a big head. I mean, it's usually how it goes. Most people get that way. Like, look at the fucking, oh my god, Bedard. Bedard. Jeez. I mean, my big thing is I'm getting sick of like these freaking players getting these giant contracts when realistically they haven't done anything. Like, I don't care even like, dude, juniors is not the NHL. So I've seen this work the same way too often. We got lucky with Jonathan Taves and Patrick Kane, but fuck, man, that was really it. A lot of the other guys that came out of the system. Duncan Keith came out of the system. He had already been playing, pro in the minors for a while. I think that it should be required for most guys to go through the minor league system their first round in the NHL. But whatever. Stan the man, the best boy. He is the best boy. Yeah, best boy, what you doing? Yeah, lay down. Hey, mommy was taking a nap anyway, man. I think. Seemed like she was. By the way, if you guys have not already shouted out Uni, please do. I might have asked you this before, but LeBron, Michael Jordan all day. Yeah. It's Michael Jordan all day. LeBron has had a great career. You can't take anything away from him, but dude, Jordan, no, like the records, the fact that you could argue that, the one team dynasty is by itself way better. Like, dude, LeBron had to essentially go shop for teams to keep winning championships. Let's be real. So, yo, we agree on something. W. All right, cool. That's always a good starting point. Yes, dude, the whole team got better from him. Yeah, no, trust me. Trust me. I got to watch the games where he didn't play. Yeah, you noticed. You definitely noticed. He just knew how to utilize every player on that court, and he knew exactly where their strengths were. That's why he had so many assists as well, man. Like, dude. Guys like Jordan, guys like Gretzky. Like, Gretzky, one of my favorite facts about him is he has more assists than he does goals because he was a playmaker, man. Bias, if he drops prices, I will hate him just a small fraction less, but I don't know about that. What, me? What, I need to drop my prices? Sorry, man, I didn't know that my membership prices were were technically a source of contention. Dang. Yeah, I mean, I don't even watch basketball, but I still like Jordan better. That's awesome. No, Trump. What about Trump? Well, you don't like Trump? I mean, I'm finding a lot of people that might disagree with my politics, but are also starting to come around to the fact that Donald Trump might be a moron. Dude, I had a surprise one where I was just like, wow. He was talking about him, not your super chats. Oh. He was, gotcha. Yeah. The delay is something, but also, yeah. Happy mountain time. I remember watching Jordan's Saturday morning cartoon back in the day. Dude, when Space Jam came out, that was like every kid in Chicago, man. Like, fuck. I don't think there was a single kid in this entire city that was just not all about, you know, the Bulls and Michael Jordan. Just, yeah, man. You're all in on that shit, but that was cool. That's why I understand. Like, it's so cool to see New York go through this because we went through that. Although we didn't have like the political thing, which, damn, New York is having fucking hot boy summer. Well, I guess that's not fair to say. Hot city summer. There we go. Was just saying, I was talking about the orange guy that we was discussing. Gotcha. Trump confusing asylum seekers with people in insane asylums. Yes, I know. Yeah, he totally did. He's such an idiot. All right. Dang, dude. All right. We are getting so close to hitting this goal. And today is technically Wednesday. Ugh, I hate how that works. Again, guys, thank you for everybody that's been supportive of this stream. And just that reminder, guys, double tapping that screen gets the stream out there, helps me out a little bit. Man, it just makes it cool. I, for one, welcome our new DSA overlords. Me too. No, dude, that's why I'm saying, guys, can we take the W's? I got into like a little bit of an argument with somebody. I'm not going to put them on blast because they are technically known to not just this community, but around this community. Holy shit. Thank you, Rebecca. Fucking A. We did it. Thank you so much. And
at
there
Rebecca
it is.
Green 1827.50 Australian dollars. Love
Fucking
to
high
hear
tens. Yeah. Woo. Wait. I have celebration music. Duh. Here, where's DJ X? Wait. Oh, damn it. My media player just crashed. What the hell? Yeah, I was about to do the, like, yeah, we just did it. Yeah, coming out 1, 2, 3. Yeah. That's, but now that the whole thing is, and it's not restarting. Okay, well, I don't know what the fuck is going on over here. We have a Dem-sock style of government, regardless of whether we have left or right in power. This is wild to watch from the outside. And I mean, that's got to be crazy. All right, peace for now. Hey, Bias. Appreciate you being here, man. Always appreciate people that come in here, you know, especially return viewers. I know that, like, again, you're at a place in your politics that it makes me feel like the, you know, uncle on the internet where it's just like, oh shit. I remember being, you know, just near 20, fucking just, yeah. You got an interesting life ahead of you, man. And you know what? It's crazy times to live it. So, hey, at least enjoy it. Like the stream on your way out? Yes, like the stream on your way out. Hell yeah, almost to the goal. Yes. Actually, this is the Cancer Recovery Fund. I think I've been pretty open about it. Yeah, this one is just trying to get back on our back on our feet. Just picturing Uni making a joke about her neuropathy with that one. We did it. fucking awesome. Thank you guys. Yeah, God, I hate to like make it sound like the stream is essentially to supplement our medical bills, but God, it's not too far from the truth at this point. Yeah, into remission, big dubs. Fuck yeah, dude. Yeah, no, she's in remission. The tumor, was removed successfully, and all of her tests came back negative for cancer. But we're in that stage where it's just, yeah, you gotta, we take it day by day. But also we're not gonna not celebrate the win. Like, it is awesome. Hot damn, Miss Pep got over cancer. It has been a minute since I've been able to tune in. Yeah. Shit. Yeah, Nene Goblin. Fuck. Yeah, I'm not sure. Like, when do you have an idea of like when the last time you were here? Like, do you have actually, I'm just kind of curious now. Like, yeah, what is the last thing you remember me discussing? Because that's kind of weird. Meta. But yeah, no, we do have the good news there. It is still realistically a long journey because she has to have a colostomy bag. So there's definitely been, challenges, but a couple of weeks at least. Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, the last one was definitely before her surgery then. Yeah. Her surgery, like, dude, that was so wild too. 'Cause the way that they broke it to me, they're like, we have bad news. I was like, what? And that split second of we have bad news to, we weren't able to do this the way that we wanted to. We ended up finding a perforation. And I was just like, wait, okay. So like, I wanted to just be like, oh, so she's like here, right? Like because damn, dude. Her surgeon definitely, he's definitely good at what he does, but he's not great at the bedside manner thing. Oh man, your guts. Oh yeah. No, I was carrying her bag into the hospital, and her mom and her aunt had just walked up, and they saw my face go ghost white. So, Jesus fucking Christ, what's wrong with that doctor? Yeah, I know. Yeah, no, trust me, I know. And it was him. It wasn't like his staff. It was him. That was something else. So, yeah. I actually dare say, like, I don't like throwing this word around. It was traumatic. That one was traumatic because that one that put me into a like headspace of like, what? And like I didn't know how to process it. And again, even those like few seconds in between, they felt like years. Yeah, bad news. We excised the tumor, but we didn't hit the WR. Wait, did you have the doctor from Arrested Development? I mean, seriously. No, he was... Yeah, it was... Yeah. They told me I had cancer on my birthday by asking, do you have kids? Do you want them? I said no and maybe, and he said, well, you... Oh, you have cancer, so... They dropped on you like well, okay, you're not gonna really be happy about this. Damn, Ravy. That's, yeah, shit, man. I'm sorry. I mean, I hate to say it, but my wife kind of, I don't know. She did have a little bit of that. Although, to be fair, anytime that people would kind of ask her, like, what was going on, she was very just, candid with it, where she was just like, yeah, I have ass cancer. I have to deal with this. Okay, so that's what it is. It's ass cancer. Like, I remember asking her, I'm like, do you mind if I say what type of cancer she is? I was like, no, go ahead. Go ahead, talk about it, because she's like, this is what I'm dealing with. And if there was the other side of it, too, where it's just like, yeah, maybe people, understand a little bit more. Also, preventative measures is a big thing. Bob, how's it going, man? Damn, sorry to hear. Hopefully caught quickly and early. Oh, I think with Ravy too, I think, yeah, Ravi and my wife, Ravi, you're in remission as well, right? I love that she calls it ass cancer, dude. The way that she says it too. There's been a few moments, like the other day, I forgot exactly what she said, but it made like if I was in the middle of drinking something, it would have been just a fucking full blown spit take because we were in the car. I remember I was about to make a turn and she said something about this where I was just like, "What the fuck?" Oh, I remember now where she was just like, her like stoma in her bag, you know, she was talking about it and she's like, Jesus, this thing. She's like, she's like, I'm gonna have to it's gonna be like putting icing on a cake. I was just like, what the fuck? Yeah, so obviously she has a pretty good sense of humor. Yeah, I'm cancer free, not remission yet. Oh, see, okay, so what's the difference? Because yeah, that's what it is then. Because I think that's what she is. She's cancer free. Okay, so yeah, then she's not in remission. Because right now, I mean, I'll just be very open about it. So what happened is the tumor broke apart, and they were worried that when it did, they weren't sure if any of it was still alive. Turned out that it was, you know, dead pieces of the tumor. But when that happened, I guess the tumor is what was keeping like the hole in her intestine sealed. So there was a perforation. That's why she ended up with the colostomy bag. But yeah, so we're at this point where again, they tested all her lymph nodes in 20 out of 20, or I think that's what it was. I feel like it's 20. God, I hate not like knowing like confidently, but I'll just say 20. They all came back negative for cancer, so yeah, she's cancer free. But she's in that part where she has to get blood tests like I think it's like every few weeks. And just yeah, it's doctor's visits all the time and just constant, you know, constant care. And then on top of it, yeah, she has the new thing with the colostomy bag, which yeah, Ravi, there's something that you guys never have to deal with, like worrying about like, oh, will your insurance cover enough of the colostomy bags? Because they like, to make this simple, so they'll give you a month's supply. A month's supply to them is 20. How's that fucking work? That's not exactly how it is, but it's very close to where it's like they will not give you enough to actually give you enough of a supply. And God forbid you have one, you know, fail on you. Excuse me. Man, being outside today got me. Anyway, you got 2 ACs going yourself. Yeah, I mean, dude, it's hot as fuck here. It's 93 out. That's fucking nuts. Yeah, yeah, and like I kind of came to terms with that where I was like, oh, that's just our healthcare system is already so fucked. For it to be that fucked, like just for minor, like you would consider minor things, because like, wait, what's that? Like, why add all that extra stress and just for what? To save just like a couple dollars on their fucking back end? Like, I don't get it, but whatever, man. I hate it. I can hate it. I hate our healthcare insurance, or I hate our insurance industry. I hate our healthcare industry. Like, I hate it all. And it sucks too, because I want to be able to give the healthcare professionals that have been pivotal in my wife's, you know, in my wife's recovery. Like, it sucks. I worked as a disability advocate with insurance. We have public health, but people with ongoing disability, it's fucking rough, especially for inconsistency stuff. Oh, or incontinence stuff. Oh yeah, shit. Yeah, not nearly the same as uni, but my legs need so many bandages that it's only going to cover half. Oh, dude, that sucks. Yeah, so you're going through, you get it. Couldn't get a bedpan for weeks. It was ridiculous. Jesus. Okay, that's definitely still chilly. Maybe Oh yeah, yeah. Your winters are fucking what, 60 or like 50 something actual like Fahrenheit, actual Fahrenheit. Freedom units. You and your damn Celsius. Come on now. You're talking to your full blood American here. We use freedom units in this here chat. The systems we have are not what they say. Oh no, that's also the craziest part, is the way that they tried to sell us on how, like, oh, we got this great system. Our doctors are the best, which that could be true, but you ain't seeing them. You ain't seeing them. That's the craziest part. Most of y'all probably don't even qualify because you're out of network, even if you have good insurance. You would think, but no, you might be out of network. Sorry, I forgot I have American friends. Yep, I was about to say we use the Fahrenheit. 13 degrees Celsius as a top here. The winds is cold. Yeah, okay. So wait, 13C. 9 Celsius. Wait, 9 Celsius was like, I thought that was like 50 something. Right? God. I used to be able to actually wrote this. 48, yeah. No, that's what I thought. Okay. Yeah, when I was in Toronto, it was kind of the same thing where I'm just like, oh yeah, that's right. I forgot. You guys use the metric system. Which, yeah, I kind of wish that we would have done that, or at least taught it better. Because God, like, that was just one more thing that would have actually helped me in my life. But no, algebra. I still don't know how to do algebra and just what it means to my life. I just don't care. Okay? I've never had to do complex fucking equations for, anything myself. Hell, I've been saved from, having to count on my fingers from at the grocery store. Because, when they said you're not going to have a calculator in your pocket, well, guess what? We did. We all do. God, could you imagine being a math teacher that used to say that shit to us, not like 90s kids? Gooner. Hey, what's up, dude? Welcome to the show. Appreciate you being here. I hope. I don't know. Are you someone who behaves? Because if you are, good. I always appreciate that. Pre-algebra class was for sleeping in the middle of middle school. Yep, same. I have this I can't do basic math. Well, I mean, maybe. I can do basic math. I mean, I have dyslexia, and I'm not sure if you're actually joking or not. I also got that thing where it's just like, is that a real thing? I don't know. But yeah, no, I get that thing where I get, if I have to describe this to you guys, like right now when I see my chat, it kind of looks like it floats, right? And it's not the way that, where you see dyslexia font. It's not like that for me. What ends up happening is it kind of, it shifts as I'm reading it. And it's just I don't know. It sucks. It's a shitty thing that happens in my brain that apparently I'm just going to have to live with for the rest of my life. So I don't know. Got used to it. I mean, I didn't even know I had it for the longest time. I just thought I was kind of stupid. For real. I got diagnosed when I was 30. It was 33 or 34. Sounds trippy. It is. Reading books has always been kind of a headache, especially if I don't have a backlight or a flashlight. I'll be honest, when the Nook came out, that was a big help for me because of the way that thing had a backlight. Damn. Yeah, no, whatever. When I was in junior or senior high, I had to use slide rule. Wait, what's slide rule? What's that? That's saying your age? I guess so, because I'm what the fuck is that? Slide rule? What's that? Damn. Hey, I don't feel old for once. Now I feel like I'm the like, hey, all right, I'm the student. Let's go. What do we got? It's hard to sit there and read. Oh no, yeah, dyscalculia is the same, but for numbers. Do I need to get tested for that now? Oh no. No, I mean, I think I'm okay. Yes, I know what an abacus is. One of those things that like you move like the things to count, right? Like it's like a little slidey thing. And they got like, yeah, little spool. What are those called? Actually, wait a minute. I'm sure there's like very official words for like what the actual abacus, like what is on the abacus. So you have the abacus, and then you got the beads on the abacus beads. Now they're called toddler play sets. Yeah. I only got my, but all worked out. Good welding job. Nice. Nothing wrong with that, man. Dude, yeah, I hate the way that they put so much onus on, college, and then also the way that yeah, man. I wish that they would give people the option. It's like, can I just go to trade school? That's what I'm gonna be doing. Like, why do I need this? Like, what am I doing? Why do you need me to fucking fail even more and make me fucking feel like even worse? Yeah, I was not a good student. I was a shit student. I was like, I think a C+ student. Like my average was just awful. But yeah, GPA was awful. But that's also where like my ACT score was kind of it was a shocker. So yeah, what you gonna do? I can still balance budgets and shit, but I have to take my time, make sure. Yeah, okay. Damn, dude. I'm starting, like, that's weird. Like, Ravy, I didn't even know this was a thing, but, huh. I might have to get retested. I'm not even kidding, because, like, I do have to do the same thing, but it's kind of the same way that I have my dyslexia. Like, this is where I would argue that my dyslexia is, like, not as intense as I've heard some other people have it. Like my brain essentially can catch up and just be like, nah, I know what this was. I know what you were getting at. It's also why I can like read ahead and do that kind of thing where it's like, okay, I get the point. Like, I know where you're going with this. I mean, if you guys have this, if this sounds like anything that you've ever experienced, you might want to get tested because, yeah, like I said, I didn't think it was a serious thing. I thought that, yeah, it was just par for the course, man. Like, it just, yeah. I wasn't a good learner. No, turns out that it's technically a disability, but hits to the head suck. My eyesight. Ooh, yeah. Hits to the head do suck. I think one hit even altered my eyesight. I don't doubt it. Like, I've had a decent amount of, sports related head trauma. I've also had non-sports related head trauma. One of the worst ones, I knocked myself out in my fucking garage. Just, I wasn't paying attention as I was walking back into my house, and I just went gong, cocked myself on the corner of a cabinet and just fucking sat there for a minute, just like regretting every bit of my life. But bucket, jeez, going to the dude, I think that was Newgrounds had that song where it was like the bum 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 bum. Yeah, so original, bringing back a 30-something-year-old joke, actually. Yeah. Also, come on, man, chill. Why can't people be chill? Just chill. Pretty sure it was Family Guy. Was it? No, because if it was Family Guy, then they stole it. No, because it had Colin Powell in it. So, yeah, because Family Guy was Obama, right? Like, that was during Obama. I don't feel like, yeah, wait, when did Family Guy start? Whatever. Not gonna go too deep into this. But either way. Yeah, I remember Karl Rove dancing to it. Yeah. Yeah, Colin Powell. Yeah. Yeah, it did. Still does. That was 2008. Yeah. Okay. Whatever. I've grown past American propaganda phase of all this stuff. I will say that much. Like, the people that say, like, go around like, isn't that funny? No, it really isn't. No, because Iranian people are people. Like, they're a different culture than you. And the fact is, like, if you're comfortable with, like, wanting to just bomb another person because they have a different culture than you, then you need to check yourself. Seriously, check your brain. Like, you got some hateful fucking just shit that you would never back up. You would never literally back up. Like, if you had the gun pointed at somebody, like, you wouldn't do it. You wouldn't. And I hate these fucking LARPers. Like, there's nothing more disgusting than these people that LARP from 1,000 miles away, pretending that, oh, well, I'm superior. Fuck off. No, you're not. No, you're not. And realistically, no, we're not. We're not superior in any way, dude. In a lot of ways, we're the bad guys. You know, and I've never been one of those America bad fucking lefties. Like, I used to go after Hassan for doing that bullshit, but, you know, it's just a fucking fact. Sometimes America bad. I know, it sucks, but whatever. Hey, Grandma Flatterson, it's Pep. Yes, it is. It's Pep. I'm here. Appreciate you being here. So you get used to failure early. Oh, that actually kind of makes sense. I mean, listen, I'm exactly where they want me. You know, it just sucks. Like, this is where I get a little salty, is because of, like, you can succeed. You can do everything right. And in America, all it takes is you getting cancer, which, again, you'd think, oh, this is the one time that we should get a break and they should definitely take care of you. No. I don't give a shit. They literally do things like when you going back to work. Like, they're fucking doing that now. They're literally pulling that shit with us now. Like, people everywhere deserve better. Yeah. Yeah, America is engineered to give you cancer. Yeah, no, it is. It literally is. Like, when you think about it, the way that, like, Trump, he just got rid of asbestos, like, protections. Like, really? Oh, okay. Yeah. You know who that's gonna fuck over? It's not gonna be the fucking rich people. Like, honestly. Unless we rise up and we start, you know, if we just kind of do the ultimate funny where it's like, all right, well, if you're gonna make us work with us, then guess what? You're like, oh, you think that's marble? Disability rights have been eroded. It's going to be bad. Yeah, they're coming. Yeah, exactly. They're coming after disability rights. They're literally going after the disabled and saying, like, oh, hey, well, you can work for your food. Oh, hey, well, you need to work a certain amount of hours to even qualify for benefits, which, dude, this is stuff that people have paid into. This is what makes me really disgusted, is when they start doing that shit. When you start talking about disability, where it's like you had something that totally wrecked your entire world. Like, dude, chemo fucks you. It fucks you up so bad. And then they're just like, well, you only get a couple months here to figure that out. It's like, wait, what? And then what? It's like, well, tough titties, you got to figure that shit out. It's like, dude, what the yeah, it's just they take and they take and they take and they take, and then they gamble with our 401ks. The 401ks that we all fucking pay into, and like there's no guarantee that that money will be there. Do you understand how fucked that is? That we live in a society where that's not only like kind of just okay with people, it's expected, and it's almost like people play into it where they're just like, yeah, this is why I pulled out my 401k when I did, blah, 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 blah. Great. Deliberate policy choices, absolutely. It's completely deliberate, and this is why a lot of people are okay with it, is because it doesn't affect them. They see themselves as making all the right choices. The thing is, most people cannot conceptualize and like empathize with the poorest people that are in our country, and a lot of it is just the way that they're taught about, like, oh, well, these people didn't make the right decisions. I've seen it. I've literally heard a white mother say this about a fucking black homeless man, where I so badly just wanted to fucking step in and be like, oh, fuck you. But also, yeah, I do live in a city where I'm just kind of like, fuck it. I'd rather, just get to my destination without causing a scene, which, I don't know. That one, I think back to that one, though, where it's just like, no, because I think that would have been a good learning moment for the kid to, like, kind of, like, because I had moments like that where you kind of learn, like, your parent is kind of an asshole, where it's just like, no, that's not right. It's just, yeah, it's ridiculous. Babe, wake up. Hey, careful. Yeah, Ravy. Just, I don't know. Don't do, like, what could be considered, the Fed posting, that kind of stuff. Okay, for some reason, this thumbnail is not letting me change it. What the hell? This is weird. I'm getting a little upset at this. Whatever. I'll change it after stream. Oh, what a way to start the week. Yay. All right. Woohoo. The hell are you talking about, dude? Okay. Anyway. Who wants to talk some politics? Because I guess we could do that a little bit. I think my comment was censored. I'm sorry. Latina Mafune, if that does happen to you, just, I don't know, type it like Jumbly style. Maybe it'll work. I know that it pisses off a lot of people. I have zero control over the automation on YouTube as far as the stuff that they block out, okay? So I just hope you know that. You've had a fuck, you got fuck all on today. Wait, I'm gonna smoke. Oh, so you got like nothing to do? Nice. I mean, like I said, man, today was such a chill day. No, Latino. I know you probably did, but I just wanted to make sure that the audience knew that. Yeah. I don't really, like, I've got your average stuff that's blocked out like you're supposed to, but yeah, I try not to overly censor, man. I try not to go ban happy. Like, you really gotta do something to piss off my mods. I mean, I'll just say, I'm kind of glad that I gave you guys the go ahead to just kind of get rid of some of the riffraff, because realistically, it has made my life a little bit happier, so. You bought a camper van, and my wife and I stealth camp. We beat the rents. Oh, yeah, Daddy Leo, or Daddy Lo, you actually had mentioned that before, yeah. Beat the rents while living in Michigan in a mobile bug-out bag, ready to get safely away from anything immediately. That is cool. I mean, there is a degree of freedom that's cool with that, but yeah. Like, I got that, well, we got that thing where it's like career and all that, but realistically, man, if all that blows up, me and my wife, we've been talking about, like, our future and what we're doing, and she can't go through cancer a second time going through this American healthcare system, and I've never truly thought about actually moving to Canada until now, where it's like, now we have a real reason, where it's just like, God, well, we can't do this. And also, it really is just like, dude, we are a failing state, man. We don't take care of our people. And we got too many Americans that are way too gung-ho to just stand up for the robber barons to take one from Kyle Kulinski, but it's true. They want to stand up for these robber baron assholes like they're somehow on their side, like they're protected by them. Like, dude, it's so weird. Do an Aussie Arabi. 18 years, we live in a van down by the river. Hey, kind of dope. Oh, man. As I said, there's something freeing about that. I got to do something kind of similar. Like, I lived out, like, let's put it this way. I had a career for a while where I got to live essentially out of a, like you said, a bug out bag. I had a backpack and a knapsack that I carried with me, or I guess you guys call them knapsacks, right? It was just a smaller bag that I could always fit on carry-on. Like, I never had to check any of my luggage, and yeah, it was kind of cool, man. Like, a lot of freedom, but I did sleep in hotels, so that was one of the things that, a little different, but we officially failed as of January 6th, and we've been denied. I mean, yeah, we have Ghost Dog, but at the same time, I'm trying to have more of a positive outlook where it's like, yes, we've failed on this, but I think that, with the rise of the DSA candidates and like, you have a lot of ex-Trumpers or like ex-MAGA that are just they're just kind of saying like, oh my God, did you see that, the DSA like is taking over the Democratic Party, and then they start hearing the policies and they're like, oh, huh. And then they don't have a lot to say past it. And then you got a lot of MAGA that are just kind of turning to that, oh, both sides, they're saying the both sides shit again. Like, oh, both sides have their problems. It's like, oh, shut up. You sat there forever just being like, Democrats this, Democrat Biden this, blah, 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 blah. And now all of a sudden you're just like, yeah, well, You keep hearing DSA, Democratic Socialists of America. Right? Or Democratic Socialist Alliance. God damn it. This is actually a perfect example of my dyslexia. It's because I remember seeing both and like my brain just latched onto both. I can't actually make that determination. Fucking sucks. MAGA made it clear that they were going to do all this in Project 2025. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. There's a video of Ice Chat chasing someone right at the corner of where I live, and it almost causing an accident. New Jersey is already horrible. I don't need any more of this BS from Ice Chuds. Yeah, we're seeing some increased ICE activity in Chicago. They're staying out of the city though, which is weird. I've been like on ICE Tracker almost every day, and they're just in the like suburbs. It's really weird. Like, you guys remember Elgin, where I went to that and I did my first pep walk? There, like literally at that same place, it's called Hemmons. They arrested a person. So, also they had a weird thing happen where there was a stabbing, and like the guy like jumped in the lake and swam away and just, I guess, got away. Kind of crazy. They didn't release a name or anything either, so I wonder if it's still an active investigation. Yeah, it was kind of crazy. I saw that on the local news. I was just like, oh shit, I know that. It's like, oh, suburbs wildin'. Actually, it's kind of weird. Like, the city's been quiet. Like, for everybody that talks about Chicago being a hellhole, like, we haven't had a lot of teen takeovers this summer. Not as many as I thought we would. Like, especially, dude, in May, they were talking about it like we were gonna be expecting it almost every weekend, but no, these are pretty quiet, man. Socialists coming for your bread and circus. Well, that's the thing. Like, they don't see it. They don't see that like their bread and circus is already being taken from them. Like, I don't know, man. These rich fucks, they're playing with some with some hazardous chemicals there. Where are the alien bodies? I don't believe there are any because I don't believe they're actually aliens. Like, dude, I'm the closest I can even come to saying like the Greys are even a thing. It's that they're extra-dimensional humans from, the future. Which, how come my theory is any more wacky than, the spacemen? That because class consciousness is happening, people are aligning. Yes, that is true. And as I said, man, like, for a lot of the people that are saying both sides, I'm seeing this as an opportunity. I'm gonna chill the fuck out. I don't need to thumb my nose at people, and I don't need to be like, look what you did. Look what you did. I really don't have any interest in that. I want to give people the leeway to grow. And it's really hard to have like that attitude, or like to have an attitude of wanting to grow when you're always being told how much of a piece of shit you are. Like, trust me, dude, I have this from my own personal experience. Like, yeah. Positive affirmation goes a long fucking way. Don't ask me because I think aliens are real. Oh, well then ask Bloodstone. I don't care. Like, dude, if aliens are real, then could they fucking speed this up? Can they do something? I don't think aliens are real in the way that we think they are. I think aliens are real in the way that Project Hail Mary actually did a real good job with that, where it's like if there is going to be like a source of consciousness, it's going to be a walking, talking rock. It's going to be something weird like that. But we got this weird way of just needing it to be, like us. Either that, or it's the opposite, where they look just like us and they had like a similar growth pattern and everything, but just a little bit of a different environmental tweak. So they evolved a little bit differently, but I don't know. Listen, I am just a dum-dum who happens to live on this planet, getting my maybe 70 to 80 years here if I'm lucky. Yeah. Not exactly what I would call special. So, watch. I'm the guy that they make first contact with. It's just like, why? Why me? That's what come on. It's like, nah, man. I wasn't prepared for this. I don't want this responsibility. I'd be so upset. I would very much be like Zephyr Cochran. I would just be like, oh. I just kind of want to drink, just to hang out. Ah, damn it. How did I get important at work? Well, your views are going up. People like aliens. Oh, thank you for noticing. Listen, as I said, dude, I don't have a strong opinion one way or the other. I love sci-fi. I absolutely love sci-fi. I don't know, man. Like, I don't have a very... Okay, so I love sci-fi, and I love the way that the stories are written, but I don't think that any of it lends to science fact. You know what I mean? Like I was just kind of saying, everything is a little bit more boring than we think. So I heard sci-fi, but there be monsters. Hey, there be monsters. All right. I just, like I said, I just don't think that it's the Ponfar. That's what was happening last week. I was going through my Ponfar. I was so angry. Aliens eating Pep's chips, watching the new thing called wrestling, and Pep walks in. Literally 8 billion other people. Why me? Yeah, it was like, oh, come on, man. Really? Henry eat my chips? Damn, dude. Like, at least ask. I'm going to the Ponfar night at a local Vulcan nightclub. Damn, dude. It's gonna get wild there. But no, man, I do think, I don't know. I think there is something out there. It's kind of like the God thing. It's like, there might be something, but the idea that so many people have such conviction in their beliefs on this stuff without actually having anything to really show for it. I don't understand why there isn't more to be like to being kind of like maybe, sure, hedging your bets almost. Like the actual way that most Christians, real like American Christianity is just Christian. You're a Christian of convenience. Like they don't actually practice any of it. Let's be real. Most of them are doing that thing where they're just like, I just don't want to die and like get to the gates of heaven and be like, oh, what do you mean I don't get to, dude? So I'm sure we all have this friend, right? On Facebook where somebody you knew a long time ago, don't really talk to anymore, but they're still on your feed. So I got somebody like that all of a sudden I saw something about how even in heaven it has a wall and it has it has checks and balance or it has a check system and you have to go through a process. I was just like, oh, you fucking asshole. And he's like, and in hell it has open borders. I'm like, yeah, you know what the funny part is? Neither are real. He did not like that. I think it's kind of funny when that happens because every once in a while I can't help myself and I'm just like, fuck it. I guess I'm about to start this conversation, haven't seen you or talked to you in over fucking 20 something years, but hey, fuckface, you just said something really stupid on Facebook. Gonna make sure you know. I need to find my nerds and have my own God is beyond anything that we comprehend. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Not sure if you've seen it, but it's on YouTube. The Man from Earth. It's awesome, and you need to watch it. Wait, The Man from Earth. I feel like I've heard of this. Midwest feeling pretty warm. Like, oh, it's hell right now, man. There's a heat advisory in effect right now. It is officially still 89. Starting to go down a little bit. Let's see. I'm getting to that point where I might be able to go for a night swim or something. Okay. Sorry, guys. I had to check that. And it's still not giving me my update. Come on. Let's go. Come on. Come on. There we go. And it's going to be... Fuck yeah, man. It's going to be 80 all night. Love night swims. Yeah, man. Although, my neighbor, he, for some reason, has like one of those, like, it's not like a pond. It's like I call it like one of those rain reservoir things. Man, he doesn't treat it for mosquitoes, so like it gets kind of bad. I want a singing vegetable too. Oh well, I mean VeggieTales. Could you imagine poor Larry the Cucumber getting picked up by a not so Christian gal at the store, where he's just like, oh, hey, I'm Larry the Cucumber. I'm here to tell you about the Lord, our Lord and Savior. What's going on? Why are you putting this little hat on me? Oh, I can't breathe under this. Uh-oh, where am I going? Oh, it's warm in here. Wait a minute. Oh, I'm starting to get a little seasick. Uh-oh. Feel like I'm bouncing up and down a lot, but I'm not actually bouncing. Uh-oh. He just comes out, he's all just like fucking traumatized. Bob's just like, Larry, where you been? I don't want to talk about it, Bob. Fuck. I'm surprised that nobody actually ever did that. Do not, don't go in there. Man. Love it. The vegetable messiah will return, smite humanity so that the veggies can reclaim dominion. I'm gonna just say this. This fucking fucked up summer has ruined my broccoli plants, and I'm not happy. Like, I'm really, really not happy. Like, dude, I worked hard on those. I was gonna grow my own broccoli florets and just, like, I had three nice ones going too, man. And like, something happened with the shock in the weather. Broccoli, isn't it summer? Yeah, I know. They got shocked during the spring where, like, yeah, no, and yeah, whatever. You must start broccoli indoors. Dude, no, I started them like in the spring, and they never really grew. Oh, whatever. I got my pepper plants. I got the big one that I'd be devastated if it didn't like grow is my chiles. I need those. I really do. Oh, if you don't mind the cost of living, Prime Minister, what's about hockey? I mean, I think that the cost of living isn't too different than where I currently live when you take into consideration, like the whole, conversion of the dollar. But yeah, broccoli and cheddar are great. Oh, it is. Last year, it was a waste of space. Yeah, dude, that's where I'm at. Like, my spinach kind of did the same thing where, like, it's impressively tall, but yeah, even with like me doing the harvesting, it's just, yeah, I'm having some whatever. Sophie, hello. How's it going? My boy. That's true. Hope you're doing well, Sophie. Hope you got a good weekend. Oh yeah, shit. I forgot to start a thing here. Also, holy crap, we've been on for 2 hours and I haven't even gotten to one story. Well, that's just not okay, because I've at least, dude, we got a special surprise for later. Also, I'm not gonna be able to hang as late tonight. It's probably gonna be like around, I know I say this a lot too, but it's gonna be like around 4:30. 5 at the latest, as far as 4 hours, 30 minutes, or 5 hours of stream. But I appreciate everybody, dude. Seriously, like, if you guys hang here for the entire stream, like, you guys are heroes on that end. And also, I hope, like, I do make this entertaining enough to justify you guys hanging for 5 hours. So. Oh, hey, Han's here. And my dad pees in. Wait. My dad's peas and beans are in? That's not how you spell peas. Rebecca. Peas. It's peas. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, God. That one, dude, that... I was just like, what? Your dad's peeing. He's peeing in beans? Oh, why? Whose day is he ruining? It sounds like a dude from Texas, though. It's like, okay, I've heard peeing in somebody's cereal, but if you're peeing in someone's beans, that tells me that you're trying to ruin their mid-afternoon. Come on, give peas a chance. Hey, I like peas. The veggie, like I like some, refrigerated peas after, like, yeah, the ones that you put in salads. Oh God, you know what? I just realized it. I really do I do like them. They're good. But saying that I like peas like a lot, I don't know. I just feel like that this is one of the prime, picking moments for people that are just like, okay, clip it. Also, what up, Charlie? How's it going, Colonel? Good to see you. Pea soup. Ew. Ugh. Manual labor's not work is a good thing. Increases power production, lower costs. That's not how it works, though. There's I don't think you understand how agriculture works. There's a lot of stuff that you can't automate. There's too much that you just cannot automate. But okay. Also, you take them out of the system, and then you don't have a lot of people offsetting it with paying taxes. That's how it works. I know that this is like a concept that a lot of Republicans don't like, but they don't like to acknowledge the fact that, you know, the illegals, they pay taxes. And those taxes help you in your life. But whatever, man. We get it. We get it. My grandparents are beef pea farmers. Dried wasabi peas go hard as fuck. Fuck yeah, they do. I wonder why they don't serve real wasabi in the U.S. Because I actually don't know. Yeah, why don't they? I mean, you can get it. Like, we have a Japanese market here that, like, you can get the real stuff. Pea soup reflecting pool. Dude, I need to make a good split pea soup. But it is summer. It is 91 degrees outside. Although my house is as cold as a fucking icebox right now, so. And it's only because I'm in the basement. Which kind of sucks. It is so weird to have this situation where, like, in the dead of winter, I will be streaming down here in a t-shirt. It's always the opposite. Yay! It's wild. What must be automated, but very... yeah, no, again, there's very specific things. Like, this is what drives me nuts is when they'll take a half-truth and they'll just ride with it without, you know, acknowledging the more, you know, the complexities of what they're talking about. It's so rare, it never makes it very far outside Japan, real wasabi. I mean, as I said, like, I've had it. I know, like, I know the difference. Third gen farmer. Fucked it all up. My grandfather was wealthy. We had to sell. Oh, shit, really? I do know that there's a lot of family farms that are getting bought up by private equity, and that's the whole goal. I mean, they're not going to go out there and tell you that, but that's the entire goal. They want private equity. This is why guys like Scott Bessonette, like, go out there with their fucking stupid fucking smug smiles, and they say it. They tell you the quiet part out loud, man. Like, you just got to pay attention, but these are the guys that, like, most maggots are not paying attention to. They don't give a fuck about any of the cabinet people in Trumplandia. Like, they don't give a fuck. They like Pete Hegseth because he's, like, funny. Like, I got a buddy, you know, my buddy Brandon. He doesn't even like Hegseth, but he likes the SNL bit, so he's just like, yeah, that's funny, you know? Like, that's kind of how I picture it, where it's just like, yeah, if they have a character that they, you know, have an SNL bit or something, then they're likely going to be at least a little more popular. But realistically, like I said, nobody is listening to these people. They're not listening to their press conferences. They don't give a fuck. I kind of had this weird moment where I realized, I'm like, dude, I see way more right-wing media than right-wingers. For sure. And it's obvious because of what I do, but damn. Like, the amount of times that I have had, like, these conversations where I really was kind of coming at it from, like, being up in arms, where I'm just like, oh, you didn't see this? Wow! And then kind of just also realizing, like, oh, yeah, the algorithm's not going to really push the stuff that makes Republicans look bad. Therefore, it's kind of hard for them to get any information on anything that's happening around them, is because it all makes them look bad. So, wait. Oh, yeah. Oh, man. We talked about that on Friday. Okay, so first things first. I appreciate you guys all hanging. Pep, it's by design. History repeats itself. Fascists will go into hiding, then come out like cockroaches when they sense that they can appear larger than they are. Yep. Oh, yeah. They definitely want you to feel like you're in the minority. No, dude, nothing pisses off rich people than seeing somebody that's poor and happy. If you're poor and happy, they want to take your happiness away. They want, literally. That's how evil these cocksuckers are. Like, if you're laughing, their life goal becomes to take that fucking laugh away from you. And that's why I can't stand people that stand up for this shit, where it's just like, dude, do you understand how much of a clown you are? Like, and it's not just, like, the left that they want to take that from. It's the poor. It's literally anybody that, isn't with them. Happy West Coast. Good to know. I just realized that I started 10 minutes late. That's a fuck up my timing. You got neighbors like that? I hate that. Yeah. Yeah, I've kind of I actually did the thing. Like me and my wife, we've gotten to know our neighbors a little bit more. Like we started going for like more walks and yeah, man. Yoshi Airhead, what up, dude? I just joined. Somebody catch me up. Oh, dude, we're chilling today. I'm just kind of ranting and, we're just kind of having a hang. I haven't really covered any news stories or anything, so you joined at the perfect time. I will say that much. But also, if you guys have not already subbed to this channel, consider doing so. I'm one away from 2920, and I'm trying to get to that 3,000, guys. Like, if you guys have not already subbed, yeah, what's going on? What can I do better? Let me know, as long as it's good faith. And then, yeah, if you guys can also share the stream with some people that you think might like this content, consider doing it, man. I've been sharing a lot more of the content that I find where I'm just like, hey, I think my friend would dig this, but you got a pivot? Nice. Yeah, hell yeah, dude. That's cool. I got a nice Puffco upstairs. You know what I got? I got one of those the joint, it's just like a mini water apparatus that you put the J in. Dude, it's one of the best things I've ever had. Pep, where's my hat from? My hat is from a company that sells fun stuff here in our legal state. So I can't say the name of it, but if one of you guys in chat guesses the name, I will let you guys, I will say yes, that is it. But yeah, somebody, and I would guess that, let's see, Bloodstone by Stars. I think that you might know what it is. I'll just say this much: if you frequent the dispos, then you would probably know, because I know it's one of those brands that makes its way around. No Coheed. It is not. A plumber riding a dinosaur who thinks of this shit. People like me are just like, dude, I got an idea. Let's see. I can give a hint. Something as along the lines of "Feel the rhythm of the night." There we go. I just got a CBJ. Nice. Yeah, I actually just got a some little mints. Oh, dude. Dangerous. Like those are good. Anyway, I think that, yeah, dude, we've had fun here. We can actually get into the news of the day and everything, but as I was saying before, I kindly and rudely interrupted myself. Yeah, if you guys have not already hit the like on the stream and double tap, please consider doing so. Bro, have you seen that Japanese guy that's ripping legal Japanese carts that are these extremely... What? No, because I thought that anything that's green based is really outlawed in Japan. That's actually the reason I have no interest in going to Japan. In reality, I would love to. I'm gonna just be completely real. If I could have my medical stuff with me, because I do use it for medicinal purposes. I'm one of those weirdos. I know. Then I would be totally down to go to Japan. But the fact that I've heard that it's no, they don't fuck around, man. You could get in big trouble, banned from the country, blah, 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 blah. It's just I have no interest. All right, Pull the stick out of your ass. That is Shockwave. No. The new pack must be stronger because you're barely smoking anything. I gotta do dishes and finish dinner, but you will be listening and lurking. Cool. Awesome. All right. Well, that is the perfect time for me to start doing some segments. So let's do it. I would be more eager to visit Japan if I was fluent in Japanese. You don't need to be fluent in a language. I've visited plenty of Spanish or Spanish, English first. Sorry. English as a first language countries. So, yeah. Well, let's see, because I've been to France. Is it bad that like I learned kind of like what Dutch was when I was in Holland? I was an idiot. I was just like, what the fuck do they speak here? They're like Dutch. I'm like, what? Yeah, they don't speak Hollandaise. Hey, that's a bad joke. Seriously though, I was like, oh, I was like, this is, whoa. When you're like really, really ripped there, and you're trying so hard, you're just like, it's all meshing together. Oh no. I definitely had that typical American moment there because, oh boy, one thing that they have that we don't is the hashish. Oh man, that was wild. I was not prepared for where that took me. So, Amsterdam rules. Just gonna say, Amsterdam fucking rules. Yeah, France was cool. England was okay, but yeah, England, they kind of do that thing where they speak English. So that doesn't count in this one. Been to Quebec. Been to every province in Canada, so that's cool. And I've also, spent some time in Mexico. So not well traveled, but I'm traveled. I've gone places. I've done things. Rebecca, Mamdani will destroy NYC. Terry, how's it feel to know that the crime rate is fucking at an all-time low right now? Like, dude, I don't know. Seems like you guys just kind of did the thing where you want to hate him and you want him to fail, so you're just like, oh, I'm gonna go out there and just be like, this is... Like, we don't even do that with America. Like, I know that some people, like, occasionally do. Like, they'll preemptively just be like, Trump destroyed America. Trump did... But the other difference is Trump is objectively destroying America. He's destroying everything that makes America America. You can't love America and then hate the Constitution and all the protections that it gives. You can't hate all the progress that we've made. That's kind of how this goes. Like, dude, we've literally stepped back 50 years. Good IV today. Very good. All right. Let's do some news. Oh yeah, that's right. I wanted to show you guys this. This was crazy. So yeah, there was this flooding that happened. Oh shit. I just realized I can't show that because that will spoil the surprise I have in store for a little bit later in the show. Okay. Sorry, guys. Having another fucking moment here where nothing wants... Are you serious? That would be a bitch. If this doesn't work, because that would mean that for some reason There we go. We got it. All right, so this shit's crazy. Yeah, check out these floods in Kentucky. This is just a quick, random story. Also, nice Hayward pool filter. Also, well taken care of.
See, that fence held all that for all that time, that pressure. That's huge. I just
Damn.
hope the building don't blow through the fence. That'd suck. But it's plastic, I guess. My pool don't get blown away.
I mean, the pool, that the structure of that pool is impressive. I'll say that much. Although his, if he didn't already shut the power off for the pool and it's flooding like that, ooh, yeah, that's dangerous right there. You don't want to do that. Terry, this is why you guys are going, you're just like, you know what? Fuck off, Terry. Like, oh, you guys are just like, nah, we're not having this today. It is kind of like, hey, I'm glad that you guys are feeling the positivity. All right, let's start the news the best way possible with some Democracy Now.
Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Venezuela's acting president, Elsie Rodriguez, has declared a state of emergency after scores of people were killed and over 1,000 injured by two powerful earthquakes that struck near the capital, Caracas, on Wednesday evening. The death toll is currently at over 160, but likely to continue rising as rescue workers frantically search for survivors in the rubble of at least dozens of collapsed buildings.
That's crazy, because I heard it was like over 4,000.
The first earthquake, registered 7.2 on the Richter
that
scale,
just,
was
like,
followed less than a minute later by an even more powerful 7.5
there's so many
magnitude
people
earthquake.
missing.
This is a survivor.
Fortunately, my family, my wife, my granddaughter, and I were out of the apartment building. When we got back, we saw it was completely destroyed. Luckily, the neighbors managed to save their lives, too.
Can you imagine?
What can I say?
Could you
Many
imagine?
families are going to end up like this, with destroyed buildings in
Yeah,
Caracas.
just going home and just
The U.S.
just gone.
Geological Survey warns there's a high chance the death toll could rise into the tens of thousands or even top 100,000. Wednesday's earthquakes follow U.S. airstrikes on Caracas and other Venezuelan cities in January, which came after 20 years
You're guessing that the floodwaters weren't normal for Kentucky? No.
of devastating U.S. sanctions that left Caracas's electrical grid and other infrastructure in disrepair. After headlines, we'll talk about what's happening there. The White House has asked Congress to approve nearly $88 billion in supplemental funding, mostly to cover the cost of the U.S. war in Iran. That's down from the $200
Okay. This is why every time that I get a Republican in my chat that starts talking about the cost of stuff, or like the fucking Nick Shirley, going out and finding the fraud in Minnesota or Doge or any of it, it's all, you guys don't care. You don't care. Like, this is just a blatant waste. And the fact is, this war was it was just a massive failure.
billion-dollar request floated by
But
Defense
here we
Secretary
are.
Pete Hegseth in March, but still dwarfs the pace of military spending during the height of the U.S. occupations of Iraq and Afghanistan. On Wednesday, Secretary of State Marco Rubio met with Gulf allies in Kuwait, Bahrain, and the United Arab Emirates. He said technical talks with Iran are scheduled for next week in Geneva and ruled out any deal in which Iran would charge a fee for passage through the Strait of Hormuz.
I know of no country on the planet that supports tolling or a fee for the use of the straits. That's not going to happen. The president.
That's bullshit. That's blatant bullshit. Trump has literally said that he wanted to do it.
Abundantly clear.
Israeli attacks killed at least 2 people in southern Lebanon Wednesday, coming despite the renewed ceasefire between the U.S. and Iran, which requires an end to Israel's occupation of southern Lebanon. On Wednesday, the U.S. hosted another round of talks between Israeli and Lebanese diplomats. Once again,
Flooding ain't no
Hezbollah
joke.
was not a party to the talks. In Tel Aviv, Israeli Defense Minister Israel Katz said
No, if you get a flash flood alert, just make sure that you're at the highest point of your home or wherever the fuck you're at, because, yeah.
Troops would not withdraw from southern
it,
Lebanon.
It happens very, very fast.
The IDF is prepared, and we are not retreating. We announced that in any case, we are not withdrawing. And as of this moment, this is a political achievement. There is no American demand for Israel to withdraw from Lebanon.
In Gaza, an Israeli drone struck a tent housing displaced Palestinians in Al-Mawasi on Wednesday, killing a 12-year-old child and wounding several others. The attack came one day after a United Nations Commission of Inquiry reported Israel's deliberate targeting of children as part of an ongoing genocide against Gaza's Palestinian population. In the occupied West Bank, Israeli forces shot and killed a 29-year-old Palestinian man during a raid on the town of Al Yamoun, west of Jenin. Meanwhile, the Palestinian journalist Mujahid Bani Mufla has released shocking images taken before and after he was jailed by Israel without charge in a so-called administrative detention.
Just remember, if this wasn't Israeli, this would be a different fucking report
he was
here.
starved and abused. He suffered a severe brain hemorrhage just 2 days after
be
his
talking
release,
about how Israeli would stop at nothing to like have revenge, blah blah blah, and everybody would be like, okay.
Removed. In a statement, the Palestinian Prisoner Society says Mufla is not an isolated case and that, quote, thousands have been subjected to systematic violations inside Israeli prisons, including torture, starvation, denial of treatment, physical and psychological assaults, in addition to continuous psychological terror. San Jose State University has been ordered to reinstate a tenured professor who was fired for her pro-Palestinian activism.
Nice.
An arbitrator issued the order to rehire Professor Sankil after finding her dismissal was, quote, excessive and disproportionate, unquote.
Right.
Professor Keel hailed the ruling as a, quote, victory for academic freedom on campus.
I mean, it's ridiculous. The fact that, like, God forbid you have a fucking opinion on genocide.
Unquote. Keel had been fired after participating in 3 on-campance demonstrations over the
way
war
that
in
we,
Gaza.
again, have just capitulated in our own, like, just in our own way, where it's just like, yeah, we're gonna police all the language, and we're gonna be the ones that always report on it.
She also served as faculty advisor to Students for Justice in Palestine.
Damn, dude.
President Trump abruptly called off plans to sign a bipartisan housing bill.
Not always taking the bait.
Wednesday, less than 2 hours before a scheduled signing ceremony. On social media, Trump declared the event was, quote, hereby canceled until such a time as we pass the desperately needed Save America Act, which I consider to be a national emergency, he wrote.
I mean, the housing thing is going into law in 10 days anyway. So, like, this isn't like what he thought it was, and it's not the leverage he thought it was. If anything, this is why I'm getting so sick of the Democrats. The fact that Hakeem Jeffries isn't out here riling up every single Dem to just be like, go and use this on Twitter. Go show your constituencies that this is what he's doing, while we are trying to actually fucking give you guys like more housing. We're trying to give you guys better outcomes in life, and this is what he's doing.
The legislation would require voters to produce passports or birth certificates showing their current name in order to register to vote or update voter registration information. Voting rights experts say it could disenfranchise millions of citizens. Meanwhile, Trump visited Capitol Hill for a closed-door meeting with Senate Republicans.
It's also that some of those people need to fucking wake the fuck up. Realize as they walk in to go and vote, they're probably not going to be able to.
Where he castigated them for refusing to abolish the filibuster in order to pass the Save
many
America
people don't
Act.
even check their voter rolls. Like, this is why it's so weird, because me as a political commentator, I know to do this stuff.
Meeting reportedly devolved into a shouting match between Trump and Louisiana Senator Dr. Bill Cassidy, who sided with most
all
Democrats
hate him so
and
much.
3
And
other
why is Rick Scott moving around like a fucking chicken?
Republican senators in favor of a resolution ordering Trump end the U.S. war in Iran. Following the meeting, the Senate voted 45-50 to defeat a second nearly identical war powers resolution on Iran after Senator Cassidy reversed his vote and Kentucky Republican Senator Rand Paul voted present. Ukraine's intensifying its attacks inside Russia, striking a major natural gas processing plant, one of the largest in the world. In addition, Ukraine struck 2 key satellite communication centers inside Russia. A Ukrainian drone also struck an apartment building in a Russian-held area of the Donetsk region. At least 3 people were killed. Meanwhile, a Russian artillery strike in the Kherson region of Ukraine killed 2 mine disposal experts from the Oslo-based charity Norwegian People's Aid. And in Moscow, the prominent anti-war politician Maxim Krugloff has been sentenced to 7 years in prison. He was convicted of spreading false information about the Russian military for posting messages online about civilian deaths in Ukraine. Krugloff is the deputy leader of
see, this is the stuff that Trump sees, and he's like, I need more of that.
The liberal Yabloko party.
How come I can't get that?
In Russia, the party's former leader, Sergei Matrokhin, condemned the sentence.
The prosecutor and the investigator did not even hesitate to accuse him of disagreeing with the political course of the country's leadership. For that, he was now given 7 years. What can I say? I think this is a return to the darkest times.
A U.S. appeals court cleared the way for the Trump administration to resume the expedited mass deportation of immigrants without a chance to appear before a judge. On Tuesday, a 3-judge panel of the U.S. Court of Appeals for the D.C. Circuit delivered a split 2-to-1 ruling that overturned a lower court's ruling that fast-track deportations far from the U.S. border likely violate the due process rights of immigrants. Both the judges who sided with the Trump administration are appointees of President Trump. In a dissenting opinion, Circuit Judge Robert Wilkins wrote, quote, "Due process does not wait for a final removal order to be issued before it is owed." Meanwhile, a federal judge in California has barred Trump administration from making arrests at immigration courts nationwide. The ruling also limits the amount of time people arrested for immigration violations can be jailed.
Good.
This follows a ruling by a separate federal judge last month barring arrests at New York
this is the checks and balances part.
The Pentagon's reversed course and will once again require flu vaccines for all recruits. In April, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth made the flu shot optional, citing what he called medical autonomy and religious freedom. However, the Pentagon reinstated the vaccine mandate after a flu outbreak at Lackland Air Base sickened nearly 300 people. A source told the Associated Press just 40% of new recruits opted to receive the flu shot after Hegseth made it optional. The intelligence alliance known as Five Eyes is warning that powerful new artificial intelligence models are rapidly becoming capable of devastating cyber attacks against governments and businesses. In a rare joint statement.
Yeah, the thing that's really scary is that apparently this was happening underneath some of the researchers' nose, where like they caught it and they were like, oh shit, because like they kind of caught these, like the AIs planning this shit like on their own, and they're like, oh, wait a minute.
Intelligence officers from the U.S., UK, Australia, New Zealand,
gotta love it.
And
gotta
Canada
love how like the Terminator is literally that thing where it's just like,
could soon lower barriers for malicious hackers.
We've all known this was a bad idea for a while now.
Complexity of cyber attacks. This comes after the Trump administration ordered Anthropic to limit access to its Fable and Mythos AI models after they proved highly adept at exploiting critical software vulnerabilities. According to a report in The Economist, an Anthropic AI agent was able to penetrate nearly all classified systems managed by the NSA and U.S. Cyber Command within hours. And in Peru, Keiko Fujimori, daughter of the former dictator Alberto Fujimori, appears poised to become Peru's next president. The far-right Fujimori has a 43,000-vote lead over the leftist lawmaker Roberto Sanchez. Election officials say only 40,000 ballots remain to be counted. On Tuesday, Sanchez said he would not recognize results of the presidential runoff, alleging votes cast by Peruvians outside Peru were processed improperly. Sanchez received more votes than Fujimori inside Peru, but Fujimori won the election because she received 65% of the vote from Peruvians living outside Peru. Sanchez spoke in Lima Tuesday.
How the fuck does that work?
A fraud is underway today before the national...
I honestly, that ain't okay. What kind of fucking system is that where it's just like, hey, bunch of expats that haven't been here for a long ass time, hey, you still get your rights to vote.
Elections.
Fuck off.
Jury. We filed the annulment yesterday precisely to stop this illegality. If the National Elections Jury does not act in accordance with the law, in accordance with transparency...
I'll just say this, if this is a thing in America...
Because the transparency we requested for the vote recount, they do not want to consider it. What are they hiding?
Nothing suspicious at all.
Those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman.
And I'm Nermeen Sheikh. Welcome to our listeners and viewers.
All right. All right, so yeah, let's go through this. This was wild. I saved this one specifically for today. Oh wait, no, this isn't the old one. This one's from earlier today. Okay, so there's a older clip. Let's see. Is it this one? Oh yeah, it was this one. Here we go. Let's play this one first.
Good morning. What's up, everybody? I'm Jacob Soboroff. It is Sunday, June 28th, and you are watching Connect. You know my happy place is an election day, and we are once again just days away from another important primary election here in America.
I'll be right back.
Voters will head to the polls in Colorado to vote in primaries for the governorship and the House and the Senate and other state races. And after the progressive sweep in New York City on Tuesday, one House race just got really, really interesting. In New York, three candidates backed by Democratic Socialist Mayor Zoran Mamdani won their primaries, knocking out 2 incumbent Democrats in a powerful show of force against the establishment. And to centrist Democrats, these wins are not just any Democratic wins. They're a warning sign that the playbook that they have been running on might not be what their voters want anymore. Progressives are on a hot streak, and Donald Trump is already running with it. He is doing what he does best. He's putting his own spin on the messaging and slinging around familiar insults.
They're communists, they're not social democrats. They want to completely destroy the traditional American way of life. Communism is very easy to sell. It destroys everything, but it's very easy. I'll be honest, I think I'd be the greatest communist in history.
Okay. Well, let me get this straight. Communists are bad and will destroy America, but he would be the greatest communist in history. Cool. Anyway, let me state the obvious. Those progressive candidates won in deep blue New York City, so it is not exactly a full referendum on the midterms in November. And moderate Democrats have been doing well in races far more likely to decide control of Congress. But we cannot ignore that Tuesday's primaries were an undeniable sign that Americans are tired of the status quo. And this is bigger than one city or one mayor. Progressive candidates are hoping to ride this wave in races all across the nation. Take Abdul El Sayed, for example. He is a progressive former public health official endorsed by Bernie Sanders, running for a competitive seat in Michigan to replace retiring Democratic Senator Gary Peters. He told Politico
is that primary? Is that
happening
tomorrow?
in New York. It is happening in Michigan. I think we are seeing it happen across the country
I know that
now.
Colorado
Folks
is
are
tomorrow.
sick and tired of being sick and tired. Or take a look at what's going on in Wisconsin. Francesca Hong, a candidate running on the Democratic Socialists of America campaign and playbook, is looking to win the governor's seat there. She is gaining traction in the polls and says it is time Wisconsin and Democrats tried something new.
I was at the Democratic convention this past weekend, and I got asked over and over again about, we love your campaign, we love what you stand for, your policies are amazing, it's so thorough, but can you win?
I just feel like AIPAC is also starting to run out of money.
I wouldn't be running if I didn't think we could win.
And this all brings us back to Colorado and the race to watch on Tuesday. Melat Quiros is a 29-year-old Democratic socialist giving incumbent Congresswoman Diana DeGette her biggest primary challenge in nearly 30 years. Quiros is an Ethiopian immigrant, an attorney, a barista, and a PhD student. And Melat Quiros joins me now. She is running in the Democratic primary for Colorado's 1st Congressional District. Good morning. Thanks for being here.
Thanks for having me, Jacob.
How are you feeling? What stands between you and victory on Tuesday?
Right now, we're feeling fantastic. We're seeing millions of dollars being poured in by corporate PACs and super PACs and anonymous super PACs with dark money. But we know for a fact that we are going to be able to beat all of those dollars because we have thousands of volunteers knocking on doors all across the city, talking to our neighbors about the values we care about, the policies that we want to see, and the world that we want to live in.
I've been watching the race relatively closely and digging in over the last couple of days, and you are running the strongest challenge to Diana DeGette in 30 years. Why do you think someone with no political experience, at least in the vein that she has, is resonating with people?
I think candidates have a responsibility to meet voters where they're
Wait. So is she unseating him in the primary?
at. And that's what we started with this
Or
campaign.
is this just
over
like
11
she's
months
running
ago.
to
in
get
bookstores and coffee shops and bars and
primary
restaurants,
win?
meeting
Like,
voters where
wait a
they're
minute.
at, talking about the concerns that they have, not
The
only
way they
about
have
our
that
government,
list
but
is
the
a little
state of our
confusing.
country right now and how we are actually going to move forward and what kind of policies we need to get that done. And in Denver, we are a city that is extremely progressive, extremely young. We've passed things like universal pre-K, like term limits, like publicly financed elections. Our campaign is the only campaign in this race with every single one of those issues on our platform. We're resonating with the voters because we're fighting for the things that they care about.
The acrimony in this election has sort of turned up, and progressive leaders in your state are criticizing you, declining to call the deadly firebombing attack last year on a Jewish community rally in Boulder anti-Semitic, and you've also been criticized over your comments tied to October 7th. Views over Israel seem like a common line of attack between democratic socialists
always the
and mainstream
same thing, and this
Democrats,
is where they
in all
don't
of these
understand that
primary
this is
elections.
why
But
they're
what's your
losing.
response to members of your own party, especially the progressive Democrats in your state who are criticizing you?
You know, I think what happened in the Boulder firebombing was a horrific attack on a group of Jewish people that were peacefully protesting. It has made many Jewish people in our city, in our states, and in our entire country feeling extremely unsafe. And that's why I think it's incredibly important that we distinguish between anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism, because our responsibility is to protecting our neighbors, protecting our Jewish brothers and sisters in this city. That is my commitment.
All right, man.
To combating any hate that comes their way, while also making sure that we are not using our taxpayer dollars to fund endless wars and genocide abroad, protecting babies here and protecting babies abroad.
I wonder how you would characterize Diana DeGette's campaign against you, because 48 hours before you and live streamer Hassan Piker were supposed to hold an event at the Ogden Theater, I think it was. The venue canceled the event. This was a couple of weeks ago due to pressure and concern from the local community, reports said, and the rally was moved to the Capitol steps. I saw this crowd. It was enormous. Tell me that story. What was behind that whole situation?
Yeah, wasn't that the one with Hassan?
You know, we had several venues cancel on us the week leading up to the rally that we were going to be having, not only with Hassan Piker, but with several other candidates, including Justin Pearson and Donovan McKinney, my fellow Justice Democrats, where we were going to be talking about what we were going to need to do to not only change our party, but to fight for a kind of politics that really meaningfully helps working families and uplifts them. We saw several of those venues cancel on us at the very last minute. And, you know, while they can cancel and take us out of the buildings that we were holding in these rallies, they can't stop us from building this movement. So we took it to the People's House, we took it to the Capitol steps, and we gathered hundreds, almost over 1,000 voters that wanted.
That amplified it even more. I mean, it was very
strong with us.
Denver is not New York, but I wonder if you have taken any lessons from watching Zoran Mamdani's slate of progressive Democrats win on last Tuesday.
Denver's not New York, but Denver actually rates socialism higher than we rate capitalism by 4 points. And, you know, when I talk to voters about what we're doing and why I'm a democratic socialist, I remind them that we have socialism already, right? It's in the roads that we drive on. It's in the schools we send our kids to. It's in the fire stations we call upon. I'm just asking that we extend that security to our healthcare, to our housing, to our nutritional food, to our higher education, so that we're actually meeting the basic needs of everyday working families in this country. So that
Who is this? She's running for
so that we're actually thriving.
Congress
and in the wealthiest, most powerful country on
Colorado.
Earth, we're not asking for much.
You mentioned healthcare, and one of your top policies is Medicare for All. But Diana DeGette is a co-sponsor of the Medicare for All Act in Congress. Are there any dividing lines between the two of you on Medicare for All?
Yeah, the dividing line is how we actually get it done. There is no world where we pass Medicare for all while there is still a majority of members of Congress that are taking money from the very health insurance companies that would effectively be legislated out of existence. It's the same reason why the National Nurses United's policy director also expressed concern for members of Congress that are co-sponsoring this bill while also taking money from big health insurance companies. And we have to pass Medicare for all. We have to get that done in the next Democratic administration. That's how we MAGA-proof our future. That's how we guarantee that whatever sycophant fills Donald Trump's shoes in 2032 and tries to lay blame on all of our vulnerable communities for why the system is rigged, we can point to a piece of legislation that we passed that meaningfully helped working families. And the only way we get Medicare for all passed is by getting rid of the Democrats that are actively standing in that way, by taking money from the same interests that don't want to see Medicare for all passed.
You have made your personal story as an immigrant to this country a part of your campaign, and you have talked about how your father spoke to you about Democrats as a child, which is why you wanted to be a Democrat, and sort of part of your origin story is why you decided to run in this race. Talk to me about why your personal life story makes you suited to be the congressperson in Colorado at this moment.
Yeah, you know, I immigrated to Denver in '98 when I was a baby and watched my parents navigate this brand new country, navigate the immigration process. And once they became naturalized and chose the party that they wanted to belong to, I asked him why he chose the party of Democrats. And he said, because this is the party that fights for working people. This is the party that got fair labor laws, the New Deal, Social Security. This is the party that fights for working people. But it didn't just happen overnight. People had to push the party to fight for these kinds of policies. That was organizers, that was dreamers, that were people pushing leadership in our party to fight for working families. That's what we just saw in New York City, the voters pushing the party to elect leaders that are going to stand up to the special interests and the billionaires and the corporations that are responsible for burning our planet and keeping our prices high. I think that's what we're going to see here in Denver on Tuesday, and I think we're seeing it happening all across the country.
Moderate Democrats are worried that this shift to the left
Democrats, here we go. Here's the coded language.
Put forward by Democratic Socialists will hurt Democrats' long-term
This was the part that I was just like, oh God, they're trying so hard.
Over and over again, yet Democratic Socialists continue to win. What do you say to that criticism from the establishment part of the party?
I'd point out that they've shown no evidence for why any of these policies would hurt the party in the long term. In fact, there is a mountain of evidence that shows that policies like Medicare for All, Housing First, and universal child care would be immensely helpful to working families and therefore helpful to the party. At the end of the day, it is cheaper to house someone than to leave them homeless. It is cheaper to heal someone than it is to let them go sick. It is cheaper to give young families child care than it is to let them figure it out for themselves or force one of them to stay out of the workforce. These are all common sense policies that have the support of a super majority of the voters of this party. I would recommend that the moderate voters that are afraid of what they're seeing right now actually just talk to their voters and see that this is what the party is actually building towards.
Milak Kiros, Democratic candidate for Colorado's 1st Congressional District. Really nice to talk to you. Thanks for being here this morning.
Thank you, Jacob.
All right. Now, dude, MS Now is going out of its way to really just be like, oh, well, the Democrats don't even like this. So if the Democrats don't like it, then that means that this can't really have any traction, right? Right?
His endorsed candidates swept their Democratic congressional primaries. New York City Mayor Zoran Mamdani says his Democratic socialist positions can win over voters nationally.
Can a Democratic socialist get elected president?
I think a Democratic
God, these smug assholes.
socialist can get elected anywhere across this country for any position. What I think we need to bring
and
is
Mamdani he handles this so well. I mean, dude, he's truly inspiring. He inspires me to calm down, go at this level-headed, and not always take the fucking bait.
Should go.
Yes, these smug assholes are always going to be smug assholes.
In terms of selecting a candidate for 2028.
I think the direction that the party should go in is how best to fight for working people. I think we need to have a platform and a vision that doesn't sound as...
Off to Mata chat, got some bad news. Oh no, I'll be popping around sporadically. I'm sorry you got some bad news. I hope everything's okay.
Cooked up by consultants, but instead one that you would say in response to someone who's asking, why can't I afford my rent? Why can't I afford my groceries? Why can't I afford my childcare? We need to make clear who we stand for, how we're going to stand for them, and that we're actually willing to fight for them when the going gets tough.
Okay, so those comments come after 32-year-old Democratic Socialist Arieliza Avila Chevalier beat incumbent Congressman Adriano Espaillat. But Chevalier has been facing scrutiny over previously articulated stances and numerous social media posts that she has
You're going to hear a lot about those.
Deleted. And her appearance at a rally the day after Hamas's attack on Israel on October 7th, 2023, where attendees reportedly suggested the attack was justified. In a now deleted social media post between 2018 and 2022, multiple posts, Chevalier also used expletives to refer to former Vice President Kamala Harris and the Democratic National
Oh no, she called her a bitch, just like
Committee.
That's kind of wild. That's wild.
And expressed support for abolishing police, prisons,
Try harder, Mika.
and borders, as well as seizing private property and calling into question Israel's right to exist. Other reports noted she called former President Joe Biden
Gee, why would she do
a
that?
rapist and disparaged white people in some of her posts. Chevalier has said she regrets the posts, adding that she has, quote, grown considerably since writing them.
That's how it goes.
Some Democrats have pushed back against her past comments, while others, like
I've
Senator
embraced
Chris
them.
Murphy of Connecticut, appeared to dodge these concerns.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm not super familiar with that race. All I'm saying is that this party has to have a real contest of ideas. And I just don't think that our defense of incrementalism has worked. So I don't mind a contest of ideas. And I just don't know that we have had it to the extent that voters have been satisfied. Listen, it's no secret. Voters aren't super happy with establishment Democrats or establishment Republicans these days. I will say, though, what binds together, I think, every Democratic candidate that is running, including the ones in New York, is that they are standing up to protect American democracy. And right now, the biggest threat to this country are not a handful of House candidates in New York.
So Joe reacted to that response, posting on X, quote, yeah, well, I mean, I'm not super familiar with that race. This is what frightened Republicans do when confronted with the horrid things Donald Trump has said. Now Democratic senators are saying this about a congressional candidate who accused Joe Biden of rape. Stop now. His memo to Democrats: call out crazy even when it's on your side, especially when it's on your side. Voters will reward you for being better than Republicans. I have to say, J-Mart, this is going to be an interesting issue, actually, for candidates on both sides of the aisle, because they're now, many of them are old enough to have past tweets and ridiculous statements, and voters are going to have to decide what the line is. What's the deal breaker?
Soul Life, there's only vertical and horizontal over on Twitch, but yeah, I couldn't get my YouTube to stream today with both up. So, but thanks for checking in, Soul Life. How you doing?
In this case, I think it's pretty clear. Some of these statements are complete deal breakers, and it's not hard to say. It's just not hard to say. And one of the most frustrating thing about Trump's first presidency and his second, and folks who chose to vote for Trump the first time and then vote for him a second time and then act shocked about the cruelty of the mass deportations, or to act shocked about the tariffs, or to say, well, I haven't been watching the news. I don't know about that one. That is like
that's a shame. It's just for some reason YouTube's having a weird thing. But if you don't already follow me over on Twitch, it is it does have the horizontal feed. But as far as the chat goes, yeah, we are kind of hanging here. Either way, yeah, it's all good.
Experience one
Appreciate
can ever see throughout
Hopefully,
this entire
horizontal will be back up tomorrow.
Cycle or cycles, because pretending you haven't seen it is impossible. It's an out, and now to see a Democrat doing it.
Man, dude, she is trying so hard, and it's her specifically. She is like going out of her way to be like, these Democratic socialists can't have any traction because that would be bad for us.
And we both love Chris Murphy. We think he's a great guy and serves our country. But don't gaslight people. I mean, this story's out there. And what is, J-Mart, what is the line of past tweets being deal breakers?
Well,
this candidate, by the way, 32 years old.
Well, and that's key here. So you're talking about somebody who was in their early to mid-20s, not terribly long ago, who probably lives online like everybody of that generation does, and is, growing, politically maturing and saying things that they would probably, cringe at now, but when they were 21, 22, maybe it didn't seem as crazy in the heat of the moment. But of course it does now when you're a candidate for the U.S. Congress. Look, I think both parties would rather focus on the excesses of the other than do accountability or policing on their side. Chris Murphy wants to talk about the decline of the establishment of both parties, how his party has not been able to meet the moment politically. And so that's what he wants to focus on. When you put in his face a candidate who wants to ban borders and prisons and calls Biden a rapist, it's kind of embarrassing. And you know what? It's the same as the Republicans. It's embarrassing for them when they're told that Trump is talking about the reflecting pool or calling somebody horse face or whatever. It's just humiliating for them, and they'd rather focus on the other, because that's the order of the day in American politics now. It's tribalism, and it's about the excesses of the other, real and perceived. And if you're not talking about that, boy, you don't want to stay on it. You want to focus on the other guys and how they're crazy, not police your own
Hey,
side.
Bobby,
But Mickey,
how's
you're
it going?
Right. You got to do
Welcome to the show.
accountability on your own side, because if you don't, guess what? If you don't, guess what? It's not
Obligatory.
going away.
If
And the
you
other
have
party
not
is gonna
subbed,
jam you and your
please consider
fellow
doing so and
colleagues
double tap
over
that
it
screen.
by throwing those comments against you and tarring your entire party. Look at last week. You have candidates saying,
Thank you.
I don't know about Trump, but I can't support a party that's for banning prisons and borders. Well, the Democratic Party is not for banning prisons and borders. But of course, that comment is going to be thrown in the face of other candidates down the road if you don't have some kind of internal policing.
Okay, and Jim Vandehei, Chevalier might have told the Times a few weeks ago that she wouldn't jail murderers, but I'm not following. I don't know about that because I haven't been following it at all.
Sounds like you got a text. That was
therefore
actually
I
on
can just throw
their
it
end.
away, and we
It's
don't have
not
to
my
talk
text
about
chime.
it. Instead of say, you can't say that. That is a ridiculous statement. That's not what I support. Let's talk
How I
about
know?
affordability.
Because my text chime hasn't worked for at least
let's
a
be
year.
honest, like why the senator says that and why most of the Democratic leaders are
My
saying
phone's
what
old
they
as
say.
shit.
Like
I'm lucky
they're
that still
extremely
rings.
unpopular. People do not like the
My
Democratic
wife's,
Party anymore than
we have the same model. Hers, like, she has to take all her phone calls on speakerphone.
like Donald Trump. And I'd be really worried if I were a Democratic leader. This is not just a Mamdani
You ride
thing. This
things
is not
until
just
they,
a couple of races in New York.
completely,
Look
shot.
at D.C., look at Seattle, look at Minneapolis. Watch that race in Wisconsin. Watch the races in Colorado. They are having their Tea Party moment. They are having their Trump
That's
moment.
what this is. It
They
is our
do have
Tea
this
Party
base
moment.
of very
Now let us enjoy things. God damn.
well-organized people who
Fucking
are just
Nico
ticked
over
off.
here.
They feel like the
Oh,
Democratic
I
leadership
told my
is
Trump voting Uber driver about the reflecting pond today. All he knew was it was green, and he cracked the fuck
It's just
up.
bad that they're weak, that they don't lead them where they want to be led. And when that happens, you can fill the void with people who often have really wacky ideas. That's not new to politics. It might be new to Democrats that they're now seeing these socialists getting elected. I think this is the beginning of a movement. This isn't just a moment in time. Look at those polls. Look at the number of people.
gets so
not
mad
just
about
young.
that.
It used to be young people.
He's like,
now it's young and old who are Democrats who like socialism more than capitalism. We can debate whether they could tell you exactly what socialism is, but they like it. They like the energy. They like
Jesse, how's it
the
going?
sort of rage against a democratic machine.
America
And I
is
think
dead
this is
thanks
going
to the
be
bully Trump.
a defining topic
I mean, I
going
wouldn't say
into
we're
2028.
dead.
And if you
I
think
mean,
that they won't elect a
still got
socialist,
some
you're
fight.
not paying attention to
still
what's
got
happening
a bunch
in
of us
America
that
and what's
don't like the
happening
guy.
on the ground at the base.
And honestly, guys, like, it's not as bad. Like, yes, things suck. Things are bad. But it's not like we can't save ourselves from this. I hate this. Like, okay, so are we supposed to just give up? Is that the whole purpose here, where we just go, well,
level of the Democratic Party,
or what? I think that we should. We should have a. People call it hopium. Well, you know what? Hopium, fine. If hope is good, then have some hopium. Also, you are so cute, but you are also doing that thing where you're being a little bit of a Look at him. He's being a schmoo. What up, LT? Good to see you, brother. Hermit. Long Pond is pretty good though. Here, and then we finally got this. Actually, perfect time, LT. For your gal. What the hell? Is that just a button? Very
fresh off some highly significant political victories last week, and also off of a highly significant policy victory. Zohar Mamdani, mayor of New York City, sat down with Jonathan Karl for what was
like rolling with it and realizing that this is a much bigger moment than people were giving it credit for.
Very interesting interview. Let's take a listen
Crystal.
to some of those highlights.
Republicans are going to make you the poster child for the Democratic Party.
Let them. We don't have to ask ourselves what life looks like if a socialist wins. I won last November, and over the course of these last 6 months, what we've delivered for working people are the very things we were told were impossible. We've delivered free childcare for 2-year-olds for the first time in New York City history. We've delivered tens of millions of dollars back to tenants who were taken advantage of by bad landlords. We've delivered 165,000 potholes being paved. And we've done all of these things while also delivering the lowest recorded crime in our city's history. That's what it looks like to have democratic socialism. And what you're seeing is that New Yorkers...
What was the last evil that came out of Pandora's box? There's a debate of it was mercy or if it was the to prolong the pain from the
Experienced
other.
this for 6 months and made the decision that they wanted to see more of it on the national stage as well.
And you're hearing some not just dismissive, though. There's
damn, dude, this tone, just the way that it's with every one of these people that's covering this shit.
Resentment. And this is from fellow Democrats who think that this could jeopardize Democratic chances in the fall. I mean, you got
we get it,
Josh Gottheimer, a Democratic member of Congress, says, many of us believe, as do I, if you're a socialist, you are not a Democrat. And in fact, they put out a manifesto today. I don't know, have you seen this thing?
Sounds pretty socialist to me.
It's not a communist manifesto. It's a moderate manifesto saying we are capitalist.
God, Zoran is good at this.
Not socialist. We believe in a growing, fair, and competitive economy.
Sounds awfully
entrepreneurship,
socialist.
ownership. And this is a direct response they've made it
got
clear
'em.
to what you did here on Tuesday.
Well, I mean, that's great, but what's a party if not its voters? And I'm proud to sit in front of you
The
as the mayor of our
audacity of
city, having
hopium.
received more than 1 million votes, a little over.
I understand where people say it. I just think that it's been overused because, like, the way that I've been having it tossed even my way is where they're just like, oh, why would you have hope? It's like, yeah,
little
that's
less
not
than
a
a year
great way
ago.
to live life.
And when we're talking about these incredible congressional candidates, they won their races, and they won their races
I hate to
with
do
a
this to
vision
you.
of what
Okay, you're
politics
being a
should be, and
little
one that
shit.
actually speaks to working people. And for a lot of people who ask themselves, what does democratic socialism mean? And you can tell them the answer at a theoretical level. It's the choice to extend democracy from the ballot box the rest of their lives. But in terms of what it means over these last 7 months, we've seen a city with democratic socialist principles at the heart of it within our administration. And what we've delivered has been record lows when it comes to murders and shootings.
So is it pragmatic democratic socialism?
I think democratic socialism at the heart is pragmatic.
And I actually think that is a good characterization of how he has governed pragmatic democratic socialism. And what he says there is actually really important. He's basically like, show, don't tell, right? I delivered free to...
You subbed. Oh, thank you, Soul Life. I really appreciate that. You'll be back when we're sideways. That will be tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry about that. This actually explains why it is so important to me to have both of them going.
Preschool. I delivered all these
today,
potholes
just
filled,
for
all these
some
millions
reason,
back
it would
from
not
bad
let me.
landlords. Now he's got his rent freeze. You have all of these beautification projects going on in New York City that
not-
make the public see
Excuse
what
me?
his governance has meant. He has an extraordinary communication style, so they're very much aware
Peach Creek, thank
of
you for
what
the 100,
he is doing
100.
with regard to them. He comes up with these things, that he'll do that you're just like, why did no one ever think of that? In his first, I think, week of governance, he pressure washed the entire subway system just to make it a little bit nicer for New Yorkers and people who are visiting. I mentioned before they put together a whole calendar of, okay, here's all the free events in the city. I mean, takes very little, especially with AI, to be able to pull together. But just thinking about how are people going to experience the city and what is it going to be like? And so now, rather than having this sort of theoretical, ideological debate about what it would mean to have this type of governance, he can say, just look here. This is what it means. And you can bet if it had been a mess and a failure, all the Josh Gottheimers and everybody else of the world would be saying, see, this is what it means when you have socialist governance. So, but on the contrary, he is able to offer this up as a model of, hey, this is not that scary. Like, people were freaking out about me being mayor, and guess what? The longer I'm in office, the higher my approval rating goes, the more people like what is on offer here, and this is what democratic socialism actually means in practice.
Yeah, let's put C6, let's jump ahead here, up on the screen. There's a new poll, actually, that found Mamdani's favorability rating is jumping. So this is from USA Today. It's a Siena University poll. They report it showed that Mamdani's favorability edged up from earlier this year. And the Siena poll, which was conducted the 17th to 23rd of this month among 1,100 New York State registered voters, looked at the favorability of Hochul, the legislature, assembly. It's found that since April, Mamdani's favorability has gone up. His favorability is at 45 to 34%. That's an increase from April, where it was at 43 to 40%. In New York City, his favorability is actually 58% to 26%, which is up from 56 to 34%. So actually, just even looking at that change from 34%
my French cousin, Professor Letramp,
unfavorable to 26% unfavorable. That's even more significant from the 2-point jump of
Pierre Letramp,
who find him favorable.
That's true.
So big. I mean, that's to your point. He's what, like 6 months in, so there's a long time to go in his term. But for 6 months, it looks like people are responding.
Don't want to banish him.
favorably in New York
So
City.
cute. Yeah, he is.
Yeah. No, that's absolutely right. And I think it's so funny for him to be making fun of the centrist manifesto too. Because it is so socialist coded to be, oh, we have our manifesto of our 12 principles or whatever. And he's like, I don't really have time to read your manifesto, but I delivered low crime rates and your potholes are filled and your kids can go to preschool when they're 2 years old and you can, you know, it's free. You can afford to live here again. I'm working in that direction. You know, we froze the rent. And that was this was a major, major win for him because I don't know if you guys remember, but right after he got elected, there was some member of the housing board that was adversarial to him, and it looked like Eric Adams was trying to screw him over in terms of being able to get his rent freeze. Well, Zoran was able to work politically behind the scenes to make sure that he got what he wanted from the housing board. Was able just to announce that for 2 years, for 2 million apartments in New York City, rent-stabilized apartments in New York City, the rent will in fact be frozen. This is C2. Let's take a look.
Hey.
New York, the Independent Rent Guidelines Board just froze the rent. That means if you're one of the more than 2 million New Yorkers who lives in a rent-stabilized apartment, your rent's going to be frozen next year.
So for all the people who were like, oh, he's not going to be able to deliver all of this hope and you guys are going to be disappointed, I don't think the people that voted for him are too disappointed right now. Not to say that he's not a magician. You know, the housing prices are not going to come down in New York City overnight. But you can see on his key promises, which he was very clear about what they are, he is notching win after win.
Yeah, and that's an example of something where, like, you and I would probably disagree on how it plays out over time, and I could see it hurting him ultimately in the next couple of years, but it will take a long time. And also, by the way, just people have to remember that if the alternative looks like it's worse than what happens under Mamdani with the rent freeze, I'm really skeptical of rent freezes, especially for people who live in lower income housing that end up, because the landlords already suck in so many cases, having even less nice accommodations, like having even more things that go unrepaired. All that is to say, if the alternative, though, feels like even less hopeful, then he will still have success with the rent freeze, the politics of it, because people at least say he's doing something. And historically, that's where, I mean, the entire philosophy of communism and socialism emerged during an incredibly bleak period, literally a Dickensian period of rapid industrialization that was leaving a lot of people out, while a lot of people were thriving. If you go back and you look at, I shouldn't say a lot of people, a few people were thriving, and if you go back and look at the way that Gilded Age, like, quote, robber barons were coping at that time, they were starting to realize, like, decades into that experiment, holy smokes, we are our biggest enemies, because we have turned, like some of the sharper ones were noticing that, we have turned people into enemies of the system that we're thriving off of. And some of them tried to, like, atone for that and do different things. Like, whether they were sincere is a different question, but they realized that oftentimes the capitalists were the biggest enemies of capitalism. It wasn't the communists and the socialists, it was the capitalists who were creating the communists and the socialists by benefiting off of the system and perpetuating the system. And so if the alternative still looks worse, people will be, like, still clinging to socialism, maybe even communism, because it feels like a better option.
Well, and because there was such a
shifted left.
freak out over Zoran. And
well, I also look at the way that I've had a lot of Canadians talk about us and how they're just like, yeah, your left-wing party is actually pretty centrist.
It used to be, by the way. I'm about to play you some Josh Shapiro comments. You know, it was like, oh my God, there's going to be Sharia law and there's going to be executions, and so they're going to be bread lines. They literally, said that that would be the case, and instead it's like, no, he seems like a charming guy who's just, like, doing his best in the city, and people seem pretty happy in the next one, and, you know, like, the vibe is very positive. It does. It kind of all goes together.
It does. It totally does.
Everyone is looking at New York City. I mean, I can tell you, me personally, I'm like, oh my God, I wish I still lived there. It looks so much fun. Everybody's happy. It's going really well. So all of the doom and gloom that was supposed to befall and everybody's going to leave the city and it's going to be chaos, et cetera, that obviously has not come to pass.
Yes, but Ken Griffin is very uneasy because now people know where his penthouse is.
My heart breaks for him. My heart breaks for Ken Griffin and all of the landlords of New York City. I'm so sad for the people who, you know, bought property in the 1970s.
The thing is, the amount of just shithead fucking, they barely make $50K a year, like, assholes out there that are saying, oh, but what about the landlords in New York?
Is when it cost 3 pennies and now are multi-millionaires.
And like a
I guess clowns in our entire society are those assholes.
I'm really, my heart breaks for you guys. Let's take a listen to Josh Shapiro, who's obviously a fellow Democrat, governor of the state of Pennsylvania, and how he characterizes Zoran's approach here.
Democratic voters in New York chose 3
Democratic Party is the right of center.
Mamdani.
We exclude the Mamdani adjacent members. At this point, yeah, that's a very fair thing, like a
far
fair
left
assessment.
and Democratic
God
socialist
damn, fuck you,
candidates.
Josh.
What message do
Josh
you take from that? about where
Josh
your party
Shapiro.
Well, those were races in individual districts in a whole other state. I think
He's
you're
not going to
seeing
do the thing where he's doing an Obama impression.
very different looking congressional races and
Is
certainly
there a
different
kitty picture section? Just pets.
Democratic candidates.
I don't
here
discriminate.
in Pennsylvania. I think what is important are the people who
Pretty
are
sure that
making
we had somebody posting pictures of their ferret, and then there was another person that had a lizard in
a
there.
lot of noise,
Happy to
who are
see.
engaging in these performative politics, have to now figure out how to deliver results. It's one thing to speak in platitudes during a campaign. It's a whole other thing to actually deliver for people.
This just in. Smaller streamer on YouTube, PepTalks, has now officially been canceled. He was posting, "Show me the kitties." Wait, show me the kitties. We thought he said, "Show me those titties." Uh-oh.
We're genuinely hurt.
Somebody owes somebody an apology.
Who genuinely
It's like,
need
I
to
just wanted to see the cats.
see cost of living go down, meaning their ability to make ends meet, go up. Fixing a broken healthcare system, reining in excesses, being able to, give people the promise of liberty that we've talked about. I think we as a party need to find our way toward candidates who actually can deliver for people and make their lives better.
Performative politics, we got to find a way to actually deliver. I mean, that's what Zoran is showing. Like, okay, well, I delivered my rent freeze. I delivered my free 2K. They're moving forward with the grocery stores that were promised, this pilot program. So he's saying, I am actually delivering. And just a fact check, too.
There's always been a leftist alternative. It's just the fact that it's always been kind of pushed aside and always viewed under those are just those communists. This is why democratic socialism was kind of a pivot that they both couldn't see it happening because they didn't think that would be the strategy that they would take was try to kind of go within the party
as well. Pennsylvania is different. Pennsylvania is about to have 2 of the most left-wing congressional representatives in the country, Chris Rabb in Philly, and Summer Lee is already there in Pittsburgh. So, him attempting to, Pennsylvania's dead. This New York City is this just weird place and we don't really have to pay attention to it. New York City is also the home of Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries.
Yeah. A leftist alternative that's electorally. I mean, that's why Bernie was so effective, and that's why he did essentially create the new. The birth of the Democratic Tea Party was after Bernie 1.0.
Leaders of the party.
It only got amplified by Bernie 2.0 because it was just it showed us just how rigged the game was. Before it was kind of speculative. Now we don't have to speculate anymore. Now we just know.
It makes it very hard to dismiss as some weird one-off.
And showed us.
Especially when you couple it with what happened in the Maine primary, especially when you couple with what is happening in the Michigan primary. You're going to dismiss Michigan as this pie in the sky, weird, one-off sort of a situation. It becomes increasingly difficult for people like him to dismiss that his politics, the way that he has positioned himself, is increasingly out.
Yeah, Bernie removed the stigma associated with socialism, which was a huge leap forward. Yeah.
Step with at least where the Democratic base is, but more dramatically with where the public is at large. And look, he's very popular in Pennsylvania. People are happy with his governance there. But I think when he goes to run for president, he's going to find that his positions are not tenable in a Democratic Party that wants to see a lot more fight, that wants to see a very different orientation vis-a-vis Israel, that wants to see the fight taken to the oligarch class as well. And he has not shown that he is that candidate.
It does remind me a little bit of the Tea Party movement era when it was Rand Paul's winning in Kentucky, Marco Rubio in Florida, and all of these Tea Party races around the country. You had
it does have
the Dave
that
Brat win in
Ron
Virginia,
Paul
and you could say, these are just the red states. And then honestly, what was it, 2010? Scott Walker won in a very pro-labor, historically a very pro-labor state, Wisconsin.
Yeah.
Yep. It was not just relegated to some of the deepest red places in the country. Republican voters were able to make persuasive cases because people were furious about Obama. And that was not just in deep red Kentucky. that had ramifications around the country too. And I think to some extent what Josh Shapiro is missing is that some of his kind of ideological enemies inside his own camp are better reading the mood of the country.
Yeah. There's no doubt about it. Chris Rabb in Philadelphia was in a very
This is a really good segment for these two. I got to be honest.
primary against
Actually, kind of like having her as opposed to Sagar.
two candidates who had sort of more establishment backing, and he didn't just win, he won overwhelmingly. And that's another thing that I want to dig into more. I might do a monologue on this week. I'm suddenly feeling very like monologue inspired in this moment. But you know, the knock, which has had legitimacy on DSA and the Bernie wing more broadly of the party, because not all these candidates we are talking about are technically DSA, but the knock on them has been that they have been unable to reach outside of this sort of like white activist space. Now, it's always been a bit of bullshit. Bernie, for example, did really well with a multiracial coalition, especially at the younger level. He won Latinos overwhelmingly, but older Black voters were and I think continue to be a genuine stumbling block. And,
gray hair? No.
And so there was a lot of attacks on, oh, you just have these like college-educated young
he has black hair,
white people, more affluent, that they can afford to sort of dabble in these radical politics,
or
like
the
this
old
radical
white hippie boomers.
Yeah, but it's like, the Brooklyn commie corridor, right? That was sort of the knock on DSA from a coalitional perspective. Now you have a bunch of right-wingers like Stephen Miller and Matt Walsh and Jesse Waters who are saying, oh, no, the problem is that there's too many like Black and brown immigrants who are voting for them. And obviously, it's disgusting and it's racist. That's without...
Well, yeah, because they've shown us that they didn't have the capacity to be, saying or...
goes without saying. But I think it's noteworthy...
Using that type of language in their commentary at all. No, this is so shocking that they're, using racist kind of like racist undertones.
That they had to shift because guess what? The coalition is growing. Daria Laza's district, which is one I actually used to live in and I'm quite familiar with, and this is a very diverse district. You cannot win just with like Columbia students who are not even there at the moment to come out and vote. Most of them are, home in schools
the guy with gray hair, that's Ryan Grimm.
In session.
No glasses, yeah.
It is a very split demographically district. You have to win a lot of Black voters. It looks like she won a majority of Black voters. And even though Espaillat is the co-chair of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus and thought he had a lock on the Dominican voters in this district, she came very close to 50-50 with him, even with Hispanic voters in the district. She got like 47%. So as DSA grows, as you have more figures like Zoran that make it less like a scary, weird, radical thing.
It's really him. I mean,
if Pep featured Crystal, for the most part, I do. I watch a lot of Breaking Points. They're one of the best news sources out there.
He genuinely is a lot of it.
As far as
because now when you think
a
of
mix
this
of commentary and headlines too, like I would put Democracy Now! And then Breaking Points pretty close behind them, but it'd be Democracy Now!, Drop Site, then Breaking Points.
Politics, that's who you think of. And you're like, you're telling me this guy's terrifying? I don't think so. Right. And so you have a very different situation as that coalition grows and expands. And the limitations that existed previously start to fall away as you start to make inroads with a larger demographic group. And as the housing crunch and all of the affordability crisis and the concerns over the wars and all of these things hit home with everyone, regardless of your skin color, your background, even, increasingly up the income ladder, whether you're college educated or not.
Yeah, from fucking Cloudy. Yeah. Oh,
college education.
She does. She looks just like Sam
You're
from
going
Cloudy
to
with a
have
Chance of
more
Meatballs.
of a cohesive base that you can draw from.
Yeah, it's clear that DSA is learning
a lot. Oh my God, you nailed it so hard.
From especially the Zoran exam.
Oh my God.
It's not the same DSA of like 2018 by any means.
Wow.
And I don't think the right.
She has the same glasses too.
Is at all prepared for what that means. I think voters, Mamdani, I think played a really big role.
It's even crazier because her demeanor and like her she's the actual character. What the
giving
fuck?
voters like permission to feel what's the best way to put it? Like it was mainstream to get behind some of these different candidates that are just
Like, where did I
treated
hear
as though
that?
they're not mainstream. And in some cases, they genuinely are not mainstream,
By the way,
maybe in
movie.
like Brooklyn. But if we're talking about the entire country,
Legitimately
they're
good.
closer to the mainstream on questions like healthcare than a lot of the quote unquote like centrists actually are. But I think it was like a cultural permission structure.
It also looks like it's fun to be involved with it.
Which is so different than 2018.
It looks like
so different.
You know, the cool kids are here. Like, it looks like it would be fun to go out and canvass for a DSA candidate. And you know,
Thank you for saying that. That is the big thing. It's the risk factor.
you know, that's one thing that he has really brought.
It feels cool. It doesn't. There's no like. It doesn't have that lame, forced fucking feeling that Kamala had.
To his approach to government. It's a very communal approach, which actually we can put up our last piece here on
It's
the
like an Etsy campaign.
screen. Put C3 up on the screen. So this is a tradition in New York City. The mayor always, I guess, shows up and jumps in the pool at the opening for the pool season in New York City. Zoran. I need to check with Sagar how he's going to feel about this because he wore a full suit and tie. Good, check mark.
Yep.
But it's in violation of the dress code for the swimming pool.
Yep.
So we get an X on that from Sagar. But in any case, you know, it's like a sort of silly way. It's very consistent with his brand. It gets drawn.
I mean, fuck it. I would rock that
more
all
attention
day if
to
I
this
knew I had to
opening.
change of
New York
clothes.
Post
Fuck
was
yeah.
very mad about
That's a
it.
PR stunt I'm
It's funny, too,
1,000% in for.
Put this up on the screen. They have found every way to try to knock this guy, and it just has become, you know, very memeable because it's increasingly pathetic, the things that they picked to try to hit him with.
Oh, you took his shoes off. That's good.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that is good. Zoran Mamdani jumps into New York City pool to kick off summer tradition while violating dress code rules. Oh, my God.
Oh, my pearls. I must clutch them even harder. Oh, they're leaving a mark. I must clutch even harder. Oh, harder.
How dare you? But, you know, it seems like he's having fun. It seems like the city's having fun. It seems like he could be part of something that is communal. I think Zoran Mamdani may just be the cure for the male loneliness epidemic.
Well,
Damn, he is so likable. What a breath of fresh air.
Like scavenger hunt.
It's just so funny, like she said, how hard they're trying to make him hateable.
And it sounded
everybody's
so
just like
cringe.
you know,
and
it's
then
not that bad.
Everybody
tons
loved
of
it.
People turned out for it.
Yes.
It was like on a Saturday, and it got like hundreds of people out doing a
No, there were thousands of people doing this political scavenger hunt.
Yes. Yeah, it was crazy.
Yeah.
And nobody saw it coming. But
people are hungry for some sort of community, and you know, if they feel like they can get that through Zoran or
Even
through
the
DSA,
mainstream media
that's
is starting to get sick of Trump's bullshit with this Iran stuff.
very appealing.
It's like Iran says this, Trump says that. Who's telling the truth? We're just like, we don't know, and that's part of the problem.
Selling point.
Not through Josh Shapiro, you don't think?
He should write more of another manifesto. Then I can judge.
You should do like live readings of his manifesto.
Yeah, we've reached out to, by the way, we'll cover more of this Promise to America centrist group with the manifesto, which is very interesting to me. We're trying to get somebody who actually one of the representatives on the show to be able to talk about it. So we'll see if that.
All right.
The U.S. Supreme Court handed down two key decisions on presidential power and the firing of people from government agencies. Justices ruled that President Trump does not have the constitutional authority to fire Lisa Cook, a governor from the Federal Reserve.
Poor Wolf, just let him retire already.
Board.
But the court backed the president's power to terminate Rebecca Slaughter, a Democratic appointee to the Federal Trade Commission. This ruling grants more presidential power over federal agencies that are considered independent. It overturns 90 years of precedent. CNN Chief Legal Affairs correspondent Paula Reed is right outside the Supreme Court. So Paula, walk us through the significance of these decisions today.
Pamela, these are such incredibly significant decisions. In many ways, these will be some of the defining opinions of the Roberts Court because they get to this question that has been hanging over the second Trump term, which is, are there any limits to his ability to fire federal officials? And here they give us some insight. While President Trump and his lawyers believe in something called a unitary executive theory and that the executives should be able to fire anyone they want, any way they want, here the justices put a few limits on that. In the one case, they ruled, and it's a really interesting group that was in this majority opinion. It's Chief Justice John Roberts, Justice Kavanaugh, and the three liberals all ruled that he cannot fire an official in the Federal Reserve without going through a process, giving that individual an opportunity to respond, that there are some limits limits on his power when it comes to firing officials at that agency. Now, that is one that has, of course, always been recognized as being independent of the White House. But in a separate case, when it comes to an employee at the Federal Trade Commission, that he does have the power to fire that individual because that is within the executive branch. And again, this is a significant decision because it's sort of drawing out the contours of the extent of his power to try to reshape the federal government through these mass firings.
Yeah.
Now, President Trump wasn't clear how he was going to react to these decisions, and it's been a pretty mixed day for him overall at the court, but he described this as, quote, a big win.
I want to bring in our chief Supreme Court analyst, Joan Biskupik, right now. Joan.
Yeah, realistically, that's kind of how we knew that this was going to go. We're still waiting on the 14th Amendment one. So. All right, Iran. What the fuck is going on? I don't know.
Another round of fresh attacks between the U.S. and Iran is putting more pressure on the
and I think I'm not the only one feeling like this.
Ceasefire between the two
I
countries.
just don't wear a suit.
Late Saturday, the U.S. launched 10 new strikes on Iranian military targets in or near the Strait of Hormuz. U.S. Central Command said the strikes hit Iran's military infrastructure, air defense sites, and drone storage facilities. Iran retaliated by launching missiles and drones against U.S. facilities in Bahrain and Kuwait. Bahrain's government shared these images of a residential building it says was damaged in that Iranian.
With the quick synopsis, what I could do a 4-hour stream just on that question alone, and you guys could stare at me going like, whoa, where is it happening? Whoa, oh my God,
right.
Oh my God, nothing's happening. Look, I have 10,000 live viewers and I'm not even putting anything on the screen. My personality's just that electric. Yay.
Let's go now to CNN's Paul Hancock, who's following
what a fraud.
Developments from Abu Dhabi.
Jesus Christ.
Paul, it's good to see you. What else, I should ask, are officials from the White House saying after this exchange of fire over the weekend?
Well, Polo, it really was one of the most serious escalations in violence that we've seen between the US and Iran since that memorandum of understanding was signed. It appears now, though, that
Friday, peace. Sunday, no peace.
The U.S. is certainly pulling back. They say that both
it really is like that,
sides
man.
are pulling back,
God
but we
damn.
are yet to hear from Iran suggesting that talks can continue in Doha on Tuesday. So I'll read you part of what one U.S. official has told us, saying, quote, "Nothing has been cancelled. Technical talks regarding the implementation of the MOU, the memorandum, are on track for the coming days as planned. And
the weekly pump and dump
channels are up and running after the Lake Lucerne summit. That was the summit just about 10 days ago now, where the U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance was there. So as far as the U.S. is concerned, the talks are on track, which we could see this week. But we certainly saw a significant amount of tit-for-tat attacks between the U.S. and Iran. We saw attacks from Iran as well on what they said was U.S. military targets in the region. We did see, for example, a residential building that had severe damage in Bahrain. We know in Kuwait they were also having to intercept missiles and drones. So it was a significant escalation over recent days. The main sticking point, it appeared to be, from Thursday was when the U.S. claimed that Iran had targeted a vessel in the Strait of Hormuz. We have seen that the numbers of vessels trying to transit that very crucial area of water have been severely lessened because of the concerns of this escalation. In fact, Saturday there were 28 vessels, Sunday just a dozen vessels. Compare that to last Wednesday when there were more than 70. So it's certainly having a knock-on effect there. We also have been hearing from people in Iran about what they think about the situation at this point. Let's listen.
My belief is that they should never have halted. Even if there is a pause now, it is undoubtedly a political posture, and we will soon see renewed attacks. The scale and levels are not predictable, but they will certainly continue.
In my view, it should be firmer than before. It should be done in a way that teaches them a lesson, so they do not allow themselves to come back and repeat the same actions.
And the other key sticking point, of course, Lebanon. We're hearing from Iran that they are calling for a full Israeli withdrawal from Lebanon, something which Israel says it will not do.
talks in general over Iran's nuclear program are really up in the air and being tested following this fresh round of strikes. Where would you say things are today?
Well, Kate, I think we have an agreement to keep the Strait open as a gateway to eventually getting to nuclear talks, to your point. And I think we're still kind of at phase one of what does this agreement mean? And if I had to summarize what happened in the last 72, 96 hours, there's a principle, the Iranians especially hold it, you talk and you fight. And what we saw here this weekend was Iran reads this MOU on the Strait of Hormuz to say, we say what happens in the Strait of Hormuz. Yes, ships will go through, but we actually determine what happens there. Their foreign minister actually said that this weekend. It's kind of what the MOU says. The U.S. says no, it should be unimpeded. It should go back to pre-war. And Iran used force late last week, using a drone to hit a ship that was not using its route. And then the U.S. responded with military force to say, hey, we're going to ensure there's unimpeded access. So it's using military force to shape the diplomacy and what this MOU actually says. Kate, I think this is the new normal in terms of where we are. You'll see these flare-ups. I think they'll remain contained because you do have this diplomatic path. But to your point on the nuclear agreement, that's a very long way off. I mean, I just don't see that coming together anytime soon. At the same time, Iran right now is not enriching uranium because of the military strikes a year ago, last summer, which were, I think, probably more effective than this current campaign. So that's where we are. Contested domain in the Strait of Hormuz. There's a diplomatic path, but the nuclear talks, that's still way down the road.
Yeah, and Colonel, I want to get your take because what the president says this morning, they're asking for talk, but what the president has been trying to project is he's written over and over again things like there are no tolls, no insurance costs, no other charges of any kind are going to be sought or received by Iran on ships traveling through the strait. But the Wall Street Journal is reporting that Iran clearly is at least looking to have a different view on this, reporting now that the Islamic Republic estimates that charging for security, safety, and environmental services in the strait would bring in $40 billion a year in revenue for states involved, according to the officials familiar with the matter. The idea, if implemented, would give Tehran cash flow and control that it did not command before the war. And Brett said it, but it is the question. If this is the new normal, a different type of new normal, what does it mean for the Middle East and the West?
Well, it means quite a few things, Kate. And actually, you can extend the meaning not only to the Middle East and the West, but really to the entire world. Because the potential is there that this is going to change the way in which commerce is conducted. Up until this point, the United States has stood for freedom of navigation, especially through areas like the Strait of Hormuz, choke points that are in several places around the world, where it's basically a naturally occurring phenomenon where you have to go through. It's not a canal like the Suez Canal or the Panama Canal, but a naturally occurring phenomenon. So the principle has been that there would be no tolls charged through areas like that, even if it's controlled by just a couple of states. So that is something that if that changes and if Iran gets those $40 billion or whatever it ends up getting, that could be a huge change, not only economically, but also geopolitically, because the U.S. Navy's mission has been, one of them has been to secure freedom of navigation through those areas.
You know, Republican Senator Bill Cassidy, Brett, was asked in a recent interview about his statements. You know, he's called the war the worst foreign policy blunder on record. And I'm going to play his perspective on why he thinks this. Let me play this.
You said America lost the credible threat of force, which is another way of saying that President Trump's threats to return to bombing are empty threats.
I don't know if they're empty threats, because you can certainly return to bombing. But the fact is that a medium-sized power at this point is perceived to have fought a superpower to a draw, requiring some measure of accommodation of we, the superpower. And we spent $29 billion and we have 13 Americans dead.
Brett, is that a lesson from this so far?
I think the perception right now, including in the Middle East, is that Iran came out of this with more advantage than we did. And going into the war, Iran was perceived to be in its weakest position since the '79 revolution.
Yeah, at least this is still being spoken about on CNN. We're not sure for how long, but
risings. You had again, the effective military campaign last summer, which was very different than this one. So that is a perception. But I have to say, last week, Iran was taking a victory lap. We control the Strait, Lebanon, we kind of have sovereign say over what happens. And they were tripped up a little bit late last week, both by the U.S. demonstrating, hey, we're going to actually have a say. We're willing to use force to enforce our understanding of the Strait of Hormuz. And then in Lebanon, the Lebanese government said, hey, we're sovereign over our territory, and they negotiated an agreement with Israel, with, I think, very good diplomacy by the State Department, which kind of undercuts some of what Iran believes is in the MOU for its influence in Lebanon. So bottom line, this has a ways to play out. I wouldn't just kind of take a snapshot now and say it's locked in place. But yeah, that is the perception as we talk.
It changes literally every Friday to Monday. It's the same bullshit, too. The fact that this is what sucks. I wish that there would be one person in the mainstream media that's just like, okay, so he's doing it again. He's manipulating the markets. Just call it out.
Here this morning.
Greg Karlstrom is a Middle East correspondent for The Economist. He joins us now live from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia.
God, if Biden was doing this, they'd fucking be calling it out, and then they would be talking about it all week.
Greg, it's very great to have you here on the program. Thank you so much for joining us. Wanted to get your thoughts on where we are in this moment, the state of play. We have a Trump official saying that the U.S. and Iran will stand down for now, this after a fresh exchange of strikes. But what is your take on the situation and whether the ceasefire is actually holding?
I think there are two lessons that we can take from what's happened over the past few days. First, I do think the deal, by and large, will continue to hold. I think, what did we see? Since Thursday, we saw the U.S. carry out fairly limited military strikes on targets in southern Iran that they had bombed earlier in the war, and we saw the Iranians carry out a fairly limited...
Many people aren't getting that the world is seeing our military powers overstated the same way that Russia was because of their inability to quickly conquer Ukraine. Exactly.
Attack on Bahrain and Kuwait. So there are some guardrails here. Yes, they're exchanging fire, but it's within limits. And I think it's clear that both sides, at least for now, don't want the war to resume in full force. That's one lesson. The other one, though, is that Iran is still determined to try and exercise control over the Strait of Hormuz. That was always going to be difficult to do in peacetime, because what closed the strait during the war was the threat of
they were going to
Iranian
give that
attack.
up.
And
I
once
mean,
those
that's why,
attacks stop,
like, dude,
obviously that sense of risk starts to
this
dissipate.
really was the buyer's remorse thing on the U.S.'s side, where it was just like, I didn't make that deal.
So what we
like,
saw
yes, you did. Well, too bad.
Iran do on Thursday with this attack on a Singapore flagged container ship, I think was meant to reinforce that sense of risk. And we now know that Iran is still willing to attack ships that are not coordinating with it as they sail through the strait. We also know that America is not going to do too much in retaliation. And so I think that's going to have a detrimental effect on traffic going through the strait, which was only just beginning to recover.
You're talking about CNN?
Yeah, you believe that the deal will hold, that Iran will continue to assert its control of the Strait of Hormuz, and that traffic flows will be impacted. Because on top of everything you discussed just now, the threat of Iranian missiles, drones, and mines, that is still there. And then you also had this scenario with these 3 separate shipping routes that have emerged. This is getting pretty chaotic, no?
No.
Right, so you have 3 ways
it's not chaotic at
to
all.
go in and out of the Strait of Hormuz. You have the traditional routes, which go roughly through the middle of the strait. They're in Omani territorial waters. Those are
I'll just say this much: if the gas prices spike again, dude,
the vessels are
Trump can't afford that with his own base.
Avoiding that
Not
center
now.
route for now. That leaves
They went out of their way to just be like, we'll forgive this one.
northern route, which goes through Iranian waters.
But now we, as the libs, we got the talking point. Now we can just be like, hey, you got it right to where Biden had it during the Russian thing during COVID, even though he did this himself.
Their passage has to be coordinated with
the 9% inflation that he caused in his first administration and left Biden with. Yeah, no, guys, the fact is, I've gotten a little tired of them being like really weird with that shit. Like, and just weirdly effective is actually the way that I wanted to put that. Because, dude, I hear it all the fucking time, but I don't hear any counter narrative on it where it's just like, I don't want to stand up for Biden, but for fuck's sake, sometimes you gotta.
With the IRGC and the
It's
southern
not
route,
as
which is
bad as
also in
everybody made
Omani
it out to
waters,
be.
which
Same
is
thing with
something that
Trump.
the U.S.
God
has
damn
been
it, I
trying
can
to
admit
promote.
that.
Also, the International Maritime Organization.
The problem is he is as bad as we thought he was going to be, if not worse, and it happens on the fucking daily. It's so dumb.
Which is the UN's maritime.
On the hell out of them. Well, you're disappointed, Danny. He's not doing that. He's just jacking up our prices.
Agency has been.
He's not bombing the hell out of them the way that you think. Like, honestly, if you are okay with us just continuously bombing and like this whole thing, then I get it, dude. Danny just wants to see the big one go off.
Encouraging vessels.
He's a true nihilist, and you know what? Fuck people like you.
Stranded in the Gulf to use that southern route because they can do it freely. They don't have to coordinate with the Iranian government to do it. That is where this ship that was attacked on Thursday was sailing. It was using that southern route. And so
also, the Army's waiting for you, buddy.
Very clearly trying to say it doesn't want.
They are having a little bit of trouble with recruitment. You might want to go check that out. Anyway, bombshell NYT report. Trump pressured board tasked with protecting civil servants. No way.
A new report from the New York Times, which is taking a behind-the-scenes look at President Trump's push for sweeping authority over the entire executive branch. It centers on a March ruling that the paper says crashed down like a thunderbolt in the legal world, that breaks with decades of precedent, accepting the White House's argument that Article 2 of the Constitution gives Trump the power to dismiss officials without due process, and details the pressure campaign that led up to the ruling. Joining us now, one of the journalists behind the piece, investigative reporter for the New York Times, Michael Schmidt. Michael, tell us more about what's at stake here.
Look, there's this thing.
My mom would fit in well because she's dead.
That many of us have never heard of.
So Danny,
I've called.
Nice one, but yeah, as I said there, homie.
The MS.
Since you got so much conviction, so much love for what's happening, go join that military.
SPB,
I don't
the
think you
Merit
will.
Systems Protection Board. It's supposed
Or
to
have.
be there to protect federal employees for being fired for political reasons.
Yeah, I'm
for
gonna go
being
on a
fired
limb here and say that he
unjustly.
hasn't.
And basically, what we found is that the MSPB for many decades was assumed to operate sort of like an independent court. They were supposed to be treated essentially like judges, and they were supposed to look at cases that came before them and adjudicate whether people had been fired, wrongly or not. The first year of the Trump administration obviously brought in a bunch of firings, a bunch of folks that were pushed out, and many that claimed that they were pushed out for political reasons. And the White House didn't really run from that at the time. And what we found out was that even though this entity is supposed to act like a court, the White House took a private meeting with the folks that run the MSPB and basically said to them, we're not telling you what to do, but we believe you're bound by what the Justice Department says because you're inside of the executive branch. And the White House later described this meeting as a job interview, which, kind of even muddies the picture even more. But whatever the case, the White House takes a private meeting with the folks that are running this agency. They basically tell them, look, wink, wink, nod, nod. And then,
oh my gosh, it's in the pudding.
Several weeks and months later, the MSPB makes a decision that is extraordinarily in favor of the administration. It essentially gives the president the authority that he's looking for to remake the executive branch in a way that he can install loyalists and get rid of people who he doesn't think fall into line exactly with how he views the world. That's important because after Watergate,
unfortunately, we can neither completely back off and hope that Iran decides to be rational after all this, or invade and let the chips fall. Trump put everyone in this position. Yep.
If there had been these changes that
yeah, he's a bad president.
Have been made to this.
He's terrible. He's done a just horrible job, but he's got this cult of personality where no matter what he says or does, he will always have these idiots behind him because troll the libs or whatever the fuck.
Civil service that we're
so they'll just ignore objective reality.
Supposed to protect federal.
It's getting a little fucking tiresome, to be completely real.
Employees.
That's why, like, personally, I'm getting kind of sick of just even engaging with them, where it's just like, dude, we get it. You're miserable. Move on.
From the political winds of the moment.
Got it. So John Howman has the next question. Howman.
Mike, I have a kind of a two-part question on this. One is, you've been covering over the course of these last 17, 18 months of Trump 2.0, the various ways in which Donald Trump has sought to expand the purview and power of the executive branch at the expense of other branches and just his own personal control over the executive branch. I'm curious where you think this ranks in the list, the litany that you've discussed in a lot of your reporting. Is this
Save America from Trump again. Big John, how's it going, man?
List? And then secondly, how easy is it to undo some of these decisions that are getting made? Are these the kinds of things that have a potential of being
This is your first time here. Consider subbing to the channel.
The executive to reshape the federal government, or is this a thing that a Democratic president in 2029, say, could easily undo with the stroke of a pen?
On the first question, in the world of how the government is supposed to operate in the eyes of good government folks, in the eyes of
Honestly,
folks who believe that there should be checks on the government's power and that there should be oversight into how it functions, this is a great intrusion, because what has gone on here is that the White House has essentially taken a private meeting with one side in a case. A judge in a trial can't meet with one side without meeting with the other. That creates an appearance that doesn't look fair, and it potentially allows for that judge to be influenced by one side without the other being able to push back on it. In this case, that is what happened. The White House basically sat down with one side and provided them with some guidance about how they thought they should rule. In any type of matter, one side's going to make one argument, one side's going to make another. Usually those things are made in private. Usually they're made at some sort of hearing. But when they're made in a private setting, it raises the question about what really went on in that meeting. Why was it that one side is sitting down? And
these wins for Trump have got me even more uneasy with the Heritage Foundation's implementations of the American 250 plan scheduled for it to start on and after the 4th. Yep.
In terms of executive power and pushing things.
Yeah, but people just want to keep ignoring us, so that's fine too. Like, honestly, I'm sorry, but you can only shout this to so many people and then all of a sudden have them do the shocked Pikachu face that, oh, what do you mean that my community is being targeted?
A story like this would dominate and be we hear this a lot, and I don't mean to fall back on the cliche of it, but in any other administration, the idea of a White House trying to influence the MSPB, although an obscure agency most of us have never heard of, would have been a big deal, a big scandal. The idea that they were trying to influence something that's supposed to be independent. But in this case, it fits into a broader picture and a broader narrative that you're laying out, in which the president has taken a maximalist view of his power and, undeterred, pushed it as far as he can. And I think this is the latest example of that.
The new reporting is available to read online right now. Investigative reporter for the New York Times, Michael Schmidt, thank you very much for coming on the show.
The nice part is history is just going to remember Trump as a less competent Hitler. And I mean that, like, even no matter how much he tries to get in the history books, no matter who reads it, they're always just going to be like, oh, okay, well, he was like, he tried to do all the same stuff, but he didn't do a very good job. And then he just would get so close, but then kind of back off because, in reality, he is kind of a bitch with that stuff. When it comes down to it, he is a bitch. Like, there's just no denying that. Like, he's a little baby bitch boy. Oh, don't hurt his feelings. Otherwise, he'll come for you and he'll try to get your job. Because, whatever. Second class fear. Yeah, exactly. I just like being in the position where it's just like, all right, bet, bitch. Let's go. Hey, listen, I'm poor enough to where you think you can fucking bankrupt me, but that's like, I'm literally the pro bono fucking like that's like the number one way to get me fucking media attention. Like, let's go, Trump administration. Let's go. Fucking, you want to come and make an example out of a leftist streamer? Use the boost. The straight moose, 70%. No, it's not. It's not 70% of the world's entire oil. It's much lower than that. I'm sorry. Like, I'm not even trying to call you and like be like, you're wrong. I just know that number. Well, here, let's see. Before I do that, because I don't have full confidence, let's see. How much of the world's oil moves in the Strait of Hormuz? 20%. You were very much off. That's why. Yeah, that's why I was like, yeah, nah. I've looked into this before, but I also don't retain information the same way that I used to because I'm not as young, nor do I. Yeah. Okay, so guys, you can already see that we got a majority report clip, but here's the thing. I got to get a certain somebody ready because this is gonna be fun.
Tim Pool is very
early fun half.
You know, he has been predicting civil war.
Yeah, wait a minute. Whoa, holy shit, we get to talk about Tim Pool. Fuck yeah. I'm Tim Pepper. If you don't know who I am, then get fucked. I don't care anymore. I get to talk about my hero. And fuck this leftist asshole. Let's just all agree. This guy sucks. Yeah, I'm not even a MAGA guy. I'm just a Tim Pool guy. But I'm so happy, yeah!
For ages.
According to him, since 2018.
And he's been on the Civil War beat since 2018. And of course, nothing like 3 Democratic socialists, or 2, I guess, winning congressional.
I haven't seen this clip, so I'm very excited to see Tim crash out over DSA winning
Primaries, than to bring about the harbinger of the Civil War.
And where we're picking up on this video, he just showed a Babylon Bee AI generated comedy video where they asked him to simulate the Civil War, and the jokes were all being that the left didn't have any guns, so the right wingers win the Civil War in a second. And Tim's doesn't think it's funny because he thinks we're having a fundamental misunderstanding of left wing violence.
Right, take it seriously.
We are witnessing the rise of the terror state.
Wow! Look at him.
Journal has this story from winter of 25, The Rise of Civil Terrorism, which is really funny because it explicitly highlights the group that this woman, she just won office, they highlight her group. We have known for some time who this woman is and that she wants to destroy. The groups like Antifa are loosely connected networks of the like-minded.
Antifa! Tim Pool knows all about Antifa. Antifa.
The ascendant anti-Israel and more broadly anti-Western outfits with some brand names. They're going to mention, Unity of Fields, blah, 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 the names of these organizations. Let me pull up the specific quote.
Yeah, do that.
Here we go. They say the Weatherman comparison helps put the broadest aims of today's civil terror organizations in perspective. They are not just trying to reorient American foreign policy. Rather, as one of the main Columbia University anti-Israel groups declared in August.
Oh, points. He reads so well.
We are Westerners fighting for the total eradication of Western civilization. Oh, she's in Congress.
Yeah. See? What do you think, leftists? Huh? Checkmate.
You know, she'll be in Congress in January.
Congress.
Here's what I think needs to happen. Congress, the Republicans, need to bar her entry. Refuse to swear her in and say, we do not allow self-avowed anti-American revolutionaries to hold office.
That's you, asshole. Yeah. See? Look at him. Look at him.
That's interesting. I'm going to pull up the 14th
That is
Amendment.
interesting. One of the reasons why it's interesting is because there is absolutely no basis in American law for it.
14th Amendment.
One of the other reasons why it's interesting is that it just happens to coincide with what many people have speculated will be the attempt of Mike Johnson not to seat Democrats in the coming election. It also, in the event that the Republicans lose.
Which is interesting because he's one of the only influencers left on the right that's continuing to say you got to vote for Republicans. I'm just curious about Tim's proximity to certain parts of the Republican and Zionist establishment, given the fact that it's public that he's met with Benjamin Netanyahu.
I got news for you. There's a lot of upkeep necessary for your skate park.
Right, and you need foreign money for that. And when the Russian money dries up and you were victimized into taking it, then you have to go to more established and socially acceptable sources.
Let's continue listening to his idea that because he wants to protect civil society
from a war.
He wants to protect, he is afraid these people are coming for our civics. So therefore, he should bestow upon the Speaker of the House the ability to decide, based upon whatever standard they want, that they're not going to seat people that have nothing to do with whether they have been legitimately elected. Okay.
Let's pull up that there old 14th Amendment and bring it on in so you guys can see exactly what it says. The first provision, Section 1, all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and the state wherein they reside. No state shall make. We get that part. How about this? Section 3, no person shall be a senator or representative in Congress or elector of president and vice president or hold any office civil or military under the United States or under any state who...
Oh, man, why'd he do that damn dare voice? Well, he does that damn dare voice because he's actually that damn dare stupid.
Having previously taken an oath as a member of Congress or as an officer of the United States or as a member of any state legislature, we get it, shall have engaged in insurrection or rebellion against the same or given aid or comfort to enemies thereof.
Yeah.
But Congress may by a vote of 2/3 of each house, remove such disability. Interesting.
That was about Confederates.
Okay, well, this is why he said interesting. Leave this up. Because Tim only skimmed this amendment, and he did not see...
He only skims everything. Wait a minute. He doesn't actually really know how to read. Oh.
He wanted to make the argument that she is promoting a rebellion against the country. Yeah. And he did not see that they had to have previously sworn an oath. In other words, if you were treasonous, if you had already sworn an oath to the Constitution and then fought against the Union,
leave out a detail.
Because this was about the Confederates. And he didn't read it carefully the first time he read it, which was probably the day before or an hour before he did this. And as he read it through out loud, he realized, we get it. I shit the bed. Okay, interesting. Yeah, just interesting is all I can say. Not to be like, he thought he would be able to stretch the idea that, well, she's talking about an insurrection. Yeah. And then he also realized, like, oh, wait a second. I wonder if there were any Republican Congress people who were involved in the January 6th thing, if that would have been a problem. Oh, okay.
If you swore an oath to the Constitution, but then waged rebellion against it, you are ineligible. What if you declared your intent to destroy the United States and then sought admittance to Congress?
What if you did something different?
I think we need to
Wait a second. What if the Constitution was actually the way that I thought?
Who's the person talking? Sam Cedar.
Thought it was, and not the way that it is after I read it. What if we changed it? What if we, now he's talking about trying to get a constitutional amendment passed before they swear in the Congress people from New York. Let's just hear.
Well, the Civil War officers, I won't call them the Founding Fathers, should have considered this upon drafting the 14th Amendment. That is, my friends. What if someone explicitly states they're here to destroy the country and they win an election? Why should we say only...
Pause it for a second.
Oh, it's very loud just on your end?
How would they have won that election?
Yeah, maybe people understand their...
Maybe the voters decided, like, actually, yeah, no, that'll be a good idea.
Let's destroy this country.
Let's destroy the country. In fact, a lot of people could argue that Donald Trump got elected because people thought that he would just come in and break some China.
Yeah.
Drain the swamp.
What people need to understand, like Tim Pool, is that when people say Western civilization, they mean Afrikaners like Elon Musk being trillionaires and supporting Israel to do a genocide. That's what people mean when they talk about Western civilization. And yes, it deserves to go.
Oh, I thought they can be like get rid of sandwiches and stuff like that, like all the stuff like.
And everyone die. All the white people die.
Yeah.
Get rid of sandwiches? No.
No more white people.
And you never see women's hair again.
That's the affordability agenda.
I love sandwiches.
Yeah.
Get rid of
making a sandwich when I leave here.
With all the white people.
Take their stuff.
And then everything's gonna
smoked some chicken breast yesterday that turned out perfect.
be cheap.
Yep.
I'm making some shredded chicken breast sandwiches when I get home.
Republican immigration policy.
Can you imagine how much apartment rentals would be if there were no white people? Honestly.
I mean, I've been imagining that.
This entire time you thought it was a home studio. Yeah, I was bringing my cat and my dog with me.
Like, and talk about zero unemployment. Think about it. Go ahead.
on oath first and then waged rebellion, instead of saying, if you declare rebellion, you just can't be in Congress. Indeed, this is where we are today. Democratic Socialists took City Hall, now they're aiming at Congress, and they did it. Mamdani allies sweep House primaries and big night for left-wing Democrats. Do you think that these far leftists support or oppose the terrorists who tried to destroy, massacre, kill, etc.? Do you think that they're for or against?
I couldn't come up with an example.
No. He realizes, see, this is the dilemma that he has. Like, he keeps running to this. It's the exact same thing. Like, the guy
does small fryer for $10.
Zero prep for these segments, you understand? So he thought, like, oh, pull up the 14th Amendment. And then he reads it out loud. He realizes, okay, this doesn't apply. Well, I think what we should have done is had a different 14th Amendment that was more general. And then he's like, and do you think that these people support the terrorists? And he was about to say who attacked New York. Yeah. And then he realized, oh my God, the vast majority of New Yorkers voted for one of the four people involved in this story.
He's like a Roomba just smashing into walls.
Exactly.
He literally has the map with Lower Manhattan.
Yes.
Yep. Lander is representing where 9/11 happened.
And he wanted to say, like, the terrorist who attacked on 9/11. Oh, shoot.
Exactly the map that's up.
Exactly. That he runs into this problem because he hasn't done any, he hasn't, like, thought this out at all.
I love him going non-specific, talking about they support the terrorists.
The terrorists.
The
general. And he, like, go back just a little bit so we get the run up. Let's see where he goes with this.
Indeed, this is where we are today.
Indeed.
Democratic Socialists took City Hall, now they're aiming at Congress, and they did it. Mamdani allies sweep House primaries and big night for left-wing Democrats. Do you think that these far leftists support or oppose the terrorists who tried to destroy, massacre, kill, etc.? Do you think that they're for or against it? Because
wait, what?
Obviously,
I think they're probably against it.
He was going to say New York, and then he just realized, like, wait a second, all of these New Yorkers just voted for these people.
Just say October 7th, dummy.
Right. Like that.
Well, but that's the other thing.
It's too pro-Israel.
I wonder if he's afraid of being too pro-Israel.
That's exactly it. Yes.
And so he ran out of, like, examples, like the terrorist who killed the Marines in 1983. He can't access
So his
what he's
head's
talking
not
about.
just shaped like an egg. He's actually Humpty Dumpty.
Exactly.
Terrorists who tried to destroy far leftists support or oppose the terrorists who tried to destroy, massacre, kill, etc.
Yeah.
Do you think that they're for or against it? Because
they're against it, Tim.
They're obviously for. I do want to give a shout out to Rep. Goldman, who lost
Hell yeah.
to Lander.
That's
Goldman
your kind of
deserves
guy.
it. You know, part of me is laughing at these Democrats who lost. Goldman apparently tried to go buy coffee, and they called him like a genocider or whatever because he's Jewish. There's New York.
I don't think that's why, Tim.
Yeah, that's
Brad
why.
Lander is also Jewish, but is getting free coffees undoubtedly at those places.
The distinction being, Goldman supporting Israel to the hilt.
That's the, incidentally, I am sure that Dan Goldman is the only Jew who goes into that coffee shop.
Uh-huh.
I love being the maddest person ever and being like, I'm actually laughing.
Coffee, and they called him like a genocider or whatever because he's Jewish. There's New York. Congratulations.
New York for you.
It's only going to expand. It's only going to get worse. So what do you think this means?
There's New York. Three of the most Jewish districts in the entire country. It's only going to get worse, folks. Like he can't even tell like what part of it's going to get worse.
And again, like if any of his audience search Dan Goldman, they're going to see all this stuff Dan Goldman saying where I like tried to prosecute Trump.
Yeah, I know.
What if the Republicans come and bar these members of Congress from entering because of these affiliations? They should. They absolutely should. How do you think Democrats will respond? Here's what's going to happen. Republicans are going to do nothing. They're going to sit on their hands, and they're going to go, well, slow down there, Democrats, and do nothing. what should happen? The Republican Party should
So
say,
he literally perceives the Republicans as being just as ineffective as I perceive the Democrats being. Huh.
hey, we will not admit these people. You are expelled or you are rejected. If they are sworn in for any reason, the immediate vote should be to expel them immediately. They should not be allowed to sit in Congress, period. Do you think Republicans have the balls to do it? No. Look at what happens to Marjorie Taylor Greene. So she gets elected, right? They find a post on her Facebook where she talks about the Rothschild family funding technology to put satellites in space that can fire lasers for weather control or something. They lie and claim she was asserting that Jews have space lasers. So they strip her of her committees and remove her authority in Congress. Ilhan Omar makes a bunch of comments about Jews, and they do nothing.
Actually,
what
no.
comments were those?
Let's compare those comments.
Also, yeah, like all about the Benjamins having an influence in politics. That is one of the more dominant themes since you said that.
Good. Why was Marjorie Taylor Greene stripped? Because Democrats have the balls and Republicans are spineless cowards.
I think it's because she was going off the rails on Epstein, actually. I think that was actually the big problem.
She resigned, too.
Yeah.
Let's be clear.
That's why they wanted her out, though. It wasn't because of
misrepresentation. Wait a minute. You're telling me that Tim Pool is being disingenuous with his framing of something? No way.
And it was because Donald Trump said, I don't want you running for governor or senator in Georgia.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
And she realized that she had no future.
Yep.
It had nothing to do with the space lasers. In fact, she became one of the #1 fundraisers in the Republican Party after talking about the Rothschilds and their space lasers.
So did that Babylon Bee video, when they're like, we're so much better than the left. You know what, man? Part of me is just like, I'm going to go to, Uruguay. That's what they call it. They don't say Uruguay, they say Uruguay.
Okay, I don't want to hear this anymore.
I'm going to move there, right?
All right, please do.
Yeah, bye.
And I will move to Nicaragua.
Adios.
Like, what are we doing? What the fuck? It is not pronounced enchilada. It's enchilada.
Hey, folks, don't.
Like, what the fuck? All right. Wow, Tim Pool coming out with like some cringe hot takes. Ooh. What's really happening? The Trump betrayal no one saw coming. The Democrat civil war is getting really bad. Eh. Nah. I don't feel like covering that. All right, so we got one last thing to cover here. It's the Legal Eagle video on Chud the Builder. Yeah, I think we'll just play it, and then we'll do the 420, and then yeah, then I'm likely going to have to end stream right around 4:30. Like I said, it's going to be a little bit of a shorter one, but tomorrow we got this space, and then we got stream, and all the fun continues tomorrow.
In a development that will surprise no one, the guy who made an internet brand out of racist content, harassment, and intimidation of black people is facing attempted murder charges for shooting a black man. Dalton Etherly, known online as Chud the Builder, is a jerk-ass nuisance streamer so racist that white supremacist Nick Fuentes said he's over.
Yeah, dude, when you have like the most famous white supremacist coming out and being like, that's a bit much.
We're doing it.
He screwed up royally, and now he is done.
Unsurprisingly, Chud is a frequent flyer at Tennessee's Montgomery County Court, where there are 2 order of protection cases, a harassment case, a contempt of court case, and a handful of other matters against him. But he's a busy guy with a daily quota of N-words to scream at pedestrians. And on May 9th, 2026, he was arrested for allegedly throwing a temper tantrum at a restaurant and walking out on a $370 bill. Days later, he shot a man at a Tennessee courthouse, adding a few new charges to his long history of legal infractions: possession of a firearm with intent, reckless endangerment, aggravated assault, and attempted first-degree murder. He's now facing up to 60 years in prison. So let's break it down. What happened? What are the charges? What defenses will Chud's attorney raise? And what might happen next? Chud the Builder claims that his super racist origin story started sometime in 2024 or 2025 when he
super stupid origin
engaged
story.
in a little road.
Oh, by the way, guys, completely random. This doesn't have a lot to do with this, but I actually took a chance and I sat down and watched 2 movies last night. I haven't watched anything for a long time. I watched They Will Kill You. It's an awesome fucking movie. Check it out if you especially want something new, fresh, and just, I don't know, high octane thriller. Just make sure that you like a little bit of horror, because it is, it's a little gross, but I liked it. I gave it a 9.5 out of 10. And then we watched The Watchers, which, yeah, that one was a little bit weirder. It was still good, though, so I would give it an 8 out of 10.
Rage racism. According to Chud's own admissions, during a driving dispute with a black woman and her daughter, he called the daughter a racial slur.
She starts yelling at me, saying, "What the fuck's your problem? What's your problem?" I said, "Ninja, just doing the speed limit." And
wait, I Will Find You. Is that another movie that's literally the same director and everything?
then as soon as I said that, she threw her drink out the window. She said, "Ninja."
The woman then took a picture of him and posted on a Facebook group about bad drivers, along with a summary of the incident. Chud claims that because of that picture, he was fired from his contracting job. Now, some people would take this as an opportunity to engage in a little self-reflection and consider changing their ways, but not Chud. The lesson Chud learned was that jerk-offs caught on camera shouting racial slurs get a lot of clicks. So why be a racist ass clown when you can be a racist ass clown holding the camera?
We got 18 rounds for you. We ain't got nothing else. Don't follow me in my truck. You're pandering to the bro. We already know that's what you're doing. Yeah, you too. Go out. Or what?
Like a lot of the worst people on the internet, Chud claims that he's just a free speech warrior and that his detractors are persecuting him. We've covered this many times before, but freedom of speech prevents the government from prosecuting you for most, not all, speech. It doesn't ensure that you don't have to face any social or reputational consequences for being a racist asshole.
Hey Scal, sorry to interrupt, but I want to give you a pro tip that helps create some distance between you and armed racist jackasses. They can't harass you if they can't find you, so now is probably a good time to remove your private data from the internet, which you can do with the help from Incogni, who sponsored this portion of the video. Incogni forces data brokers and websites to remove your personal data by directly reaching out on your behalf. If they resist, Incogni fights back. And if you ever find your data anywhere on the internet where it shouldn't be, simply flag it with the custom removals tool, and Incogni will take care of that too. Now, I've been using Incogni for years, and in that time you can see I've been removed from hundreds of lists, many of which had sensitive data that I've never shared publicly. I could never do all these takedowns by myself, so thank you to Incogni for the ongoing vigilance. Because even if a data broker removes your data once, they can always collect it and publish it again. So if privacy is important to you, give Incogni a try. If you scan the code on screen or click on the link in the description, you'll get 60% off their annual unlimited plan. Or try Incogni risk-free for 30 days. If you decide you want to keep it, you'll still get the 60% off discount, so long as you use my code LegalEagle, all one word. So sign up for Incogni, or I'll see you in court.
Now this may shock you, but since he formally launched his career as an internet racist, Chud has had a lot of legal troubles. Court records show that 2 women have filed orders of protection against him. There's also a separate charge for harassment and a charge for contempt of court last year. Then, in May 2026, he was arrested after an incident at Bob's Steak and Chop House in Nashville. The restaurant staff apparently asked Chud not to livestream. He refused to comply and then started hurling racist slurs and causing a scene. He stormed out, refusing to pay his nearly $400 bill.
Hey man, don't get aggressive. We'll get up and leave. Thanks for the free food. Hey, Bob's Steakhouse.
They'll take care of it.
Oh no, we're not paying shit.
You're not paying? I go get the.
Y'all are kicking me out, or are we staying?
No, you're paying. And you're leaving.
Oh, you think?
He was charged with theft of services, disorderly conduct, and resisting arrest. He was released on a $5,000 bond. Now, Chud's racist antics have gained him more than 230,000 followers on Twitter, X. For a little while, he also had a large following on Kick, the place where streamers banned from Twitch go to die. But then he got permanently banned from Kick after live streaming a series of videos where he verbally abused and harassed black people. But there's no bottom to the internet, so Chud moved right over to Pump, the off-Broadway for Klansmen, Nazis, and scammers, where he also got his own meme coin. This being the internet in 2026, racist clickbait is apparently a profitable second career.
Really making a living off Like, who's making a living off pump?
But not profitable enough to keep Chud out of debt collection. Court records show that he's been taken to court at least twice by creditors. And one of those lawsuits brought him to the Montgomery County Courthouse in Clarksville, Tennessee, where he was supposed to attend a hearing on the morning of May 13th. Instead, Chud brought a gun and ended up racking up much more serious charges. According to CNN, on the afternoon of his hearing, Chud got into a verbal argument with a black man in front of the courthouse. The incident was apparently captured by the courthouse's surveillance footage,
Oh, Rebecca.
as well as an eyewitness.
Yeah, no, this is that Chud the Builder guy that we've been talking
For
about.
reference, Chud is the silhouette with the longer hair coming in from the left of this video.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Holy shit here! Somebody got shot. Yeah.
Unfortunately, that video only starts after the altercation was underway, but the arrest warrant obtained by CNN gave more context. According to CNN, the warrant reported that Chud turned his body towards the man in a bladed stance. For anyone who's not familiar with combat lingo, that's a narrowed fighting stance where your body is angled towards your opponent. It's supposed to create a smaller target. It's meant to appear badass. But given the person involved, it probably looked more like this.
Let me at him! Let me at him!
The arrest warrant stated that then Chud reached into his jacket pocket for a firearm and a physical altercation followed.
By
Chud
the way,
fired
when
his
he
weapon,
did it,
striking the
he
man
went like
multiple
this, and he
times.
like
The other man,
apparently,
later
like,
identified as a
shot
black
the
disabled
first shot
veteran
through
named
his
Joshua
arm.
Fox, was transported to a hospital in Nashville via helicopter where he underwent emergency surgery. Fox survived the
Which
attack.
also,
the Montgomery
yeah.
County Sheriff's Office released a statement detailing the incident, stating that deputies detained two
I'll never
adult males
understand how
involved
that
in a physical
happens.
altercation that escalated to gunfire. Both individuals sustained gunshot wounds during the incident. So both men were apparently shot, which was puzzling since only one man, Chud, appeared to have a weapon. So how did Chud get shot? Well, apparently he managed to shoot himself in the arm during this altercation, which may have been the universe dishing out a little poetic justice. And now the legal system is dishing out its own justice. On May 15th, Chud was charged with attempted murder, possessing a firearm during a dangerous felony, aggravated assault, and reckless endangerment with a deadly weapon. Let's start with aggravated assault.
Latino Mafune, would you say that the movie was Ozzy Beats' fast pace at Pep Talks? It censored me. Oh yeah, absolutely. It's incredibly fast paced. It picks like right from the get-go to the very end of the movie. It does not stop.
This is defined in Tennessee Code 3913-102. A person commits aggravated assault when they intentionally or knowingly commit an assault as defined in section 3913-101.
His name? No, his name's Dalton.
And the assault, one, results in serious bodily injury.
Because his parents were definitely,
to another.
Just trash enough to be like, yeah, Roadhouse. You know what? We're going to name our son Dalton.
Or three, involve the use or display of a deadly weapon. So the threshold question is, was there an assault under section 3913-101? Well, under that provision, a person commits assault when they intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly cause bodily
Sounds
injury to
awesome.
another.
No, hell. I'm telling you, man, we watched it on a whim, and I ended up, like, at the very end of the movie, I was just like, that was one of the better movies I've seen in a while.
Shooting count?
God damn.
As causing bodily injury under the assault statute? Yeah, it definitely counts. And Chud probably met the requirement for parts 1 and 3 under the aggravated assault provision because shooting someone multiple times and sending them into emergency surgery is serious bodily injury and involved the use of a deadly weapon. What an overachiever! So let's move on to reckless endangerment with a deadly weapon. This is codified in Tennessee Code section 3913-103, which says that someone commits reckless endangerment when they recklessly engage in conduct that places or may place another person in imminent danger of death or serious bodily injury. Again, shooting someone multiple times and sending them into emergency surgery seems to fit the bill here. So unless there's a defense, and we'll get to that in a minute, the prosecutor should have a pretty easy time with this charge since there are multiple witnesses and a couple videos. Now let's look at possessing a firearm during a dangerous felony. This is codified in Tennessee Code section 3917-1324 sub A, which makes it a crime to possess a firearm or
What
antique
movie? They Will Kill You.
firearm with the intent to go armed during the commission of or attempt to commit a dangerous felony. A dangerous felony includes attempted murder. The prosecutor will have to prove that Chud had a firearm.
Currently on HBO Max if you got it, or,
Which shouldn't be too hard since there are witnesses, videos, and bullets. They'll have to show that the gun and felony were connected. For this, courts typically
And even in Tennessee, because of like the whole self-defense thing being like kind of murky on this one, I don't think that he's gonna be able to get away with this.
consider whether the firearm was accessible during the felony.
They
should be pretty easy to prove, considering that Chud fired the gun during the scuffle. And lastly, the prosecutor will have to prove
Oh,
that
I
Chud
also
committed
wait. I got to watch the House of the Dragon last two, or like the newest 2 episodes.
or attempted one of the listed felonies. In this case, that would be attempted murder. This will
Whatever.
probably be
I
the
like
sticking
that stuff.
If that underlying attempted murder charge gets dismissed or doesn't get proved, then the gun charge will also potentially fall apart.
I hope
Which brings
they'll
us to
throw
the
the
most
book
serious.
at his ass. The thing is, this judge does not like him, and he's already gone out of his way to just be like, oh, if you want a jury, let's get a jury in here. And he's just like, either way, you're fucked.
Serious charge, attempted murder. This is where things get legally interesting, and some of that origin story information about Chud becomes very relevant.
3 minutes.
Under Tennessee Code Section 3913202,
HBO
first-degree
Max,
murder
man.
is a premeditated and intentional
I have it
killing
for
of another. Since the
AEW. Once AEW gets its own app, I will go to that.
victim survived, Chud's actions would be attempted murder, not actual murder. In Tennessee, under Section 3912102, you can be charged with an attempted crime even if the crime isn't
Although they
completed.
got DC, which...
If prosecutors can show that you intended to commit the crime and took a meaningful step toward making it happen, that's enough.
Oh,
I'm
hell
just
yeah, dude.
spitballing,
Frisbee
but I'd say
golf. You got some froth over there? Hell yeah, man.
that pulling out a gun and shooting someone multiple times probably qualifies as a meaningful step.
Lunchtime?
Under the first-degree
All
murder
right,
statute,
guys. Rebecca, I will see you later. I appreciate you hanging today.
premeditation is required, and it's
We're 2 minutes away.
defined as an act done after the exercise of reflection and judgment. Premeditation means the intent to kill must have been formed prior to the act itself. Now, you may be wondering why the prosecution would
I
pursue
get that name calling is par for the internet, but man, it feels rude to call someone a name 100 times while examining legal facts. I mean, the guy literally named himself that. I understand you're joking, but
first-degree murder, which requires premeditation, instead of manslaughter, second-degree murder, or some other easier-to-prove charge that doesn't have that intent requirement. And the answer is that Chud himself created plenty of publicly available evidence that this was a premeditated act. A warning to viewers, the content we're including here is offensive. We obviously don't condone any of the language or actions in these videos or
Anna,
social
what's
media
up?
posts. But we're
Good to see
including
you.
this because it's
Hope you had a
legally
good
relevant
weekend.
evidence, which has already been considered by the
Also,
judge when he determined Chud's bail and
fire it
will
up.
likely be presented during Chud's trial, at least in part. Chud had previously posted plenty of videos of himself harassing black people and even assaulting them, including a video of him pepper spraying a black man after an altercation that Chud
what spraying?
appears to have started.
You heard me.
And in this
That's what happens when I take some water and just put it in my mouth and do the Triple H to people. It's pepper spray.
video posted before the shooting, Chud describes a scenario that's eerily similar to the shooting.
Chud the Builder, known for starting and harassing people. Starting things and instigating and harassing people, shoots and kills a black man. That's what it's going to say all over the headlines. Watch me.
Damn! You right there. That's why his lawyer hates him. His own lawyer has made motions that technically fuck him.
Shoot this. Hey, bro, pull up.
Oh man, that's wow.
Pull up. As soon as I see you, bro, your brains out.
He declares this is proper escalation and inevitable.
It's only like the proper escalation, you know? It's only inevitable.
As he chews his steak, he calmly declares that this will start a race war.
I'm gonna pull his gun out and try to him out to defend myself. And then the race war will begin.
Maybe this was the dinner he skipped out on? Nah. Looks like he's wearing a different shirt. I guess steak with a side of racism is Chud's favorite meal. On Twitter, X, Chud also declared his intentions. In December 2025, he declared that the day he kills a black man is the day
animal face. Wow.
The white man takes this country back. On May 4th, 2026, it was more of the same. And just days before the shooting, he posted that series finale is dead chimp on the pavement and you monkeys
I
riding
did
when I
see
walk.
the Ben Shapiro's movie trailer.
Free. Stay
yeah,
tuned.
I got off on
if I were prosecuting this case, I would
Friday?
definitely bring up all those examples
somebody
to
had
show
said
that
that to me.
before Chud ever showed up at that courthouse or pulled out his gun, he was intending to kill someone. The shooting was committed after the exercise of reflection and judgment. Whether a judge allows it in, we'll see. Chud thinks he has a case-winning argument, though. Self-defense.
Hey, real quick, whether you're a prosecutor like Scal who deals with thousands of documents to put bad guys like Chud in jail, or your business has more information to deal with than there are hours in the day, you're gonna need help staying on top of everything. And that's why I enthusiastically recommend and use Zapier, who sponsored this portion of today's video. Zapier is a suite of user-friendly automation tools that I've been using for years and couldn't run all my businesses without it. Zapier gets all the apps that I use every day to talk to one another, from Gmail
that this was justified. Really, he's the victim here. After the shooting, he live-streamed himself discussing the shooting, of course. In his live stream, he recounted walking past a group of people who Chud said were laughing and pointing at me. Chud said he was told to walk away by one unidentified man in the group, who then approached him saying, "I have PTSD." According to Chud, the man proclaimed, "You start saying all that
Everybody say hello to Brandon.
chimp out shit at me, and I'ma hit you," and he hit me. He started wailing on
Another
me even
ad,
after I had
damn
to
legal
defend myself
eagle.
by shooting him. Chud is right that Tennessee does allow for
Hey,
the
you
use
know
of
what?
deadly
Let 'em-
force in self-defense.
let 'em get
Tennessee
paid.
is a stand your ground state. That means that individuals may use force, including
Yeah, but even being a stand your ground state, this is where you have to prove, like, this is kind of the bitch about stand your ground states, is you really have to prove that you were threatened. And they're like, I think that it becomes like, instead of 3-tier, like a 5-tier process where it's
deadly
just like,
force to defend
"Ooh,
themselves
shit."
against a perceived imminent threat of death or great bodily harm without first attempting to retreat.
What am I doing?
Tennessee
I'll let the
Code Section
lawyer
3911-611
explain this. Brandon, thank you for maintaining your PepTalks membership. Appreciate that.
says that as long as someone isn't engaged in
you gifted a membership. Hell yeah. Latina Mafune, you were just gifted a membership by Mr. Coppin.
a serious crime and
Hell
isn't
yeah.
in a place they aren't permitted to be, they have no duty to retreat if
Full
they
disclosure, it's one of my best friends.
reasonably believe the force is immediately necessary to protect against the other's use or attempted use of unlawful force. Unfortunately for Chud, there's a caveat there. Self-defense doesn't apply if the person using force provoked the other individual's use or attempted use of unlawful force. According to news reports, the evidence presented at Chud's hearing included surveillance footage showing Chud approaching Fox, who was present at the court for a child support hearing, and getting into a verbal altercation. Chud, who was holding a selfie stick, walked away, but then reached for a firearm in his jacket pocket after Fox approached him. Chud claimed that he was reaching for mace, but according to investigators, the footage showed him trying to pull a clearly visible gun out of his jacket pocket. Chud's attorney argued that his client was placed in a headlock during the physical altercation that followed as he tried to pull out his gun. But the lead investigator said
That was the whole purpose, was to intimidate the guy.
surveillance video
And
didn't
then he
corroborate
actually
that.
did
so
the
would
thing.
this be a provocation that would negate his self-defense claim? It definitely seems like it. The devil will be in the details here, though. The jury will have to evaluate every aspect of Chud's interaction with Fox. If I were the prosecutor, I would try to introduce into evidence Chud's history of social media provocations.
Well, that's what they
the
did.
incident where he previously pepper
Dude,
sprayed
the
someone.
judge was pretty much giving them like the, hey, I saw the tape. Do you want to, put that into evidence?
In a publicly posted video, and his concrete threats about shooting black people. But the most important facts are that Chud had a weapon and he reached for it after the verbal confrontation. Because
sub-respect.
those
Thank you, Corwin.
behaviors in particular would likely be sufficient to show that he provoked the conflict under section 3911-611 sub E. For now, though, it looks like Chud is going to be hanging out in jail for a while, and he won't even get to complain about the injustice on social media. On May 22nd, after Chud and supposedly his fiancée continued to make incendiary posts on social media, Judge H. Reed Pullen III issued a gag order. Judge Pullen declared, continued extrajudicial statements by the defendant concerning the facts, evidence, witnesses, or merits of this case pose a substantial likelihood of materially prejudicing the defendant's right to a fair trial by an impartial jury in this county. Now, for sure, Chud will complain that
The judge seeing the tape outside the courthouse could be a bad thing. He didn't see that.
he's being oppressed and his First Amendment rights are being violated. And it's true.
He didn't see that outside of like it being registered as evidence.
As I said a few minutes ago, that the First Amendment does generally prohibit the government
How
from
the fuck is Chud holding a relationship together? I asked that about there was somebody else that has a girlfriend where I was just like, really?
restricting speech. It's fairly unusual.
Oh, Jake Lang. It was the same thing with Jake Lang where I'm like, what?
For a judge to do something like
But
this. But it's also permissible under certain narrow circumstances,
know.
which Judge Poland addressed in his order, stating that
listen, not every woman, like, I know, hot take here, but not every woman out there has the same politics as us. Some women kind of, they can suck too.
this prohibition is narrowly tailored to serve the compelling interest of ensuring a fair trial while preserving the defendant's First Amendment rights to the maximum extent possible. The
Gotta
judge
be that
clarified
sugar
that
situation.
Chud could still
Nah.
continue to make general statements.
Now, I've met some certifiable dum-dums.
Asserting his innocence, commenting on the general nature of the charges against him, or discussing matters of public record. And because all of the internet's worst people are apparently in their own anti-justice league, Jake Lang,
Like, I'll be honest, it's always the types where you're just like, oh, if you weren't so stupid, you would have been pregnant at 15, but your mouth was a turnoff the entire time. Got it.
one of the Trump-pardoned January 6th insurrectionists, showed up at Chud's hearing to disrupt the proceedings. He was removed from the courtroom and received
Am I wrong?
a 10-day jail sentence for contempt, the maximum sentence under state law. Judge Poland set Chud's bond at $1 million.
Jesus.
Chud's online antics and the fact that a search of his home revealed an airline ticket to Istanbul for May 22nd, a bulletproof vest, ammunition, a rifle, and a shotgun probably didn't help his bond case. The shooting charges were later transferred to Montgomery County Circuit Court, where Judge Bill Good,
especially when they get praised by men for doing it,
and refused to lower the bond amount. The judge explained that the bond amount was in line with state law, which declares that a judge shall set a defendant's bond no less than twice the normal amount when that defendant is
what up, DJX? Good to see you, bud.
Already out on bail for previous criminal cases. As we already said, Chud has outstanding charges for harassment and the incident at Bob's Steak and Chop House. Chud took his sob story to the internet, where racists contributed more than $300,000 for his defense. But Judge Goodman ruled that Chud can't use that money for bond. That won't matter, though, because Chud is already headed for jail in the Bob's Steak and Chop House case. Judge Melissa Blackburn revoked Chud's bond after a hearing where the prosecutor cited the separate shooting case and some of Chud's online greatest hits.
Oh, this is one of those rare times that because you had stacked up charges, he is getting fucked.
Said her decision was based on what I've seen on social media and Mr. Etherly's behavior. So it looks like Chud won't be posting many more updates for the time being. All those internet racists will just have to go back to watching polite racist Nick Fuentes.
Now, all this highlights White's.
All right. Is that the end? Yeah, they always end on like really weird notes because they got to get their freaking their stuff in there. All right. What are we at? All right, we got a few minutes. Let's chill. Yeah, this has been a fun stream. I definitely needed this. A little more chill vibe. Best explanation I can offer is that the term "the apple doesn't fall far from the tree" exists for a reason. A child grows up in an abusive household. There is a meaningful chance. Oh, yeah. The thing is, like, I've noticed this more with, like, Christian households where you do tend, like, Christian households that have a rebellious kid. That rebellious kid doesn't lose that rebellion. I've noticed that a lot of the people that like left the faith maintained whatever counterculture they were part of. I actually know a few like, goths that were that were just like that, stoners that were just like that. Yeah, I think that aces are doomed to repeat. This is a privileged guy. Well, I'm going to just say that, like, yeah, no, he's definitely privileged on top of the fact that he just, he thought he could really get away with it. It wasn't just, like, the privilege that did it. It was legitimately, like, where he was. Nashville, Tennessee. There's, like, this, like, really weird misconception, there we go, that you can pretty much do whatever you want in red states. And it is kind of funny because they like are just like, oh, we don't live in one of them gay blue states. So it's like with all them laws and, checks and balances and stuff. And it turns out they do. So happy you completed the goal. Thank you, Porgy. Appreciate it. I really appreciate that. Builder's girlfriend is probably repulsive, miserable to be with. I could see that. A lot of white middle-class households treat their children like property. Oh, absolutely. Dude, I saw it all the time. Actually, it's not just white. No. One of my close friends growing up, when he was, he had a, and this is the weird part. He had, he was black too. Like he had his parents. So like, it was very odd to see the way that they commodified their kids, and like not only like commodified them, because like they it was so weird. He had like a job, and I mean like a job by the time he was like 15. Like they signed him up for like this work release thing, and like, you know what, the thing is, he's a great guy, like, in to this, like, he's a great guy, but they went out of their way to like tell us, like, you will not tell us what to do with our child. Like, and I would just as his friend, and like, he was the only friend I ever like could not convince just to be like, hey man, fuck what your parents said. Like, just come hang out. He's just like, nope, can't do that. I remember that like vividly. His mom saying like, I birthed you, blah blah blah. I control you until you're 18. I was just like, what the fuck? Like, that shit's wild, dude. Like, he had no independence. So, yeah. Kind of sucked. His parents were extracting wealth from him at 15. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, they were saying that he was he was able-bodied, and that that fact alone, he should have been providing to the household. Yeah. Yeah, mom said that kind of stuff too. Yeah. Okay, so you get it. Yeah. That shit's wild, man. Like, I'm kind of glad, like, dude, I grew up in a family, like, we had a family business, but I learned how to do, like, family business stuff, but not, like, to the point where they were exploiting me, like, overtly exploiting me. Sometimes it would happen just because, family business shit, whatever. But that wasn't the expectation, because, like, my dad always knew. He was just like, oh, you could just fuck off and never want to come back and do any of this stuff. So at least there was, like, this level of respect where they were just like, yeah, we kind of want to make it to where we want to make it so maybe our kids want to help. Oh, no. Fear is not respect. Exactly. Yeah, my mom understood that. My mom understood that, love was definitely, the way to go. Doing the acceptance thing, that was a big thing with my mom. She accepted everybody, man. She was really cool with that shit. She was the one who really taught me, like, to always never judge, not only just not judging a book by its cover, like, obviously, but never judging somebody too harshly by their past actions, because there is, like, this path to redemption that was real. Like, she taught me the difference. She, like, because I can see it. I always have been able to see it. Like, I have had a radar on that shit for a while, where it's like, I can tell if you actually want to be redeemed or you're just saying that shit. Because some people, man, it's almost like a sport to them, where they want to fucking just, like, they're proud of themselves. Where it's just like, yeah, man, I got them to fucking, jump off my back for some of the tweets or blah, blah, blah. It's just like, fuck you. Full disclosure, as a kid, it never occurred to me to not listen to my parents. I just did what I was told, and in some ways it made my life easier. Well, that's what some people, that's what a lot of people, like, it's the comfort of always having, like, a parental figure. That's why people will always go to a pastor or, like, a president. Like, they always need somebody. This is actually a big part of why racism and bigotry keeps thriving, is because even from early on, they are taught that there's that certain people, it's okay to treat like property. Yep. Oh yeah, I used to have a friend like that thought it was a win to get others to pay. Yep. Yeah. It sucks though. Like, having that growing up, like, that shit sucks. Like, fuck, man. I had another friend that had a mom like that, single mom. And it's just like the way that she controlled him, he resented her so bad that to this day, they have issues. And it's, like, weird because, like, I kind of stopped talking to him because, like, he went to the military and, like, he went super Trumper. And, like, I don't know. She's, like, a cool-ass mom that, she was always cool to me. Fuck. I ended up smoking with her near the end there. She caught me smoking in the garage, and she was just like, you gotta share that? I'm like, oh, sure. But yeah, kind of weird how that happens. It really is weird how that shit happens. But also, it is kind of funny. Yeah, like, yeah. No, dude, for real. It was so funny because, like, he had this garage that was pretty cool. Like, he had, like, a basement, right, that, like, led out to the garage. So, like, there was, like, this weird kind of, like, cellar. It, like, looked like the entrance to a cellar. So I would chill there, and there was, like, this vent port that went right outside, and because my dude worked on cars, he had one of those like fucking industrial fans. So I figured out that if you just blow the shit into the industrial fan, it goes right out the like side there. The thing that I didn't count on was that his mom was outside gardening, right outside where the industrial fan was blowing. So I'm pretty sure that I got away with this shit for a long time, and I was smart. But that one day was the one where it was just like, no matter what I did, it was like I was getting like I fucked up. And then I just heard the brrr because she put in the code, and the fucking garage is going up. I'm like, ah. Dude, I could say this shit. His name was Craig. So it was just so funny because I was just like, oh, is Craig home? She's like, no. I'm like, oh, I'm in trouble. I'm in so much trouble. Oh my God, I'm in trouble. Because like before, she made it like, dude, she made it seem like if I got caught doing that, like I was getting in big trouble. Yeah, so when she threw that at me, where she was just like, you gonna share that? I was like, what? That was also funny too, because that was one of those moments where I realized that she wasn't getting like the same shit I was getting, so she just fucking about a half hour later, she comes up to me, she's like, damn, kids are getting some good shit. It's fucking awesome. Baker Bell got a gifted membership from Mr. Brandon Coppin. Appreciate that, cops. Never call you that. Thank you, Coppin. I appreciate that, brother. I'll see you in a bit. Yo, Brandon, yeah, dude. Seriously, thank you. Thank you so much, man. Yes, everybody, welcome and thank Mr. Coppin. Boom, baby. So proud of yourself. Look at you. I got that hookup. Well, yeah, that's what ended up happening is after that, all of a sudden she's just like, so theoretically, if I call you like to bring something, I'm just like, uh-huh. Where's this going? Oh, that's that. Oh. And then it was funny because, as I said, oh, wait, did I mention my boy was in the military? So, he comes back on leave, and he finds out that, like, I'm his mom's plug, and he was just like, dude, why? Like, why would you do this to me? Like, he found the way he was treating me like he just found out, like, I was banging his mom, which I was not. I have to reiterate, was 1000% not a thing. And he could not handle it, or he's just like, what? Why would you do that to me, man? Why would you do that to me? I'm like, do what? He's just like, you got my mom? Like, why are you selling her? Like, that's why I had to reiterate this, because it's like the way that he was approaching me about it. I was just like, what I did was worse. Yeah, I guess. Oh, that kind of makes sense. Maybe like, I guess. No, that kind of makes sense. Like, because like he was pissed. Like he was legit pissed. And I was always kind of confused about that, because I was always like, I kind of had that attitude about it. I'm like, dude, you're acting like you're just fine. Fuck your mom or something. Like, what's going on with that? Like, it's a trust thing, man. Like, come on. Why? And you didn't tell me? You didn't even tell me? It's just like, well, I didn't. Like, I was sitting there thinking, like, oh, I didn't want to blow up her spot, man. Full disclosure, I also sold to his sister. Good times, good times. You bonged his mom. Yes, I did. Yep. Yeah, good times. Good times. It's funny. I had another friend, similar thing happened. So like I used to like wait for him to get off work. So he lived like on a country lot, right? So I had to like I would just kind of sit there, you know, park and wait. But I would smoke while I'm there, right? And I was like a dumb kid. I used to like travel with like a full fucking, you know, glass apparatus, if you will. And there was one time his mom just comes out and she's just like, "Hey, I know what you're doing. Would you do? Well, you're gonna sit on my property, so it's either you share or, you know, we have to get the authorities involved." I was like, well, okay. And like, so the funniest part is, yeah, she just gets in this like passenger seat and she's just sitting in my passenger seat going, the funniest part is his grandma was, or not his grandma, grandpa, sorry. His grandpa, you know, he was kind of like at the end of life care. So his mom, because I started like, you know, selling her shit, she just hits me up and she's just like, "Hey, would you be okay with like, you know, smoking with grandpa?" I was like, "Fuck yeah." Now, I'm also going to reiterate that his dad, similar thing, except this is funny because like his mom told me to start parking like on the side of the garage, right? And I didn't know this, but like that's obviously where like his dad was like, you know, he was an auto mechanic, so like he would park like all of his like, you know, project cars and all that bullshit. So one day, I'm not even thinking about this shit. His dad, like he had the like, you know, one of those fucking like multi-car garages, right? Fucking multi-car garage opens up and there's his dad just sitting there, fucking arms crossed. I'm just like, oh shit. And mind you, grandpa was his dad, so he just kind of pokes his head in. I had two friends with me, by the way. Like the last two times I was by myself. This time I had friends with me and they were like, "What the fuck is happening? What the fuck is happening?" So he peeks in, he's just like, "What you kids doing here?" I'm like, "Oh, what's up, Mr. T?" He's just like, "Well, you gonna move?" My buddy's just like, yeah. He fucking moves in between the seats, fucking gets in the back seat. Fucking dude sits in, he's just like, "All right. Here, back it up for me." I'm like, "All right." So now here's the kicker. I did this with my buddy's parents and his grandparent and his grandpa. Before he did, and actually like with the grandpa he never got to, so like I still to this day kind of feel bad because he was pissed. He was straight up pissed. He was just like, "You did what?" Again, like the fucking just, it's like I broke the sanctity. He's just like, "You did what the fuck, man? I didn't even get to smoke with my grandpa." I was just like, "Sorry." It's like, "But she asked me to. What was I supposed to say? No? I mean, for real, what was I supposed to say? No? I wasn't gonna say no." Warped Tour? No. I mean, I have gone to Warped Tour. Original Warped Tour. That's fucked up. Yeah, is it? Okay, so that, yeah. Well, the thing is, they didn't want to let him know. Like, that's the craziest part, is they did not want to let him know that they like knew that he was smoking, but somehow they also didn't want him knowing that they were, like, that was gonna maintain, because you know I don't have a big mouth. I mean, you didn't set it. No, I got caught, and I was fucking scared out of my mind twice. The grandpa one was a different thing, like where she was just like, "Can you smoke with grandpa?" I was like, "Yeah." because I guess he was having like really bad nausea that day. But that was the bitch of it. It's like I got there like early. Like I would just hang out in his fucking driveway for like 2 hours. I had nothing else better to do. Shit. Yeah. Oh, shit. Wait. Okay. Yeah. You know what's weird? I mean, I smoked with my mom. I've never smoked with my dad. I hope I get to. Like my dad said, when he gets to the end, like near the end of his life, he would like to. But yeah. Yeah, no, my mom and yeah, we were definitely, I mean, that was one of like our things, you know. Oh man. I told the story here. The last time I ever saw her, I gave her some homegrown and she walks into an NA meeting. I'm like, yeah, she was high as balls too. It's just like, what are you doing? Yeah, my mom was a trip, man. My mom was a fucking trip. Alrighty. Oh shit. It's 9 o'clock here. You know what? I'm gonna stick around for 10 minutes, but then I'm gonna have to head out. But that means no more videos tonight. That just means we hanging. Hell yeah. Oh, my mom. Yeah, yeah. When she talked to a well, no, she didn't talk to a buffalo. She tried to pet. Wait, Coppin, you never saw it? Wait. Here. Fucking A. It's kind of crazy that I actually got a buddy here that I never showed this to. Yeah, here. I actually have this. Oh my god, dude. This is so crazy. This is my mom. This is my fucking mom. This is my mom.
To National Park.
This is my mom. This is so crazy. I'm sorry. Like, this is still meta as shit to me. Yeah, so Coppin here. Oh boy. It's doing it again. Hold on. Okay. Jesus Christ. Sorry, give me a second. I don't know why this is not working. Oh my god, all stream has just been this whole fucking debacle of trying to just get things to work. You know why? I think that you guys know why. It's because they updated everything. Thank God that bison is chill. My bad for asking. Don't worry about it. You're cool. No, this means that we're doing this. Oh, of course it wants to do that. Whatever.
Now getting to National Park Week in Yellowstone National Park. It kicked off yesterday with free entrance into the park, but along with it, a very close encounter. Take a look at this, a video.
So here's the kicker. This is my mother walking up. This went mega viral.
Showing a woman attempting to pet a bison near the Old Faithful Lodge in Yellowstone National Park.
Yeah, I noticed most streamers I watch are having tech. It's because Windows fucking updated and it's wrecked everything.
The bison wasn't having it, as you can see on the left of your screen, bucking its head and lifting it to brush her off.
Sorry to my horizontal audience over on Twitch. It is not going to work.
Prior to the recorded video, the woman interacted with
Yeah, you see the way that she just walked away, like so casual, like
bison with dramatic gestures. Fortunately, she was able.
Nah, sorry, bud, I can't. Here, oh, there we go. Never mind, it is working.
Able to walk away without coming.
All right, here we go.
Near the Old Faithful Lodge in the.
That was my mom. Okay, so here. She.
Take a look at.
Yeah, so this is my mom. God, I miss her. Watch her as she is petting it, right? Now watch her as she goes, no, because
look at this, a video showing a woman.
Oh wait, Vert is not showing it. Jesus Christ.
Attempting to pet a bison near the Old Faithful Lodge.
No, it
in Yellowstone National.
And then she just is like, oh, okay.
Park. The bison wasn't having it, as you can see on the left of your screen, bucking its head and lifting
she just fucks off
it to brush her off. Prior to the recorded video, the woman interacted with the bison with dramatic gestures. Fortunately, she was able to walk away without comeuppance from the animal, a fate not afforded to others last year who made the news.
And there's her dipshit
Remember,
husband.
Yellowstone National Park is not a petting zoo. And you could be held responsible and fined if an incident
God, I miss you, Mom.
were to occur. No word, though, if this woman was fined.
She was fine at that moment. Oh, fined. Jesus. No, she was not fined. No, actually, they didn't even talk to her. Holy shit, that was close. Yeah. Yeah, that was, yeah. It was funny, too. I'll never forget. I was watching the nightly news after, I got that, somebody had sent me that clip. I'm like, there's no way this is going to show up on the news. Brian Gumbel, who was one of my mom's favorite frickin' broadcasters, at the end of the show goes, and now we're going to talk about how we want to switch the national animal from the American eagle to the bison. And then he was just like, and in other news, speaking of bison, here's something you don't want to do when trying to touch a bison. And it was my mom. I'm like, oh my God. It's just... So I took video of that, sent it to my mom, and she was just like so nonchalant about the entire thing, just like, well, the bison was fine. It was fine. They're making a whole bunch of nothing out of, or a bunch of trying to make meals out of molehills. And it's just like, well, wait, that was your mom in the video? Yeah, that's my mom. Yeah, it's happened about 10 years ago. Yeah, my mom was at Yellowstone. They're like, you know what? I've been like, I don't want to go through her phone, but I don't know. I've been thinking about it because there's a few videos that I know for a fact. She seemed disappointed in the bison. Yeah, no, she was. She was like, no, bad bison. No, that was total. Yeah, that was her. Yeah, that was my mom's. Yeah, what you gonna do? Hey, you know what? She had adventures. That was one thing that I could say about my mom. She had adventures. Did your mom go viral for trying to touch a bison? I don't think so. I have a very unique thing that I can talk about. It's also crazy how her kid kind of went into entertainment, and now here I am watching my mom's mega viral YouTube moment with 518. My mom has more viewers than I ever have. She has 518,000 views on that one video, which this is Channel 2 News, the average that they have on their videos are fucking like a couple hundred here and there. That was one snooty ass bison. Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was. Did she have dreams of the bison later? I don't know. I just know that she has a video of her, like, she was holding her camera. Like, it didn't do a good job of showing it, but she had a camera where she's talking to the bison. And at one point it had a stick or something like on its head, like that it was stuck in its head. And that's what she's doing. She wasn't actually trying to pet the bison. She was trying to get the stick off of its head. So like when she does this, she got the stick and went, whoa, okay. You know? I think that's the first time that I've ever actually disclosed that, though. Like, yeah, it's exactly what she was doing. Does it make it any less safe? No. No, it doesn't. Carter Lee, thank you for the $1.99. Appreciate that. The bison could have started charging. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, DJX, that's why I'm saying. Like, she definitely should not have done that. But, nah, bro. Trump's gone last year's. Thank God. Timer 323. Or, yeah. Appreciate you being here. Hit that follow button, because, yeah, we are not exactly what I would call Trump fans here, but also, at this point, I'm not trying to tie my whole identity to fucking hating the fucker. It's already too easy to do that. But, all right, folks, we're at that point. I'm going to start wrapping up here. Thank you for hanging out tonight. Has been a lot of fun. Now here is the real fun. I hope you guys know that we do have a lot of fun content lined up tomorrow. I got my exclusive This Space show. If you have not followed over on This Space, you should. This Space is a wonderful little collaborative that we have where me and a bunch of like-minded content creators do some exclusive content and also some syndicated content on a channel that runs for, I think it's like 8 to 9 hours every Tuesday through Thursday. Well, everyone will hate every president but Trump the most forever. True. All right. Yeah, no, true. I mean, sure. Donald Duck. Yep. One of a Mind rocks. Welcome to the show. Appreciate you being here. I do have like I said, chill vibe here. You guys should definitely hit that subscribe button, hang out, come back for the stream tomorrow. Like I was saying, I will be doing my exclusive This Space show called Pepaganda. It's a 2-hour show I do for This Space. And then at 4 p.m. tomorrow, I will be on this channel like I normally am. I had nothing witty to say or to add to it. Want a new Duck Weird Al parody of... Oh, yeah. Want a new Duck. Trump couldn't beat a blind chicken at checkers. This joke. I mean, hey. Yeah. At David. Dan Ulick. You ain't wrong, dude. Okay, well, you guys are coming in here spitting facts right at the end of my stream, but if you can do me the favor and double tap the screen, hit the follow button over on Twitch. If you guys have Bezos bucks or the billionaire buckaroos, then please consider tossing those over on Twitch to this channel. That would really help me out. If you guys don't know what I'm talking about, you guys, if you have a Prime membership, and you do not already have a a committed channel on Twitch, just so you guys know that reoccurring subscription really helps me out. And yeah, you guys just have it sitting there. So if it's not committed to anybody, what's the harm? Come on. You can help out a small streamer, stick it to Jeff Bezos and those billionaire fucks, you know, $5 at a time. You know what? Pretty good thing to spend that $5 on that you didn't even know you had. So like I was saying, do appreciate y'all hanging out tonight, and I will catch you guys tomorrow. Good night. Oh, that's right. And now good night.
Who the heck is PepTalks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. PepTalks. 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 Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. PepTalks. PepTalks.
Who the heck is PepTalk?
They want our women. They want our children.
PepTalks.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the PepTalk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
PepTalks.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
PepTalks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from PepTalks that we are indeed all high on politics.